Chapter 40, 3:16. Yang Yuchen took a step forward and left. Behind him, the old mid-level ultimate god who was proficient in the law of earth and the middle-aged man followed suit. They did not try to hide their movements at all. Yang Yuchen, who was in front of them, suddenly sensed something and turned around to look at them. His expression changed abruptly. Then he quickly ran away. Seeing Yang Yuchen's movements, the two men who caught up with him sneered, and their eyes revealed traces of cold murderous intent. "He's so slow. With his strength, any one of us can easily kill him." The middle-aged man sneered. "Let's join forces and kill him as soon as possible. Then we'll return to Senior Brother Lei and tell the others about Duan Lingtian." The old man stared at the fleeing young man in white with a cruel smile on his face. Moments later, the two men moved and quickly caught up with the young man in white in front of them and blocked his path. "Boy, you can't escape. With just this level of strength, you want to escape from under the eyes of us two senior brothers? Dream on. You dare to delay us with your strength? You're digging your own grave." At that moment, the two men who blocked Yang Yuchen were looking at him with a mocking expression. In their opinion, he would be a dead man in the next moment. Before they died, they all wanted to properly enjoy the expression of despair on their faces. They wanted to let him know that sometimes being nosy would not end well. How dare you be nosy when you're weak? If there's an afterlife, remember not to be so stupid. The middle-aged man who blocked Yang Yuchen's path spoke again as his divine power raged. He was obviously ready to attack Yang Yuchen. Although the young man in white in front of them was a mid-level ultimate god and his cultivation was higher than Duan Lingtian, who was only a lower-level ultimate god. However, the two men who were not confident in defeating Duan Lingtian did not think that they could not defeat a mid-level ultimate god. He was just an ordinary mid-level ultimate god. Just by looking at his speed earlier, he could roughly guess the other party's strength. "Boy, are you scared out of your wits?" Seeing that the young man in white didn't seem to show any signs of despair, the old man was clearly dissatisfied. In his expectations, this young man should be frightened and in despair right now. But now it was completely different from what he had expected. What a pity! Just when the two of them thought that the white-clothed young man before them was scared silly, the white-clothed young man sighed under their gazes. Yang Yuchen sighed, shook his head, and said, "Only two people caught up. Fine, I'll send you on your way first. Then I'll send your companion to accompany you on your way. Don't worry, I won't make you wait too long." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yuchen moved. In the next instant, the power of law illuminated 1,000,000 miles, and the heaven and earth phenomenon spread out. At this moment, the expressions of the two people surrounding Yang Yuchen changed greatly. At the same time, they realized that when Yang Yuchen had fled just now, he had concealed his strength. Otherwise, a medium-level ultimate god who had comprehended the power of law to the point of illuminating 1,000,000 miles would not be so slow. "You actually hid your strength. Humph. So what if you're not weaker than any of us? There's two of us." Although they were shocked that the white-clothed young man had concealed his strength, the two of them were not afraid of him at all. In their opinion, the white-clothed young man's strength was at most on par with any one of them. If the two of them joined forces, the white-clothed young man would definitely die. However, when they actually fought, the two of them realized that they were wrong, very wrong. The white-clothed young man's cultivation and power of law were on par with them. The white-clothed young man had even comprehended the way of control of the 4 heavens and earth principles. Moreover, the white-clothed young man's way of control was so terrifying that it could directly cut off their power of law, making it difficult for them to use their full strength. No, impossible. The two medium-level ultimate gods were completely defeated by Yang Yuchen within 3 short moves and were in imminent danger. Yang Yuchen, on the other hand, had an indifferent look on his face. The moment the two of them thought of escaping, he directly attacked and killed them. After killing the two of them, he did not stay at the same spot for long and went straight back in the direction he came from. there was only one person left out of the three of them. Even if that person was stronger, he could kill him in a short time. His current strength was considered good even among the top medium-level ultimate gods in the god-defying realm. He was not afraid of those medium-level ultimate gods who had mastered the power of law to illuminate millions of miles. This was because his way of control had recently improved by leaps and bounds due to an opportunity. No! The two silhouettes rose into the air, and after letting out unwilling cries, they crashed to the ground. A medium-level ultimate god has fallen. At the same time, many people near Lei Tongshan stopped and looked into the distance. Lei Tongshan was the leader of the four intermediate ultimate gods who discovered Duan Ling Tian's hiding place. He was just telling the passers-by about Duan Ling Tian's appearance when he suddenly heard a commotion in the distance. It seemed as though 3 rays of light from the law of heaven and earth illuminated a million miles had appeared. Coupled with the words of the passers-by, he instinctively turned to look. This direction. At first, he did not think much of the loss of 2 medium-level ultimate gods. He thought it was not unusual for there to be a conflict with so many people around. However, when he subconsciously turned his head, his expression changed completely. This was because that was the direction his 2 juniors had gone. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At that moment, Lei Tongshan's first thought was that it was impossible. The other party was only a medium-level ultimate god. Even if his 2 juniors were not strong enough to deal with him, they should not have been killed in such a short time. Unless the other party had a high-level ultimate god with him, or a top-level, medium-level ultimate god. Lei Tongshan took a deep breath and looked at the soul pearls that belonged to his 2 juniors in the storage ring. With just a glance, he saw that the soul pearls of his 2 juniors had shattered. His slightly calm expression changed drastically as he was comforting himself in his heart. It's really them. Lei Tongshan's expression changed drastically as soon as the thought came to his mind. At the same time, he completely regained his senses and was no longer in the mood to tell passers-by that Duan Ling Tian had escaped from them. Run. Since the other party had the ability to kill his 2 juniors, they naturally had the ability to kill him as well. Although he was stronger than his 2 juniors, he knew that he could not kill the 2 of them together. Even if his 2 juniors joined forces, they would be able to defeat him as long as they were given enough time. On the other hand, he had no chance of winning against the 2 of them together. His power of law was on par with the 2 of them. The only advantage he had was the fledgling form of sword principle. In his opinion, the other party would most likely come for him after killing his 2 juniors. Whoosh! Lei Tongshan was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed a large area of mountains and rivers. His speed was astonishing. However, even though he was fast, Yang Yuchen, who was chasing after him, was even faster. In less than 30 breaths of time, Lei Tongshan was intercepted by Yang Yuchen. As for Lei Tongshan, when he saw Yang Yuchen, his face turned extremely ugly. Earlier, when he was being chased by the other party, he had already discovered the other party. At the same time, he knew that his previous guess was wrong. There were no high-level ultimate gods around the other party. It was because the other party was a top-notch intermediate ultimate god. It was naturally very easy for such a high-level ultimate god to kill his 2 juniors. The power of law can also illuminate a million miles. However, he was able to kill the 2 of them in such a short period of time. Moreover, his speed is so fast. He most likely has something else that's far better than mine. It's the fledgling form of sword principle. At that moment, Lei Tongshan could vaguely guess where the other party's powerful abilities came from. He just did not know the details. You're pretty fast. After Yang Yuchen appeared, he glanced at Lei Tongshan indifferently. Your Excellency. At that moment, Lei Tongshan's expression was gloomy, and he began to speak humbly. I have already advised my 2 juniors not to cause trouble and not to provoke you. However, they refused to listen. There's nothing I can do about it. They provoked you and were killed by you. They only have themselves to blame. Your Excellency, you won't make things difficult for me, since I didn't do anything to you, right? For the sake of survival, Lei Tongshan had completely put away his usual arrogance. He did not even mention that the person behind him had the backing of an ultimate powerhouse. This was because he felt that it was meaningless. If he were in the other party's shoes, he might have killed the other party immediately after hearing the other party's threats. If he killed the other party here, it would not do him any good no matter how powerful the other party's background was. Therefore, he chose to admit defeat. He did not continue to be stubborn. Now, even if the other party asked him to kneel and kowtow, he would do so as long as he could survive. After living for so many years, he naturally knew that dignity and whatnot were not important in front of his life. This was especially so when there was no third person present. If he lost face and dignity, he would only lose face and dignity in front of the other party. He could completely accept it. Tell me what happened when you met the Duan Lingtian. Yang Yuchen heard the other party's words, but did not reply. Instead, he said this in an indifferent tone. When the other party saw that Yang Yuchen did not intend to attack, and instead asked about the Duan Lingtian, he thought that Yang Yuchen wanted to further confirm the whereabouts of the Duan Lingtian. Therefore, his expression softened a lot. At the same time, he recounted his encounter with the Duan Lingtian in full detail. He did not hide anything. He also felt that there was no need to hide anything. If he wanted to hide something, he would have to lie. Moreover, once he lied, he would have to think of more words to cover up the lie. If the other party saw through his lie, he might be able to survive but would lose his life because he lied to the other party. Little junior brother, you're really unlucky. Yang Yuchen shook his head and sighed softly after hearing Lei Tongshan's words. Little junior brother? When Lei Tongshan heard Yang Yuchen's words, his pupils shrank instantly and his expression changed drastically. Chapter 40, 3:17. Lei Tongshan would never have dreamed that the person in front of him was Duan Lingtian's senior brother. If he was Duan Lingtian's senior brother, he would undoubtedly be one of the two from the Institute of Myriad Jurisprudence in the Xiangang land. Hong Yifeng or Yang Yuchen. Looking at the person's attire and aura, it was not difficult for him to guess his identity. Yang Yuchen. That's not right. Lei Tongshan suddenly thought of a problem. Like most people, he had a better understanding of the Institute of Myriad Jurisprudence's inner branch because of Duan Lingtian's existence. However, he remembered that Yang Yuchen's strength should be similar to his according to the rumors. The power of law that he had comprehended seemed to be weaker than the power of law within 100,000 miles. The reason why he felt that Yang Yuchen's strength was not weaker than his was because he had heard that Yang Yuchen's Tao of Control was very powerful. However, when he saw Yang Yuchen's strength in person today, he realized that the strength he had heard about was probably the strength that Yang Yuchen had revealed a long time ago. Yang Yuchen's strength was definitely one of the best among the medium-level ultimate gods. Even those mid-level ultimate gods who had mastered the heaven and earth vision that illuminated millions of miles were not necessarily stronger than Yang Yuchen unless they had mastered the four heavenly Tao to a certain extent or had some other powerful trump cards. Only then would they have the ability to wrestle with Yang Yuchen. As for himself, he was too far away from Yang Yuchen. It was even to the extent that as long as Yang Yuchen wanted to, perhaps he could kill him in a short few moves. So it's Master Yang Yuchen. Lei Tongshan secretly inhaled a breath of cold air and tried to calm his agitated emotions. At the same time, he tried to stop his slightly trembling body from trembling and slightly saluted the person in front of him. Master Yang Yuchen, although my junior brothers and I had planned to kill your junior brother, we didn't succeed after all. Lei Tongshan took a deep breath and said in a slightly nervous manner, Now, my junior brothers have been killed by you, Master Yang Yuchen. They deserve to die. I'm willing to take out my life savings to buy this lowly life of mine. What do you think? Lei Tongshan naturally knew that Yang Yuchen hadn't chased after him to chat, but to kill him. Therefore, at this time he did not say much nonsense, nor did he say that he did not want to kill Duan Lingtian. There was no need to, and the other party would not believe him. In that case, he might as well be more open and see if he could buy his life with money. Nothing. When Yang Yuchen rejected him, his expression turned extremely ugly in an instant. At the same time, he immediately unleashed the power he had accumulated and prepared to flee. However, even though he was fast, Yang Yuchen was even faster. In the blink of an eye, the situation was completely under Yang Yuchen's control. Even though Lei Tongshan was stronger than his 3 junior brothers, he was nothing in front of Yang Yuchen. In less than 3 breaths, he was on the brink of death. Yang Yuchen, if you kill me, you'll regret it. I'm on the brink of death. Lei Tongshan wanted to reveal his identity so that Yang Yuchen would not dare to kill him. This was also his last straw of hope. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yang Yuchen. Noisy! If I kill you here, who would know that I, Yang Yuchen, killed you? Even if there were ultimate experts patrolling nearby and saw Yang Yuchen kill Lei Tongshan, would they be so bored as to complain to the people behind Lei Tongshan? Unless they were friends. Moreover, he did not think that Lei Tongshan had a direct connection with an ultimate expert. If he was really close to an ultimate expert, would he not have the projection jade slip given by the ultimate expert? After killing 3 people, including Lei Tongshan, Yang Yuchen did not feel any joy. Instead, his expression became even more solemn. I hope little junior brother will be careful. Now, the people chasing after him are not just some intermediate ultimate gods, but a large number of upper ultimate gods. There are many outstanding upper ultimate gods among them. Yang Yuchen might be able to fight against an ordinary upper ultimate god. However, the best of the best among the high-level ultimate gods could kill Yang Yuchen as easily as swatting an ant. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know that the 3 intermediate ultimate gods who were chasing after him were all killed by his 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen. Right now, he was fleeing into the distance. Danger. Very dangerous. That was the only thought left in his mind. In the beginning, his whereabouts were only discovered by 4 intermediate ultimate gods. However, after he killed one of the intermediate ultimate gods, and that intermediate ultimate god said his name, a large number of people knew that he was nearby. Therefore, the only thing he needed to do now was to get as far away from this area as possible. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also hoped that the secret realm of 10 people that he had previously opened would open soon. Then he could enter the secret realm to seek refuge. After being teleported out of the secret realm, there was a high probability that he would not appear in this area again. After being teleported out of the secret realm, he would be randomly teleported to any corner of the upgraded Chaos Territory. The upgraded Chaos Territory was not that big, but it was not small either. It's best not to fly. It's good to move forward, stealthily like this. Duan Lingtian moved nimbly as he crossed the mountains. At the same time, he evaded many people who were patrolling in the air. A large number of people spread out their divine consciousness, but Duan Lingtian narrowly avoided them. There are more and more people. During this process, Duan Lingtian also noticed that more people were searching for him. As time passed, more and more people knew that he was in this area. Under such circumstances, his situation was getting more and more dangerous. After so many days of fleeing, coupled with the fact that he had not fully recovered from his exhaustion, Duan Lingtian felt mentally exhausted. If he had to fight again, perhaps the 4 intermediate ultimate gods from before would be enough to kill him. There's someone over there. Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Although he's not wearing violet clothes, but looking at him acting suspiciously, he might be Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was indeed not wearing purple, but he did not disguise his appearance. If he did, it would be seen as a guilty conscience and even more eye-catching. Since he had just entered the ultimate god realm, any ultimate god realm existence would be able to recognize him with a sweep of their divine consciousness. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had recently discovered a problem. That was, the ultimate gods in the nearby area would directly sweep people with their divine consciousness and did not care if they would offend them. After all, it was impolite. However, during this period, not only were those people not annoyed by the other party's probing, they even did as the Romans did. These people looked at each other and got along with each other naturally, as if everything was understood without words. I didn't expect these guys to not mind probing each other in order to find me. They even see it as a tacit agreement. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian felt even more threatened. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. The bird that pokes its head out will be shot. This time, Duan Lingtian really understood the meaning of those words. It seems that I've been too high profile. However, if I hadn't been high profile, I wouldn't have the strength I have today. Although Duan Lingtian realized that he had been rather high profile all this time, he did not regret it at all. Otherwise, his strength would not have improved so quickly. Although he was only a beginner ultimate god, he was confident that he could kill most intermediate ultimate gods. Jian Wushuang would not be afraid even if it was just one of those top mid-level ultimate gods who stood at the top of the pyramid of mid-level ultimate gods. Even if he could not defeat or kill his opponent would still want to defeat or kill him. Currently, he had not consolidated his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god. Now, there's still a long way to go before I can consolidate my cultivation base. I only hope that the next few secret areas will allow me to consolidate my cultivation base as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid there won't be a place for me in the upgraded Chaos territory. Although Duan Lingtian knew that he would become a thorn in many people's side after knowing that the overall ranking list in the upgraded Chaos territory had been opened, it was not difficult for him to guess. However, he did not expect the reality to be even more exaggerated than he imagined. These people don't even need to accumulate battle merits and chaos points? Or do they think they have no hope of getting into the overall ranking list? So they're just taking pleasure in hunting me down. Recently, Duan Lingtian was a little speechless when he saw so many people hunting him down. Were these people so free? What good would it do them to hunt him down? He did not think that these people had friends or relatives who could get into the top 3 of the overall ranking list. There were only 3 people in the top 3 of the overall ranking list. Currently, Duan Lingtian did not know that in the upgraded Chaos territory there were already many bounty missions for him. As long as one took out the recording of his death, they would be able to receive the huge rewards of the bounty missions. Moreover, these bounty missions stated that even if one received the rewards of other people's bounty missions, they would still be able to receive their rewards. In other words, as long as one killed Duan Lingtian, they would be able to receive the rewards of multiple bounty missions. Moreover, the number of bounty missions was still increasing. Kill Duan Lingtian. Record the recording of his death. At that time, you can use the floating image pearl to receive the bounty reward. Kill Duan Lingtian, and you will receive a jade slip with a projection of the ultimate powerhouse's true body. Outside the dimensional battlefield, the ultimate powerhouse will fight for you once. Kill Duan Lingtian and record the recording of the floating image pearl. As long as you confirm that the recording is not fake, you will be able to receive the bounty reward. Kill Duan Lingtian, and you will receive 3 embryos of ultimate divine artifacts. Kill Duan Lingtian. 1 bounty after another appeared in the various military camps in the upgraded Chaos territory. Moreover, the people who issued the bounty were, without exception, members of the godly venerable level forces of the various planes of gods. There were also a few descendants of ultimate powerhouses who were wandering cultivators. Chapter 40, 318. Even Duan Lingtian himself did not know how valuable he was now. Bounties appeared in various military camps in the upgraded Chaos realm. At first, the bounties were only offered in secret, but as time passed, they were gradually put on the table. More and more bounties were being offered. Oh my God, the bounties have increased again. Duan Lingtian is really a treasure now. He is indeed a treasure. Now, what's more tempting than killing him? No matter who it is, as long as they kill him and leave behind a scryer image mirror image, they will be able to receive a huge bounty. Not just one bounty, but all of the bounties. Now, there are even people saying that the loot obtained from killing Duan Lingtian is even more exaggerated than the loot obtained from killing a supreme powerhouse. It's a pity that I don't have the ability to kill him. Otherwise, I would definitely be like those people and search for his whereabouts everywhere. It's fine if you don't have the ability to kill him. Now, many people have spread the word that as long as they can provide them with the exact whereabouts of Duan Lingtian and successfully use the clues to kill Duan Lingtian, they will be rewarded with 1/10 of the bounty reward. 1/10? That's not a small amount. Who knows? The value of the reward might be even higher than the reward for the third place on the same realm list. In terms of value, that should be the case. However, the reward for the same realm list is the God's Accumulation Spring. The God's Accumulation Spring is a priceless treasure. This is something that the bounty reward can't compare to. Discussions about the bounty on Duan Lingtian were everywhere in the various military camps because the bounty on Duan Lingtian was still increasing. It was as if everyone in the world wanted Duan Lingtian's life. Duan Lingtian, Ning Yishuan had been working hard for the medium ultimate god ranking list during this period of time and usually stayed in the secret realm. He would only leave the secret realm occasionally and wait for the next secret realm to open before going to the nearby military camp to rest. This time he came to the military camp and found out that there was a bounty for Duan Lingtian and that it was offered by many parties. Although he had already guessed that Duan Lingtian would become the target of public criticism after the overall list was released, he did not expect so many people and forces to offer a bounty for Duan Lingtian. In order to kill Duan Lingtian, each and every one of them generously offered a sky-high reward. Although Ning Yishuan was born in the Sanction Land's giant ultimate god clan and was valued by an ultimate expert ancestor, he was still shocked when he found out about the bounty for Duan Lingtian. There are so many people who have put a bounty on Duan Lingtian. There's no lack of ultimate gods among them. That's true. If they didn't have the approval of an ultimate expert, how would they dare to be so brazen? However, don't those ultimate experts who are committed to the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm care about these ultimate experts messing around? Or don't they think this is messing around? One ultimate expert after another supported the bounty behind them. This matter naturally caused the dissatisfaction of many ultimate experts. These ultimate experts either hoped that more geniuses would appear in the god-defying realm or thought highly of Duan Lingtian. They were all dissatisfied that other ultimate experts were targeting geniuses like Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is definitely a genius. Targeting him like this. Once he dies, it will definitely be a great loss for the god-defying realm. Isn't this not very good? The existence of the dimensional battlefield is to unearth geniuses. Geniuses like Duan Lingtian were unearthed in this way. As soon as the overall ranking was released, all the giant ultimate god forces issued bounties. Is this really fair to him? The divine corporeal spring, the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, and even the overall ranking of the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm were all obtained by that person and proposed by that person. Did that person tacitly agree to all of this? Well, the group of ultimate experts was puzzled and confused. In the same pavilion on the clouds that seemed to be floating in the endless void, a young man in white stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the endless void. No one knew what he was thinking. Sir, at some point, a middle-aged figure appeared behind the young man. Are you really not going to interfere? Interfere! Hearing the middle-aged man's question, the young man smiled faintly. Interfere with what? In the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, the bounty on Duan Lingtian is no longer a competition between geniuses. This has risen to a competition between the giant, ultimate god forces and Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, It's impossible to say that without their approval. It's absolutely impossible. Sir, since you think highly of Duan Lingtian, there's no need to push him into a fire pit like this, right? His chances of survival are very, very low if he were to fight against the ultimate gods who are backed by the ultimate gods. As far as I know, not long ago in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, he was almost killed because his whereabouts were exposed this time. The young man in white interrupted the middle-aged man before he could finish his words. What are you trying to say? The white-clad young man said indifferently, Do you think I should intervene and warn them to ask the forces behind them to remove the bounty on Duan Lingtian? Shouldn't you? The middle-aged man said, No matter what, Duan Lingtian is only a lower ultimate god. He hasn't even consolidated his cultivation base. Facing a group of intermediate ultimate gods and upper ultimate gods who are like wolves and tigers, it's harder for him to survive in the cracks than to reach the heavens. Don't tell me you think he'll be able to successfully break through under such circumstances? The middle-aged man asked. What do I think? The young man in white smiled. Why should I think? What does he have to do with me? I advocated for the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm and the opening of the overall ranking. Don't tell me it's all to target him? If he doesn't have the confidence to survive, can't he just find a military camp and teleport out of the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm? As long as he leaves the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, who would target him? With his current gains, even if he leaves the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, it shouldn't be a problem for him to be in the top 3 of the same level ranking. It's just that there's no hope for him to be in the overall ranking. In such a situation where he can advance and retreat if he overestimates himself and is killed for the reward of the overall ranking. Don't tell me he's too greedy. If he really dies because of this, no matter how talented he is, no matter how great his achievements are in the future, can he survive when he goes to the outside world? If he can't survive, no matter how monstrous he is, how can he protect the God-defying realm? The young man in white's tone seemed a little indifferent as he spoke. I know you value that little guy, but your concern is a little too much. The young man in white said faintly, You're also an old man who has fought all the way here. Can't you see through this? I know you cherish talents, but you have to remember that no matter how talented he is, if he's a reckless person, even if he can become a supreme expert in the God-defying realm, he won't live long out of the God-defying realm. The God-defying realm doesn't lack mediocre supreme experts, nor does it lack those reckless supreme experts who don't know when to advance or retreat. Go. In the future, don't come to me because of this. Just take it that I've acquiesced in their actions. It takes 2 hands to clap. If he doesn't want to die, just leave the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory. The young man in white's tone was obviously a little unhappy and impatient as he spoke. Sir, I understand. The middle-aged man did not say anything after hearing the young man's words. At the same time, he realized that he had cherished talents too much. He had completely forgotten that Duan Lingtian could leave at any time. If he did not leave, it was either he was trying to be brave or he was confident. If it was the former, even if he died, it would not be a pity. Forget about him. Whether he lives or dies, it's up to him. The middle-aged man thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian still did not know that although he was only a lower ultimate god and the kind who had just entered the ultimate god realm not long ago, he had attracted the attention of many supreme experts. He also did not know that there were supreme experts who had specially gone to great lengths for him. Currently, after Duan Lingtian had been running around cautiously for a period of time, he was still discovered and targeted by someone. 3 medium ultimate gods had their eyes on Duan Lingtian. However, they only followed Duan Lingtian from afar and did not make a move. Obviously, they were afraid of Duan Lingtian's strength. Not making a move. Are they waiting for something? It seems that there might be a higher ultimate god behind me. After realizing that the few tails behind him were still following him, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little puzzled. Among the 3, one of them was an expert in the law of wind. Moreover, his law of wind had reached the point where his law of wind could illuminate 1,000,000 miles. Even if he could teleport, he could not escape from the other party's surveillance. If the other party wanted to, they could catch up with him at any time. After crossing the big canyon in front, if they are still following me, I will think of a way to kill the other two. The other two are not experts in the law of wind. If I kill them, they won't be able to escape. A cold light flashed in his eyes. After crossing the big canyon in front of him, he realized that the 3 people were still following him. He did not continue forward. Although he used teleportation, he did not teleport forward. Instead, he teleported to the back. Be careful. As for the 3 medium ultimate gods who were following Duan Lingtian, their expressions changed when Duan Lingtian teleported closer to them. The medium ultimate god who was an expert in the law of wind was the first to move aside, and at the same time, he warned his 2 companions loudly. Of his 2 companions, one of them was an expert in the law of earth. The yellow energy on his body vibrated and formed a defense. At the same time, he also retreated a little. As for the other person, his body was covered in a watery light. The sparkling energy was like a torrential downpour. It swept across with a loud bang as if it had formed a huge wave in an instant. The 2 of them chose to attack while retreating. Although they were the best of the best among the medium ultimate gods, they dared not underestimate the lower ultimate god in front of them. Chapter 40, 319. Trying to escape? It's too late. Duan Lingtian sneered when he saw the 2 of them retreating. The negative emotions that he had been suppressing for days exploded at that moment. During this period of time, he felt like a rat on the street that everyone wanted to beat up. Although he did not think he had done anything wrong, a group of people wanted to make things difficult for him. Duan Lingtian did not dare to enter a military camp for fear of being ambushed. Otherwise, he would have known the reason why a group of people was targeting him. As soon as Duan Lingtian made his move, the 7 orifices exquisite sword shot out. The energy from the law of space, the Tao of control, and the Tao of sword shot out like a shadow. The 2 medium ultimate gods who did not want to fight Duan Lingtian head-on and chose to retreat were shocked when they saw their attacks were easily crushed by Duan Lingtian. He's so strong! At that moment, they realized that Duan Lingtian's strength was even more exaggerated than the rumors. This strength, he's comparable to a top medium ultimate god who can kill a high-level ultimate god, right? Both of their expressions changed at the same time. In the next moment, both of them shouted in unison, "Fong, he attack!" Fong, he was their other companion who specialized in the law of wind. It was because of him that they were able to follow Duan Lingtian closely. Otherwise, they would have been left behind by Duan Lingtian long ago. They were only medium ultimate gods who specialized in the law of water and the law of earth. At the same time, Fong He, the medium ultimate god who specialized in the law of wind, stood in the distance with his expression changing again and again. However, when he saw his 2 companions' attacks being crushed by Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye, he also personally witnessed Duan Lingtian's terrifying strength. At that moment, his intuition told him that he could not go over. If he went over, he would most likely die. Duan Lingtian is here. At the critical moment, he watched as Duan Lingtian continued to attack his 2 companions after crushing their attacks. As he fled into the distance, he let out an earth-shattering roar. Duan Lingtian was here. This voice shook the heavens and the earth, and it spread to an extremely wide area. Fong, he thought to himself as he fled, this is the last thing I can do for you. I hope you won't blame me. He knew that with the strength that Duan Lingtian had just displayed, not to mention his 2 companions, even if he joined forces, they would still be no match for him. Even if he was proficient in the laws of wind, it would still be difficult for him to escape from Duan Lingtian. The laws of space were infinitely mysterious. Once he was imprisoned, it would be useless no matter how fast he was. Fong He. When they heard Fong He's shout getting further and further away, the expressions of his two companions changed greatly. They could guess what Fong He was thinking. At that moment, they hurriedly dealt with Duan Lingtian's attack while cursing Fong He's entire family in their hearts. However, in the blink of an eye, they no longer had the mood to curse Fong He's entire family. This was because Duan Lingtian had given them too much pressure. In the blink of an eye, they felt as though their bones were about to fall apart. How can he be so strong? He's just a lower ultimate god who has just entered the ultimate god realm. How can he have such terrifying combat strength? Yes, at that moment, the two of them felt that Duan Lingtian's combat strength was terrifying. It made them tremble from the bottom of their hearts and souls. It was too terrifying. Before that day, they would never have imagined that a lower ultimate god strength could reach such a level. No! A blood-curdling scream was heard. It was the mid-level ultimate god who was proficient in the laws of water. Duan Lingtian shattered his attack, first before a rainbow sword light followed like a shadow and directly penetrated his body. In the next moment, thousands of sword lights broke out of his body and killed the mid-level ultimate god who was still alive and kicking a moment ago. The rolling waves that filled the sky gradually dissipated and disappeared without a trace. The other mid-level ultimate god who was proficient in the laws of Earth was currently strengthening his defense with an ugly look on his face. He was proficient in the laws of Earth, and the laws of Earth were widely recognized as the #1 defensive law. Although the defensive layer he formed was continuously being worn down by Duan Lingtian, he still held on to the hope that as long as someone arrived in time, Duan Lingtian might not have the chance to kill him. At that time, Duan Lingtian would not be able to protect himself. Those who came later would most likely not attack him because there was no need for them to do so. Your skin is really thick. Duan Lingtian sneered. Are you thinking that you can escape by defending yourself before a group of people swarm over? You're very smart. However, if I really want to kill you, I'm afraid your defense will be useless. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. In the next moment, his small world opened up and a tree branch quickly extended out and pierced towards the mid-level ultimate god in front of Duan Lingtian, who was defending himself with all his might. This tree branch looked ordinary, but the life aura surrounding it was extremely dense. After the tree branch came out, it met the mid-level ultimate god's defense and easily pierced through it before piercing its way through. Sacred Tree of Life. The mid-level ultimate god who was proficient in the laws of Earth originally thought he could escape, but his expression changed when he saw his defense being broken in an instant. The Sacred Tree of Life. It was the absolute nemesis of people like them who had yet to reach the perfected realm of the laws of Earth. The Sacred Tree of Life was a divine object that was born from the soil and was the favored child of heaven and earth. Before those who were proficient in the laws of Earth mastered the perfected realm of the laws of Earth, the Sacred Tree of Life could easily ignore the laws of Earth. Attacks formed by those who had yet to reach the perfected realm of the laws of Earth were ineffective against them. Defenses formed by those who had yet to reach the perfected realm of the laws of Earth could be ignored. At that moment, Duan Lingtian opened up his small world and the Sacred Tree of Life's branch extended out. It did not even need to expend much energy to break through his defense. To be precise, it opened a hole in his defense, a hole that he could not repair even if he wanted to. His laws of Earth were still a distance away from the Sacred Tree of Life's branch before it was blocked. It could be said that the Sacred Tree of Life was the absolute nemesis of people like him who were proficient in the laws of Earth. No, at that moment, the mid-level ultimate god who was proficient in the laws of Earth had a look of despair in his eyes. He never dreamed that Duan Lingtian had the Sacred Tree of Life as a backup. If he had known, he would not have taken the risk to follow Duan Lingtian. He and his two companions followed Duan Lingtian because they wanted to see if they could follow Duan Lingtian all the way to the vicinity of a military camp. Then the three of them would enter the military camp and inform them. As long as they handed over the floating image pearl that recorded Duan Lingtian's figure and successfully killed Duan Lingtian, they would be given a portion of the bounty reward. Even if it was only a tenth of the bounty reward, it was something that they would never have dared to dream of in the past. Seeing Duan Lingtian's divine sword wrapped in rainbow light closely following the hole in the sacred tree of life's trunk to kill him, there was only despair in his eyes. If he had known that Duan Lingtian's small world had a divine object like the sacred tree of life that could restrain the laws of earth, he would not have taken the risk to follow Duan Lingtian even if he had 100 times the courage. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time as the thousands of rainbow sword rays rose into the sky, the second shadow rose into the sky and let out an unwilling cry. However, it was not shouting Duan Lingtian's name, but the sacred tree of life. As for his companion, the middle-level ultimate god who was skilled in the laws of water that was killed by Duan Lingtian, he did not call out Duan Lingtian's name. He only called out unwillingly, "Consider yourself unlucky to have met me." Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the place where the person behind him died and then teleported away from the scene twice in a row. At that moment, although he had not discovered anything, it was not difficult to guess that there must be many people coming this way. If he did not run now, he might not be able to. As for the middle-level ultimate god who was skilled in the laws of wind, Duan Lingtian did not plan to chase after him, not to mention that it was basically impossible to catch up to him. Even if he could, he would not chase after him unless he had a death wish. What he needed to do now was to go to a safe place. Then he would sit and wait for the next secret realm to open. Once the next secret realm opened, it would mean that he was temporarily safe. Not long after Duan Lingtian left, a few figures came to the scene first. They were all high-level ultimate gods who came alone. The divine power on their bodies vibrated and the power of law surged into the sky. The surrounding void was shaken into a medicinal liquid. These high-level ultimate gods were the most powerful among the high-level ultimate gods. They happened to be nearby and rushed over when they heard the commotion. Duan Lingtian just appeared here. Didn't someone shout like that? There was a big battle here. 2 mid-level ultimate gods died. Is this Duan Lingtian's doing? After one of them died, he shouted, "Sacred tree of life." What does that mean? Isn't that a divine object that only exists in the small worlds of supreme experts? Could it be Duan Lingtian has the sacred tree of life? There are remnants of the water and earth law auras here. There's also the space law and sword principle auras here. It must be Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian has the sacred tree of life. This is a shocking piece of news. This also means that those who have not perfected the law of earth could die at his hands, even if they are stronger than him. Among the high-level ultimate gods, the only one who was good at the law of earth was also being watched by the others. When he saw this, his expression turned unnatural. His law of earth was only one step away from perfecting it. However, this one step could very well cause him to be killed by Duan Lingtian in the process of dealing with Duan Lingtian. Humph. The high-level ultimate god snorted coldly and turned to leave. Although he did not look too good, he knew that he could not take the risk. Although he had not encountered the sacred tree of life before becoming a supreme expert, how could an ordinary person have a sacred tree of life? Chapter 40, 320. Look at the traces left behind by the law of space. He's heading that way. Go after him. The remaining high-level ultimate gods headed in another direction after the high-level ultimate god who was proficient in the law of earth left. In fact, the high-level ultimate god who was proficient in the law of earth had also noticed the direction Duan Lingtian had headed in. Because of that, he deliberately chose the opposite direction. He did not want to encounter Duan Lingtian. Before he knew that Duan Lingtian had the sacred tree of life, he had dreamt of finding Duan Lingtian and killing him. Then he would bring his scryer image to collect the reward. Although he was considered strong among the high-level ultimate gods, there were many who were stronger than him. He would never be in the top 10 of the list. Therefore, although he had been accumulating chaos points, he did not have the slightest confidence that he would be able to enter the top 10. He was just comforting himself. That was until the upgraded version of the Zone of Chaos General List was released. Various parties targeted Duan Lingtian and even issued bounties, giving him the hope of obtaining a large number of treasures. Although he was a high-level ultimate god, he was only an elder of a heavyweight faction. The treasures he could obtain were limited. In addition, he had been injured in the last Millennium Tribulation. He was eager to improve in a short period of time. Killing Duan Lingtian would undoubtedly give him the opportunity to obtain the treasures he needed and improve further. However, now that he knew that Duan Lingtian had the sacred tree of life, he shrank back. His life would be in danger if he pursued Duan Lingtian. "It seems that I'm destined to lose my chance," the high-level supreme god sighed and left dejectedly. In a spacious canyon, a white figure was being besieged. 3 powerful mid-level ultimate gods were besieging a single mid-level ultimate god. The latter was able to handle it with ease at first, but as time passed, he began to show signs of defeat. "Yang Yuchen, you're going to die today." A cold-faced young man glared at Yang Yuchen fiercely. He was obviously the leader of the 3. One of the other 2 was on par with him, while the other was slightly weaker. However, he was also one of the best among the medium ultimate gods. "Nangong Luyan, you and I both came from the profound Handaland. We have no enmity between us, so why are you bringing people to kill me?" The current Yang Yuchen was no longer as carefree as before. Instead, he appeared to be in a sorry state. In terms of one-on-one combat, the young man in front of him might not necessarily be stronger than him. Even though it would be difficult for him to defeat the young man, he would definitely be able to fight him to a draw. However, the other party had a helper who was not any weaker than him. There was also a middle-level ultimate god who was slightly weaker than them. With the 3 of them joining forces, he was no match for them. "Chi," the stern-looking young man, Nangong Luyan, suddenly sneered. "Yang Yuchen, are you really an idiot? Or are you pretending to be one? Don't you know that our Nangong family had an engagement with the Shui family in the past, but it was later cancelled? So what does that have to do with me?" Yang Yuchen frowned, but an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Could it be related to that woman? If that was the case, then he was really wrong this time. He had no interest in that woman at all. It had always been that woman's wishful thinking. "What does that have to do with you?" Nangong Luyan sneered. "Don't tell me that you don't know that the 2 parties of that engagement are me from the Nangong family and Shui Ying from the Shui family. Don't tell me that you don't know that the reason the Shui family canceled the engagement with our Nangong family was because of Shui Ying's own initiative and because of you." At the end of his words, Nangong Luyan's eyes were filled with fierceness. To him, Yang Yuchen had a grudge against him for stealing his wife. After listening to Nangong Luyan's words, Yang Yuchen felt helpless. It seemed that he had guessed correctly. It really had something to do with that woman. Shui Ying, however, he really had no interest in that woman. No. In other words, he had no intention of starting a family. "I really don't know." Yang Yuchen was a little helpless. "Nangong Luyan, why don't, after we leave this time, I'll announce to the public that I, Yang Yuchen, will never have any romantic relationship with Shui Ying in my life. How about that? I can even guarantee that I won't speak to Shui Ying again if I see her in the future. No matter how shameless she is, I'll ignore her." At this moment, Yang Yuchen also felt the danger and the other party's determination to kill him. This was not a joke. Moreover, he could tell that the 3 of them had come prepared. It would be difficult for him to escape even if he wanted to. He even felt that if he really prepared to escape, he would probably die even faster. I never thought that I, Yang Yuchen, would be harmed to this extent by a woman one day. It seems that my original intention from the beginning of cultivation was right. I can't touch women. If I touch them, it'll be difficult for me to achieve great success in cultivation. Eldest senior sister is so strong. Isn't it because she didn't find a senior brother-in-law for us? Second senior brother and fourth junior sister are also. As for third junior brother, he's definitely an accident. Even Yang Yuchen did not expect that in this situation where he had a slim chance of survival, so many strange thoughts and ideas would appear in his mind. Yang Yuchen, no matter what you say, it's all nonsense. You must die today. Nangong Lian clearly did not intend to let Yang Yuchen go. Or rather, he did not take Yang Yuchen's words seriously at all. He only felt that Yang Yuchen was stalling for time. Yang Yuchen, if it wasn't for the fact that I don't want Shuang to know that I killed you. Otherwise, I would have recorded what you said just now and shown it to her. I would have let her see what kind of man she likes. At this moment, Yang Yuchen's expression changed once again. Nangong Liuyun's determination to kill him had exceeded his expectations. His opponent had come with the determination to kill him. Boom! Under such circumstances, Yang Yuchen no longer held any hope. The power of the law stirred, and he displayed the path of control without holding back. However, his opponent was not weak either. Two rays of the power of the law that illuminated millions of miles spread out. They belonged to Nangong Liuyun and the other helper, who was not any weaker than him. As for the other helper, he had also comprehended the power of the law that illuminated millions of miles. He had even mastered the devouring Tao of the heaven and earth Tao. Of course, his mastery of the devouring Tao was naturally far inferior to Yang Yuchen's path of control. Among the three helpers, he was the weakest. If he fought him alone, Yang Yuchen was confident that he could kill him within 10 moves. Boom! 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 The three of them besieged one person. Yang Yuchen was in a more difficult position. The commotion on the other side was getting louder and louder as the four of them fought with all their might. It even attracted the attention of some onlookers. There was no lack of higher ultimate gods among them. How powerful! All four of them are only medium-level ultimate gods? This is too terrifying. Although I'm a higher ultimate god, I feel like I'm no match for any of them. Who are they? As more and more onlookers gathered, many higher ultimate gods realized the problem. The four intermediate ultimate gods in front of them seemed to be stronger than them. Unknowingly, a figure flew over from afar. When he arrived near the onlookers, he was surprised. For intermediate ultimate gods fighting? Look at them, they're not weak. However, when he saw the white figure among the four people fighting in the field, his pupils suddenly constricted. Third junior brother. Chapter 40, 3:21. Hung Yifeng did not expect to meet his third junior brother, Yang Yuchen, here. The reason he came all the way here was entirely because he heard the news that the monster from the profound star land, Duanling Tian, had appeared in the vicinity, and he rushed over. His purpose for coming here was naturally different from the others. The others were here to track down the Duanling Tian and kill the Duanling Tian to obtain the reward. As for him, he was here to see if he could help the Duanling Tian, in Hung Yifeng's opinion, although he could not confirm the other party's identity in the Myriad Law Academy. Since he was a member of the Myriad Law Academy, it was not a big deal to help him if it was within his capabilities. In the past, he was in charge of the Myriad Law Academy's internal palace, and also served as the deputy palace master of the Myriad Law Academy. He was friends with the palace master of the Myriad Law Academy, Su Bailey. Naturally, he could not watch the Myriad Law Academy's students suffer, even if the other party was not a member of the internal palace. Of course, there was a difference between being close and distant. Since the other party was not a member of the internal palace, it was unrealistic for him to risk his life. At most, he would lend a helping hand if it was within his capabilities. It was precisely because of this that he came to the vicinity and rushed over after discovering that there were people fighting here. He had only come to join in the fun, but he did not expect that one of the 4 people fighting in the field was his 3rd junior brother, Yang Yuchen. Moreover, his 3rd junior brother was showing signs of defeat. It wouldn't be long before he would be defeated or even killed. 3rd junior brother's strength! Hong Yifeng had never expected his 3rd junior brother to have such strength now. If it were not for his fire law, he would have been overtaken by his 3rd junior brother. Of course, he was now only amazed by his 3rd junior brother's improvement in strength. In the blink of an eye, his eyes turned cold. Then he stepped out of the crowd and charged into the battlefield. Another person has entered the field? Whose helper is this? Hong Yifeng's entrance immediately attracted the attention of the onlookers. Someone who dared to approach at this time must be a helper from one of the sides fighting. Otherwise, they would never dare to take the risk to approach. He's also a medium ultimate god. Judging from his unsightly expression, he is most likely the helper of that white-clothed young man. He's just a mid-level ultimate god. Do you really think he can turn the tables around? I think he's too rash. The white-clothed young man and his 2 opponents were definitely peak mid-level ultimate gods. Even if his strength is on par with the white-clothed youth, he still has another helper. His trip bodes ill rather than well. When Hong Yifeng entered the arena, he alarmed the surrounding spectators. Naturally, he also alarmed the 3 people who were suppressing Yang Yuchen with all their might, not giving Yang Yuchen a chance to catch his breath. Qiuming, go stop him. If you can't beat him, try to hold him back. Nangong Luyan said coldly, Xiaoxiang, let's work together and kill Yang Yuchen. It was not difficult for him to see that the person who came was Yang Yuchen's helper. However, no matter how strong Yang Yuchen's helper was, how strong could he be? At most, he would be on par with him. All right, the one called Qiuming by Nangong Luyan was the weakest of the 3. Although he was weak, he was still one of the best among the medium-level ultimate gods and had extraordinary strength. At this time, although Yang Yuchen also heard from the words of Nangong Luyan and the surrounding people that he had a helper, he was also stunned, but he did not have the time to see who it was. He was already on the brink of death. If he was distracted, he would definitely die. Who are you? Do you know the consequences of interfering in this matter? After the young man called Qiuming withdrew from the battle, he went to intercept Hong Yifeng aggressively. Of course, at the same time, he was also very vigilant. If the other party dared to interfere at this time, he must be very confident in his own strength. He might be an expert at the same level as Yang Yuchen and his 2 companions, a top-level, mid-level, ultimate god. You're asking for death. Hong Yifeng sneered when he saw the weakest of the 3 who wanted to kill his 3rd junior brother, Yang Yuchen, coming to stop him. In the next moment, golden light burst out from Hong Yifeng's body as the power of law spread out and illuminated thousands of miles. At the same time, another figure swept out from his body. This Hong Yifeng was wearing a fiery red robe with flames surging around his body. His eyes were slightly dim. However, after he appeared, another power of law caused the heaven and earth vision to appear. Another power of law vision that illuminated thousands of miles. The scene made the surrounding people's pupils shrink as they were shocked. He has mastered 2 types of laws to the point of illuminating thousands of miles. This mid-level ultimate god is too terrifying. Even among the upper-level ultimate gods, I'm afraid only the top ones can master 2 types of laws to the point of illuminating thousands of miles at the same time. Everyone was shocked. Qiuming's expression changed drastically. He did not expect his opponent to be so powerful and terrifying. He probably hasn't mastered the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. As long as he hasn't mastered the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, I'll be able to hold him back for a while. Qiuming instinctively thought it was impossible for his opponent to master the four Tao of heaven and earth. If his opponent had mastered the four Tao of heaven and earth, he would be stronger than the top intermediate ultimate gods, such as his two companions and Yang Yuchen. However, when his opponent approached him, the power of law from both sides whistled as a mysterious aura swept out. Qiuming could clearly sense the abnormality in his opponent's power of law. This is the Tao of control. It was not difficult for Qiuming, who had just fought with Yang Yuchen, to notice this was the shadow of the Tao of control of the four Tao of heaven and earth. Although his opponent's Tao of control was not as good as Yang Yuchen's, his strength was definitely above Yang Yuchen's when coupled with the power of law that he had mastered. I'm no match for him. I don't have the ability to hold him back. At this moment, Qiuming realized the gap between him and his opponent. With his opponent's strength, he could easily kill Qiuming in an instant. Retreat. Qiuming hurriedly retreated as he called for help from his two companions. Lu Yin, Shao Xiang, save me! Although Yang Yuchen found the voice familiar, he did not have the time to think about whose voice it was, as he was on the brink of death. Now that Qiuming had called for help, Nangong, Lu Yin, and the other person slowed down. Yang Yuchen finally had the time to see who it was. With just a glance, he was pleasantly surprised. Second senior brother. Second senior brother. As soon as Yang Yuchen said that, Nangong, Lu Yin, and the other person's expressions changed. They can't save you. At the same time, Hong Yifeng's indifferent voice slowly spread out. Then, Hong Yifeng's law clone turned into a ball of fire and quickly swept across the void. Then, before Nangong, Lu Yin, and the other person could move, he turned into a ball of fire and engulfed Qiuming. In the eyes of the onlookers, Qiuming looked like he was swallowed alive by a giant fire beast. No. After a miserable shriek, an illusory figure appeared and let out an unwilling roar. A divine artifact fell from the void. A medium ultimate god, one of the best among medium ultimate gods, died in the blink of an eye. This scene made the onlookers' scalps tingle. Even some of the stronger higher ultimate gods looked at Hong Yifeng's back with fear in their eyes. This person is even more terrifying than the other three. Oh my god! His strength has probably exceeded our definition of a peak medium ultimate god, right? Is there anyone stronger than him among the medium-level ultimate gods? While the onlookers were still in shock, Hong Yifeng's original body and his fire law clone joined the battle. Third junior brother. We'll catch up later. Now let's kill these two brats. Hong Yifeng growled in a deep voice. The golden light on his body shone brightly as if he had turned into a golden man. At the same time, his fire law clone wielded a long saber and charged forward. All right, Yang Yuchen thought he was going to die. He did not expect his second senior brother, whom he had not seen for a long time, to appear at such a crucial moment and save him. Hong Yifeng. And at this very moment, Nangong Lu Yin, who had yet to recover from the shock of her companion's death, had her expression change in an instant. Others might not know much about the Myriad Arts Academy's internal branch, but he knew very well. He even knew that the grand senior sister of the internal branch of Myriad Arts Academy had a ruthless person in this generation. She was someone who had made a name for herself in the outer realm. Even many experts would give her a thumbs up when she was mentioned. He also knew that in the Myriad Arts Academy's internal branch, there was another person, Hong Yifeng, who was ranked second above Yang Yuchen. He was also the former Vice Palace Master of Myriad Arts Academy. However, he was far less famous than Yang Yuchen. However, his strength was definitely not weak. In the history of the Myriad Arts Academy's internal branch, there seemed to be no weaklings. Now that Hong Yifeng had appeared and displayed his strength, he was both shocked and incredulous. How could a medium ultimate god be so powerful? Of course, he also knew that very few medium ultimate gods could master two types of law powers that could illuminate thousands of miles before stepping into the upper ultimate god realm because it was unrealistic and unnecessary. If Hong Yifeng did not have this fire law clone, his strength would at most be on par with him, his companion, and Yang Yuchen. But now he no longer had an advantage. In fact, he was only left with a disadvantage. Xiaoxiang, let's retreat. Without any hesitation, Nangong Luyin faced the menacing Hong Yifeng as well as Yang Yuchen, who was injured but had also charged over. At the same time, her expression turned ugly, and she quickly called for her companions to retreat. His companions also made a move the moment he finished speaking. Trying to escape? Hong Yifeng revealed a disdainful expression as he faced Nangong Luyin and Nangong Luyin, who were preparing to retreat. Soon after, his law of fire avatar shook and once again turned into flames that filled the sky. With an even faster speed, he blocked Nangong Luyin and Nangong Luyin's path. Unless you've comprehended the law of wind or the law of space. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving under my nose today. Chapter 40, 3:22. Hong Yifeng was very domineering and confident, and now he had the capital to be domineering and confident. He was good at metal elemental laws. Many years ago, he had comprehended metal elemental laws to the point of illuminating millions of miles. Later on, he had a fortuitous encounter and comprehended the fire elemental laws to the point of illuminating millions of miles. Any medium-level ultimate god who had mastered any kind of law to the point of illuminating millions of miles would be one of the best among medium-level ultimate gods, even if they had not mastered any of the four paths of heaven and earth. If one could master the four paths of heaven and earth, even if they had just mastered it, they could become a top existence among medium-level ultimate gods in one fell swoop. Nangong and Luyin, who had intercepted Yang Yuchen today, and Nangong and Luyin's helpers were such existences. You can't leave. After all, Yang Yuchen was only lightly injured. After taking a few healing divine pills, the aura on his body became stronger. He suddenly made his move, and together with his second senior brother Hong Yifeng, they blocked Nangong Luyin and Nangong Luyin. Of course, he was more like a bystander. Hong Yifeng's main body had a powerful aura, and his metal law avatar had merged with his main body so that he would not be at a disadvantage in front of Nangong Luyin and Nangong Luyin, who both possessed the power of bloodline. In addition, the fire elemental law clone was also very powerful. When combined with his aura, it was even more terrifying than a pair of twins at the level of Nangong and Luyin's level. The twins were telepathic, so when they worked together, they were far more terrifying than ordinary two people working together. However, Hong Yifeng was obviously even more terrifying now. After all, the fire elemental law clone was also himself. It was like a person had created a clone that was not much weaker than the original body. This kind of clone and original body worked together seamlessly, making Nangong and Luyin feel aggrieved and helpless. They were now doing their best to escape, but they were blocked by Hong Yifeng. They couldn't find a chance at all. In addition, Yang Yuchen's interference from time to time made them so anxious that they almost went crazy. Nangong and Luyin's expressions were extremely ugly. They never expected that the originally good situation would fall to such a state in the blink of an eye. Just now, if they were given more than 10 breaths of time, they were absolutely confident that they could kill Yang Yuchen. However, at the crucial moment, Hong Yifeng appeared and displayed an extremely terrifying strength. As the proud son of a giant god-level family and a genius valued by the strongest, he naturally knew what Hong Yifeng's current strength meant, looking at the various planes of gods, and even the entire reverse god world. It would be difficult to find a second person whose strength was comparable to Hong Yifeng's. Although Hong Yifeng had some fame in the past, he was only one of the best medium ultimate gods. Now, not only has he improved, but he has even surpassed us top medium ultimate gods. What opportunity did he get? Right now, Nangong Luyin was thinking of a way to escape while having a myriad of thoughts. Could it be that I really have to use the projection jade scroll that the ancestor gave me? Ancestor, if you show yourself in fight, you will be violating the rules of the planar battlefield and the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. Even my Chaos points will be cleared. Lu Yun and Lu Yun and Lu Yun were Lu's to be had. He could not accept the fact that his Chaos points were emptied. As for the punishment of his ancestor, it had nothing to do with him. Although he felt guilty, he would rather feel guilty than live and die. Why don't I wait for Ning Xiaoxiang to use the Yu? Lu Yun's Lu Yun and Lu Yun's Lu Yun's Lu Yun. Thinking about this, a cunning look flashed across the depths of Nangong Lu Yun's eyes. However, he soon realized that he was overthinking. Nangong and Lu Yun. Ning Xiaoxiang's voice transmission echoed in Nangong Lu Yun's ears at the right time. This time, I made a move purely to help you. Although you'll give me something as a reward after the matter is settled. The reason why we're in such a dangerous situation is ultimately because of you. You're still not going to crush the Yu. Lu Yun's Lu Yun and Lu Yun's Lu Yun. Are you waiting for me to crush the Yu? Lu Yun's Lu Yun and Lu Yun's Lu Yun? If that's the case, you're dreaming. I think that if I surrender now and am even willing to pay enough money to buy my life, they might not necessarily not let me go. But either you will die, or in the end you can only crush the projection jade slip of your clan's ancestor. Right now, Ning Xiaoxiang was clearly a little flustered and exasperated. Although he and Nangong and Lu Yin were both prodigies of godly venerate level clans in the Shengying land and had some ties with each other, they were not close. This time he had cooperated with Nangong and Lu Yun to search for the Duan Lingtian and met Yang Yuchen. Nangong and Lu Yun had wanted to kill Yang Yuchen, but Lu Yun had only agreed to help after Lu Yun promised him a reward. Xiao Ming, on the other hand, was Nangong and Lu Yun's cousin. Therefore, he was willing to help Nangong and Lu Yun without Lu Yun's promise of a reward. Hearing Ning Xiaoxiang's words, Nangong and Lu Yun knew that he had no other choice. When Yang Yuchen unleashed another burst of power and charged over with Hong Yifeng, seeing that both he and Ning Xiaoxiang were in mortal danger, he finally took out a jade slip and crushed it. Pa! The jade slip shattered, and a terrifying energy gushed out. An incomparably gigantic face appeared in the air, looking incomparably cold and emotionless. When Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng's attacks came over, they were blocked by the huge face. However, after blocking the attack, the huge face became somewhat illusory and erratic. However, one could still see that it was the face of a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had a dignified look and a cold expression. He glanced at Hong Yifeng and said, "You're not even a match for the Ning family's brat?" Evidently, this supreme expert knew Ning Xiaoxiang as well. "Greetings, Senior Nangong." At this moment, Ning Xiaoxiang respectfully bowed to the huge face that the middle-aged man had manifested. At the same time, even Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchen temporarily stopped their attacks and did not attack again. No matter what, the other party was still a supreme expert. It was impossible for them to not give him face. Although they were not afraid of the other party here, what about in the future? In the future, they would definitely go to the outer world. If the other party really wanted to kill them, they would not be able to do anything. Therefore, they could not afford to offend the other party. Of course, this time, if the other party really wanted to save Nangong and Lu Yun's life, he would have to bleed a little. Otherwise, they would not allow Nangong and Lu Yun to leave just like that. Second senior brother, Yang Yuchen, sent a voice transmission to Hong Yifeng. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. "Say, when do you think first senior sister will become a supreme expert? If she becomes a supreme expert, we won't have to be so afraid even if the projection of Nangong's true body appears today. I don't know." Hong Yifeng's tone was clearly a little helpless. It's not that easy to become a supreme expert. As soon as he finished speaking, he also allowed the supreme expert of the Nangong clan to educate Nangong and Lu Yin. He began to persuade Yang Yuchen. Third junior brother, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to kill Nangong Lu Yin today. You have to be mentally prepared for this. His third junior brother seemed to be kind and refined, but he knew that he was also a vengeful person who would not compromise easily. Second senior brother, I'm already past the age of being young and impetuous. Hearing Hong Yifeng's voice transmission, Yang Yuchen said somewhat helplessly, Ever since you threw away your responsibilities and ran away, I took over the lineage of internal strength and became the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Arts Academy. My edges and corners have been smoothed out a lot. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely kill Nangong Lu Yin. As for now, I'll just try my best to get some benefits from Nangong's body. This isn't the planar battlefield, but the Chaos Realm. Moreover, it's an upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. If he makes a move here, it'll be much more serious than in the planar battlefield. Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Hong Yifeng was relieved. He was really worried that his third junior brother would be stubborn and insist on killing Nangong Lu Yin. Is it the supreme expert of the Nangong clan in the land of Xiangang? At this time, the group of onlookers also recovered from their shock. This was because it was the first time most of them had seen the scene of a supreme expert's projection jade slip being crushed. This scene shocked them. I've long heard that when a supreme expert's projection jade slip is crushed, a shocking defensive power will appear. Today I see that it's true. The attacks of those two people were completely neutralized just now. However, this is the only passive defensive power. After that, if the person who crushed the jade slip wants to live, he can only rely on the supreme expert's projection to make a move. If the supreme expert doesn't make a move, then he'll still die. It's the supreme expert of the Nangong clan. Looks like the young man who crushed the jade slip is a member of the Nangong clan in the land of Xiangang. The surrounding onlookers all looked over, and even more people looked curiously at the enormous face that was floating in midair and gave them a strong sense of oppression. Although it was only a projection of the supreme expert's projection, it still gave them a suffocating feeling. A supreme expert was the strongest existence in this world. This is a supreme expert. I never imagined that I would have the chance to see a supreme expert with my own eyes in my lifetime. Even if it's only a projection of the supreme expert, it's worth bragging about for the rest of my life. While many people in the surrounding onlookers were slightly excited, the supreme expert of the Nangong clan stopped reprimanding Nangong Lu Yin, and his gaze descended onto Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng. Your Huangfu Mingyuan's junior brothers. When the supreme expert of the Nangong clan looked at Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng, his gaze became much gentler, and even a faint smile hung on his face. Huangfu Mingyuan. She was Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng's eldest senior sister. At the same time, she was also Duan Lingtian's eldest senior sister. Senior knows my eldest senior sister? Hong Yifeng asked with a faint smile. The current him looked as if nothing had happened. On the other hand, Yang Yuchen frowned slightly. The other party suddenly mentioned their eldest senior sister's name. Could it be that they wanted to use their eldest senior sister to threaten them? In an instant, Yang Yuchen's expression started to turn cold. End of this chapter. Chapter 43:23. Huangfu Mingyuan was the current eldest senior sister of the 10,000 Laws Palace's inner palace. She was also the current spiritual leader of the 10,000 Laws Palace's inner palace. Regardless of whether it was Hong Yifeng, the second disciple, Yang Yuchen, the third disciple, or Lang Chunyuan, the fourth disciple, they were all personally accepted into the inner palace by Huangfu Mingyuan. They were all monstrous geniuses that she had unearthed. Among the current generation of the 10,000 Laws Palace's inner palace, only Duan Lingtian was not unearthed by Huangfu Mingyuan. It was also because of this that whether it was Hong Yifeng or Yang Yuchen, their relationship with the eldest senior sister was very good. Even on their path of growth, the eldest senior sister had helped them clean up their mess many times. You can say that I know her. The supreme expert of the Nangong clan laughed faintly. It's just that I've heard of her for a long time. Her reputation in the outer realm is even greater than many of our supreme experts. Many of us are looking forward to her becoming a supreme expert as soon as possible. In recent years, I've been using her as an example to teach the younger generation. However, the younger generation still doesn't like to work hard. As he spoke, the supreme expert of the Nangong clan's tone was clearly a little disappointed. Today, I'll use 5 embryos of the supreme divine artifacts as the price to exchange for their lives. How about it? The supreme expert of the Nangong clan quickly got to the point. 5 embryos of the supreme divine artifacts in exchange for the lives of Nangong clans Lu Yun and Ning Xiaoxiang. 5 embryos of the supreme divine artifacts. When the onlookers heard the supreme expert of the Nangong clan's words, they all gasped. They did not expect this supreme expert to be so generous. He was actually willing to take out so many embryos of the supreme divine artifacts to exchange for the lives of the younger generation. Before Yang Yuchen could say anything, Hong Yifeng had already said with a smile, "Senior, you're too polite. Since Senior has stepped forward, then this matter will be dropped." As soon as Hong Yifeng finished speaking, he glanced at Yang Yuchen, who was standing next to him, and said through voice transmission, "Third junior brother, it's about time. He has given us quite a lot of things. Most importantly, this is what he wanted to give, not what we asked for. If we asked for it, he might have a bad impression of us. But now he can't do that. If we were too greedy, perhaps he would agree to our request. However, if that were the case, the nature of the relationship would be completely different. When that time comes, I'm worried that this guy will target eldest senior sister in the outer realm." Hearing Hong Yifeng's words, Yang Yuchen said helplessly, "Third senior brother, you don't have to tell me this. Do you think I don't understand?" However, that old man is still quite scheming. He actually only gave us 5 embryos of the ultimate divine artifacts instead of 6. Otherwise, even if he gave me 4, I wouldn't feel this way. Is he trying to drive a wedge between us? Yang Yuchen's tone was cold as he spoke. That's possible. Hong Yifeng smiled. However, that might not be the case. Perhaps his true body projection only brought 5 embryos of the ultimate divine artifacts out. Even if he was an ultimate divine artifact, his true body projection could only bring a limited amount of power and items out with him when he went out with a jade slip. Let's leave this matter at that. After confirming with his third junior brother, Hong Yifeng looked at the projection of the true body of the Nangong family's utmost powerful being. That gigantic face said unhurriedly, "All right, the ultimate divine artifact from the Nangong clan gave Hong Yifeng 5 embryos of the ultimate divine artifacts. They seemed to appear out of thin air and flew in front of Hong Yifeng. At the same time, the Nangong clan's Lu Yun and Ning Xiaoxiang looked at each other and left together. They moved faster and faster and soon disappeared before everyone's eyes. After a while, the true body projection of the ultimate divine artifact from the Nangong clan gradually dissipated. However, at the same time, his voice was still reverberating in the ears of everyone present. The inner palace of the Wanfa Academy is indeed full of talents. Huangfu Mengyuan, the number 1 upper ultimate god in the god-defying realm. Hong Yifeng, the strength you showed today is also the number 1 middle ultimate god in the god-defying realm. And your little junior brother, Duan Lingtian, is definitely the number 1 lower ultimate god in the god-defying realm. Amazing! After a sigh, the voice of the ultimate divine artifact from the Nangong clan came to an abrupt end. The onlookers were so shocked that they could not recover for a long time. The inner palace of the Wanfa Academy? It was the first time they heard that there was an inner palace of the Wanfa Academy. However, after hearing what the ultimate divine artifact said, they had some understanding of the inner palace of the Wanfa Academy. Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchen seemed to be from the inner palace of the Wanfa Academy. They also had a senior sister who was said by the ultimate divine artifact to be the number one upper ultimate god in the god-defying realm. Hong Yifeng's strength was amazing. In addition, they had seen Hong Yifeng fight, so when the ultimate divine artifact said that Hong Yifeng was the number one middle ultimate god in the god-defying realm, they felt that he deserved it. There's also Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, someone swiftly reacted to it. Duan Lingtian is actually a member of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's inner court as well. Duan Lingtian is recognized as the number one lower ultimate god in the god-defying realm. I didn't expect him to be from the inner palace of the Wanfa Academy, just like Hong Yifeng and Huangfu Mengyuan. What kind of place is the inner palace of the Wanfa Academy? There are so many evildoers appearing frequently. The three of them represent the peak of the three cultivation realms of the ultimate god realm in the god-defying realm. Hong Yifeng and Duan Lingtian are beyond doubt. Huangfu Mengyuan, since even the ultimate divine artifact said so, she is obviously really powerful. The onlookers were shocked. More people's eyes fell on Hong Yifeng with passion. Hong Yifeng also had many doubts in his heart. At the same time, he was also a little excited. Duan Lingtian was from the inner palace? Little junior brother? Seeing that his third junior brother did not seem surprised at all, he immediately realized that it was indeed true. Maybe he was a genius of the inner palace that his third junior brother had accepted. Third junior brother, let's leave here first. Although there were many doubts in his heart, Hong Yifeng also knew that now was not the time to ask. The most important thing now was to get rid of the group of people present and find a place that others could not easily find so that he could ask his third junior brother about little junior brother. Although there was no reward for them in this upgraded version of the Chaos region, now that his strength was exposed, there would definitely be people who would feel that he was a threat in the overall ranking battle. Under such circumstances, he was also in great danger. Well, let's leave first. Yang Yuchen naturally thought of this, so after hearing his second senior brother Hong Yifeng's voice transmission, he immediately hit off and the two of them quickly left. When the two of them left, some high-level ultimate gods stared at their backs. Their eyes flickered a few times, but in the end, they did not chase after them. They did not have full confidence in dealing with this pair of brothers. A top mid-level ultimate god strength was not weaker than many high-level ultimate gods. There was also a top existence among the top middle-level divine masters who was recognized as the number one middle-level divine master in the god-defying realm by the supreme experts. It could be seen that his strength was strong. Perhaps his strength was not weaker than some of the best among the high-level divine masters. Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchen flew all the way until they were at full speed. After confirming that no one was following them, they finally landed on the peak of a medium-height mountain among a large number of peaks of different heights within a mountain range and came to a halt. After landing, Hong Yifeng looked at Yang Yuchen with deep curiosity in his eyes. Third junior brother, that Duan Lingtian is the little junior brother that you recently accepted? Yes. Yang Yuchen nodded. About 100 years ago, I accepted him into the Internal Palace as our little junior brother. Since then, our little junior sister has become fourth junior sister. Yang Yuchen smiled. Haha, after Hong Yifeng got confirmation, he laughed. Good job. Third junior brother, you're better than second senior brother. During those years when second senior brother was in charge of the Internal Palace, he wanted to recruit 1 or 2 more junior brothers and sisters for the Internal Palace, but he couldn't find a good candidate. I didn't expect you to accept such a peerless genius, but how could you accept such a peerless genius as your disciple? Are those godly venerable level forces so slow to realize this? Hong Yifeng was obviously a little confused as he spoke. In his opinion, such a genius should be the target of the giants and ultimate god forces. But in the end, he entered the internal palace of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace? Second, senior brother. Yang Yuchen shook his head and said, when little junior brother entered the internal palace, he wasn't even an emperor god. Hong Yifeng was stunned by his words. It took him a while to recover. Didn't you say he only entered the internal palace about 100 years ago? You mean, this time before Hong Yifeng could finish a sentence, Yang Yuchen nodded and said, he became an emperor god and an ultimate god after entering the internal palace. He's stronger than all of us. Even first senior sister's cultivation speed back then was far inferior to his. Yang Yuchen sighed and told Hong Yifeng about Duan Lingtian's growth in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace in detail so that Hong Yifeng could better understand his genius, little junior brother. Little junior brother is really a genius. Hong Yifeng was pleasantly surprised but also a little worried. Third junior brother. According to your description of little junior brother, he shouldn't be someone who doesn't know when to stop. If he felt there was danger, he would have left the upgraded chaos territory in advance, right? Hearing this, Yang Yuchen didn't know how to answer. After all, the rewards for the top 3 in the upgraded chaos territory were too generous. He knew how persistent his little junior brother was in his pursuit of power. Even if there was a slim chance of survival, his little junior brother wouldn't give up so easily, right? Chapter 43:24. What's wrong? Seeing that Yang Yuchen wanted to say something, Hong Yifeng's expression suddenly changed. Could it be that little junior brother will insist on staying in the upgraded version of the Chaos region? Second senior brother. Yang Yuchen sighed and said, our little junior brother was able to come to this stage not only because of his talent, but also because of his yearning for the strong. His persistence in becoming stronger is probably greater than most people. I don't dare to say anything else. At least in the current generation of the God-defying realm, no one in the younger generation with some talent can compare to him in this aspect. When Hong Yifeng heard this, he fell silent for a moment. He was not even 1,000 years old, and he had already come to this step at least. In the history of the God-defying realm that he knew, he had never heard of anyone who could do this to his little junior brother that he had never met before. I hope he's safe and sound. Also, you and I can go together and see if we can meet him. If we can meet him and go with him, it can also ensure his safety. Hong Yifeng said in a deep voice, although he had never seen that little junior brother before. Since he was his little junior brother and a member of the inner palace of the Myriad Law School, it was enough for him to risk everything to protect him. Although the inner palace of the Myriad Law School had few people, they were united. With second senior brother and me together, as long as we are not targeted in this upgraded version of the Chaos region, we will definitely not be in danger. I hope that we can help little junior brother in the coming days. The current Yang Yuchen was actually wholeheartedly focused on his little junior brother. The ranking of the same realm and the top 3 of the overall ranking were all thrown to the back of his mind. Although the treasure was good, in his heart it was far less important than his little junior brother's life. Moreover, that little junior brother was accepted into the inner palace by him. To him, the feelings were slightly different. As for Hong Yifeng, although he had never seen that little junior brother, his sense of belonging to the inner palace was something that even Yang Yuchen and Lang Chunwan couldn't compare to. In fact, even their eldest senior sister, Huangfu Mengyuan, might not have a sense of belonging to the inner palace compared to Hong Yifeng. Hong Yifeng could be said to be the most responsible line master of the current generation of the inner palace. Back then, if he hadn't obeyed eldest senior sister's order to pass the position of branch master to third junior brother Yang Yuchen, he wouldn't have given it up. He knew that third junior brother Yang Yuchen was used to freedom, and making him the branch master was torture. However, He had no choice but to obey his eldest senior sister's orders. Moreover, he had been in charge of the inner palace for many years and was at the beck and call of the Myriad Arts Academy. At that time, he had indeed slacked off a lot in his cultivation. He was also aware of this, so he didn't go against his eldest senior sister and went with the flow to hand over the inner palace to his third junior brother, Yang Yuchen. After that, he went to various places in the realms of gods to cultivate. When the planar battlefield opened, he entered the planar battlefield and never left. Yes, we have to find little junior brother before them, even if we can't find little junior brother first. We hope that those who find little junior brother first can't do anything to him. Hong Yifeng's expression was also very solemn. After learning that Duan Lingtian was his little junior brother, he knew what he had to do next was to find his little junior brother and protect him. As for the ranking list, he had also put it aside. Third junior brother, you've entered the planar battlefield, and so has little junior brother. Don't tell me you've handed over the inner palace to fourth junior sister? Hong Yifeng suddenly thought of this problem, and his expression changed slightly. His fourth junior sister, was she reliable? Yes. Yang Yuchen nodded. At the same time, he seemed to have guessed Hong Yifeng's thoughts. Second senior brother, fourth junior sister has already entered the ultimate God stage. Moreover, with little junior brother joining us, she now has the responsibility of a senior sister. You can rest assured that she'll be fine if we hand over the inner palace to her now. Although Yang Yuchen said that, deep down, he wasn't certain. The only thing he was certain of was that his fourth junior sister would not allow the independent realm where the inner palace was located to collapse and disappear because there was no one guarding it. After all, it was not only the inner palace's root, but it was also his fourth junior sister's only home. At that moment, Duan Lingtian naturally did not know that his two senior brothers in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's inner palace had given up the competition for the same realm list for him. Like those who wanted to kill him, they began to search everywhere for him. It's finally opened. As for Duan Lingtian, after a period of hiding, he finally managed to enter the 10-man secret realm that had been waiting for a long time. At that moment, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He could finally get rid of the group of people who had been searching for him after he left the secret realm this time. As long as he wasn't too unlucky, he would definitely not appear in that area again and become the target of those people's search. At the same time, news of Hong Yifeng's appearance and his strength that was stronger than a peak intermediate ultimate god and even comparable to some of the best high-level ultimate gods had spread throughout the upgraded Chaos territory. Do you know who Hong Yifeng is? He's Duan Lingtian's senior brother, second senior brother. I heard that Duan Lingtian's third senior brother was almost killed this time, and at the critical moment, it was precisely his second senior brother, Hong Yifeng, who appeared and saved his third senior brother in time. Moreover, the opponent even summoned the true body projection of a supreme powerhouse, and only then was he lucky to escape death. This time it's Nangong Luyin from the Nangong clan in the Shengang land and Ning Xiaoxiang from the Ning clan in the Shengang land. They're all famous heaven's prides in various divine planes. At least, before this, they were far more famous than Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchen. The supreme expert from the Nangong clan said that in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's inner palace, Duan Lingtian's first senior sister, Huangfu Mengyuan, is the number one high-level ultimate god in the god-defying realm. Second senior brother, Hong Yifeng, is the no. One intermediate ultimate god in the god-defying realm. Duan Lingtian himself is the number one low-level ultimate god in the god-defying realm. I know about the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, but what's going on with the inner palace? Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Are they trying to defy the heavens? It's just a heavyweight ultimate god-level force. But there are actually 3 such monsters? The various military camps were filled with similar words. Most of the people's topics revolved around the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's inner palace. Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's senior brothers and senior sisters. Of course, they were all talking about Duan Lingtian's first senior sister, second senior brother, and third senior brother. As for fourth senior sister, no one mentioned it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan's law avatar, happened to be in a military camp. When she heard so many people mention her first senior sister, second senior brother, third senior brother, and little junior brother, she wanted to remind them that her little junior brother, Duan Lingtian, had a fourth senior sister. However, she suppressed this crazy idea in the end. This was because she knew that it was fine if her identity was not exposed. Once it was exposed, she would definitely become the target of a group of people. At that time, her law avatar would be useless. If her law avatar was useless, it would also mean that she would have no chance to compete for the lower ultimate god list. Humph. Just wait and see. This time, I will at least kill my way into the top 3 of the lower ultimate god list and let you know that the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's inner palace still has me, Lang Chunwan. Lang Chunwan snorted coldly in her heart and secretly made up her mind. At the same time, she also left the military camp immediately and continued to search for chaos points. Lang Chunwan had always been a loner. It was not until she entered the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's inner palace that she felt like home. She naturally would not be jealous of her senior brothers, senior sisters, and little junior brother. However, because of those people's focus, she felt that there was a gap between herself and her senior sisters, senior brothers, and little junior brothers. It was as if, at that moment, she felt that she could not catch up with their pace. It's fine if I'm not as good as eldest senior sister, second senior brother, and third senior brother. I can't let little junior brother surpass me by too much. I want to become stronger. I want to become stronger. At that moment, even Lang Chunwan's original body in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace in the Xiangang land began to become restless. In another military camp, as the patriarch of the Yun clan, a giant ultimate god family in the divine offering land, Yun Tingfeng was a supreme existence in the Yun clan and was supported by everyone. However, when he arrived at the dimensional battlefield, especially in the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, his sense of existence was much weaker. Although he was a top existence among the upper ultimate gods, there were many top upper ultimate gods like him in the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory. Unless he intentionally revealed his identity, others basically treated him as invisible and thought he was just an upper ultimate god. In the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, upper ultimate gods could be seen everywhere and were not rare. Today, Yun Tingfeng came out of a secret realm with many people and came to the nearby military camp. Soon, he heard about the Duan Lingtian's second senior brother, Hong Yifeng, a medium ultimate god whose strength is comparable to some of the best upper ultimate gods, and Huangfu Mengyuan is actually Duan Lingtian's eldest senior sister. If it was said that Yun Tingfeng had never heard of Hong Yifeng, then the name Huangfu Mengyuan was like thunder to his ears. She was a female expert who had risen very quickly. Although she was young, she had already made a name for herself in the outer realm. Even the supreme expert behind the Yun clan had said that this woman was one of the few people who had the most hope of becoming a supreme expert in the god-defying realm. Moreover, with her foundation, once she became a supreme expert, she would definitely not be a bottom-tier supreme expert. At that time, her strength might not be much weaker than his. 10,000 Law Academy's Inner Palace branch. So he's a member of the 10,000 Law Academy's Inner Palace branch and not an ordinary 10,000 Law Academy student. No wonder Su Bailey was unwilling to expel Duan Lingtian from the 10,000 Law Academy when he went to the 10,000 Law Academy. It was because he didn't dare and didn't have the authority. The 10,000 Law Academy's Inner Palace branch is in the 10,000 Law Academy, but it's also independent of the 10,000 Law Academy. As the patriarch of the Yun clan, Yun Tingfeng had heard of the 10,000 Law Academy's Inner Palace branch. He also knew that the monstrous female expert named Huangfu Mengyuan was from that branch. Damn it, that Duan Lingtian is actually Huangfu Mengyuan's junior brother. Chapter 43:25. In truth, Yun Tingfeng did not know much about the 10,000 Laws Palace's inner progeny. All he knew was that the progeny had many geniuses, but he had never heard of any supreme powerhouses. However, there was one person in this generation who had a chance of becoming a supreme powerhouse. It was none other than Huangfu Mengyuan. For this reason, Yun Tingfeng knew about Huangfu Mengyuan and the existence of the inner progeny in the 10,000 Laws Palace. Now that he found out Duan Lingtian was actually Huangfu Mengyuan's junior brother, he could not help but feel slightly annoyed. Huangfu Mengyuan was not someone to be trifled with. I hope Duan Lingtian dies in the upgraded chaos territory, Yun Tingfeng thought to himself. Otherwise, it'll take a lot of effort to trap and kill him. We'll have to seal the news and prevent it from leaking out. Otherwise, Huangfu Mengyuan won't let the matter rest if she finds out it's the Yun clan who killed him. Perhaps, with the old ancestor around, she won't be able to do anything to the Yun clan. However, if she wants Yen to take the blame and pay with his life, the old ancestor will most likely agree to it. This was something Yun Tingfeng could not accept. Yun Qing Yen was his son. He would not allow him to lose a single hair on his son's head. This was also the main reason why he was determined to kill Duan Lingtian even at this moment. Duan Lingtian must die. If Duan Lingtian did not die, he would definitely be at odds with his son. Even if the Yun clan was not affected, his son might not be able to survive. If he wanted to protect his son, he had to kill Duan Lingtian. Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian was merely the junior brother of Huangfu Mengyuan who had yet to become a supreme powerhouse. Even if Duan Lingtian belonged to a supreme powerhouse, as long as there was a chance to kill Duan Lingtian, he would not miss it. In his opinion, his son's life was more important than anything else. In the secret realm of 10, Duan Lingtian was accompanied by 4 people from the divine offering land and 5 people from other realms of gods. The 2 sides were still confronting each other. However, when Duan Lingtian appeared, some people guessed his identity and witnessed his strength. The remaining 9 people helplessly expressed that they would not interfere with any of the checkpoints in the secret territory. It really is Duan Lingtian. With Duan Lingtian here, let's just stand aside and watch. I didn't expect to be so unlucky as to encounter the Duan Ling. Forget it. I'll just wait for those battle credits. They'll be the ticket to see the true face of this Duan Lingtian. I heard that in the upgraded Chaos Realm, there are bounties for Duan Lingtian everywhere. Under such circumstances, he's still alive and well, and even managed to enter the secret realm to earn chaos points. He's really something. Geniuses, especially geniuses like him, aren't stupid. Based on Duan Lingtian's current achievements, if he's given a few thousand years, there's a high chance he'll become one of the strongest senior ultimate gods. If he's given 10,000 years, he might even become a supreme powerhouse. I really hope he'll grow up smoothly and become a paramount god. At that time, I can proudly tell others that I've met Duan Lingtian in the Chaos Realm when he was still weak. Met him before? Why don't you just say that he took away the opportunity to earn chaos points? The 9 people watched Duan Lingtian make a move as they whispered to each other, and the tone of most of them seemed to be free and easy. It was clear they were open-minded about it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian successfully cleared all the checkpoints in the secret realm and obtained all the rewards. Apart from that, he also obtained all the chaos points. So many people have put a bounty on my head and are hunting me down. If I don't get first place on the overall ranking list this time, I'm afraid I'll be letting them down. Although Duan Lingtian knew he would soon be in danger after leaving the secret realm this time, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he was focused on getting first place on the overall ranking list in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. First place on the overall ranking list. The rewards are so generous that it's definitely enough for me to step into the realm of a mid-level ultimate god and even strengthen my cultivation base. On top of that, I'll also get an ultimate god's divinity. The first place on the overall ranking list would allow him to bathe in the divine corrupting spring and absorb as much divine corrupting spring as he wanted. On top of that, he would also get an ultimate god's divinity. Due to the generous rewards, he had become a thorn in the side of many people. So what if I become the enemy of the whole world? I, Duan Lingtian, am not afraid. After leaving the secret realm, Duan Lingtian opened the secret realm again. At the same time, he found a place nearby to go into seclusion and wait for the secret realm to open. Now, the efficiency of him going out to hunt for chaos points was not high. He still had to rely on the secret realm of the 10 people. This time, while waiting for the next secret realm to open, he was not discovered like last time. However, when he came out of the secret realm of the 10 people, he was targeted again. Then, after killing a few mid-level ultimate gods, he continued to escape. He continued to wait for the next secret realm of the 10 people to open. Once, he was intercepted by 2 high-level ultimate gods and was in danger. Although he could escape, he had to pay a high price. However, at the crucial moment, the entrance to the secret realm of the 10 people opened and saved his life. That time was also the most dangerous crisis he had experienced in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. After that, he was more scared than hurt. Time flew. The opening of the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was also coming to an end. Recently, in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, a group of people had been working hard to get the reward for Duan Lingtian, but to no avail. There were also some people who were working hard to get into the top 3 of the Chaos Realm ranking list. Duan Lingtian's second senior brother Hong Yifeng and third senior brother Yang Yuchen. In the last period of time, in order to find Duan Lingtian and protect Duan Lingtian, although they had accumulated a lot of battle merits, they did not open any secret realms. They just collected chaos points by chance outside. Duan Lingtian's fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, on the other hand, opened secret realms time and time again and gained a lot. As for Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang, with the cultivation of a high-level ultimate god, he swept through and obtained secret realms of the 10 people one after another, causing his chaos points to reach a shocking level. Duan Lingtian, after all, is one step ahead of me. In the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, a figure appeared and sighed. It was a young man. He wore a long green robe and had a cold expression. At this moment, as he muttered to himself, there was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. His face was filled with emotions. However, after returning this time, although I didn't completely accept everything that the ancestor left behind, I've already become a high-level ultimate god. Although I entered the Chaos Realm later and didn't have much battle merits before, I'm sure it won't be a problem for me to get into the top 3 of the ultimate god ranking list. There's probably no hope for the top spot. It should be that monster like Duan Lingtian. The young man in the green robe was none other than Ling Juyun, who had entered from the world of divine offering. After Ling Juyun had returned to the Ling clan's old site, he had obtained everything that the Ling clan's strongest ancestor had left behind. After successfully becoming an upper divine emperor, he had also entered the dimensional battlefield. However, when he entered the dimensional battlefield, the Chaos Realm had already opened. In fact, it wouldn't be long before the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm opened. Under such circumstances, he was naturally at a disadvantage. He should be fine, right? When he thought about his old friend, Duan Lingtian, being targeted by so many forces and people, even though Ling Juyin was no longer the same as before, he could not help but feel his scalp go numb. He asked himself, if he was the one being targeted like this, he would also have a slim chance of survival. He's stronger than me, so he should be fine. Ling Juyin thought to himself. He also hoped that Duan Lingtian would be fine. It was not only because Duan Lingtian was one of his few friends, but it was also because his sister Huang had followed Duan Lingtian. She was the sword soul of Duan Lingtian's sword. In the dimensional battlefield, formed by the intersection of the heavenly clear land and another dimensional battlefield, within a military camp, 3 beautiful figures stood there, attracting the attention of many people. Among the 3 women, 2 of them had delicate and beautiful appearances, causing people to be unwilling to shift their gazes away after a single glance. At this very moment, the 3 women's faces were filled with astonishment. Sister Jingru, Xiaolan, do you think the Duan Lingtian who stirred up a storm in the chaos realm is him? Among the 3 women, the most beautiful woman stood there with a noble air about her. When she asked the other 2 women, her eyes shone brightly, and her voice was filled with excitement. I don't think it's possible. Among the 3 women, there was a beautiful woman whose appearance was not bad. However, in front of the other 2 women, she appeared to be more ordinary. Her face was filled with disbelief. Although I also hope that it is young master, it shouldn't be too possible, right? Sister Jingru, I think it's possible. The last woman shook her head and said, Didn't you hear what they said? The prodigy from the divine offering land is called Duan Lingtian. He's from the Mystic Handle Land's Myriad Law Palace, and he's not even 1,000 years old. Most importantly, he's also from a lower plane. He has a law clone to rely on. Also, I've heard that he usually wears a purple robe. All of this matches. How can there be such a coincidence in this world? I don't believe it. The woman called Xiaolan had a stubborn expression on her face at this moment. I also don't think it's possible. The most beautiful woman nodded in agreement. Clearly, she supported the woman called Xiaolan. If it's young master, then it's naturally a good thing. The woman called Sister Jingru sighed. However, I don't really hope it's young master. After all, according to what they said, the prodigy Duan Lingtian has become a target in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. There's a high chance he'll die. As soon as the words left her mouth, the other 2 women's expressions changed. That was right. They only thought it was possible the prodigy was that man. They had completely forgotten the difficult situation he was in. Chapter 43:26. All of Duan Lingtian's friends and family who knew about his situation were basically worried about his safety, as they felt that Duan Lingtian had a slim chance of survival this time. However, in fact, Duan Lingtian himself had also experienced a few thrilling situations, but only one of them was more thrilling. Apart from that one, the rest of the times were more daunting than dangerous. Now, it's only a few months until the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory closes. If nothing goes wrong with my current Chaos points, I should be able to get first place on the overall ranking list. Duan Lingtian thought that his previous speed of accumulating battle merits was not slow. Therefore, after the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory opened, he could also continuously open secret areas. The secret areas that he opened were all 10-man secret areas. Then, every 10-man secret realm was contracted by him without exception. For example, if other people opened secret areas like him, even if they were strong, there was a possibility that they would meet someone whose strength was on par with them or join forces with others who were not weaker than them. Under such circumstances, there was no way to contract a secret area. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, did not have such a problem. Lower ultimate god? Even if there were 9 of them attacking him together, he would not be afraid. Not to mention his current strength. Even when the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory had just opened, his strength was already comparable to the best of the best among the medium ultimate gods, and was close to the top of the medium ultimate gods. Now he was naturally even stronger. In the next few months, I'll properly organize my recent gains. At the same time, I'll strive to completely consolidate my lower ultimate god cultivation base. That was right. Even now, Duan Lingtian had not completely consolidated his cultivation base. The lower ultimate god cultivation base was considered the easiest to consolidate among the ultimate gods. However, Duan Lingtian had not completely consolidated his cultivation base until now. Although he had obtained some treasures that were helpful in consolidating his cultivation base in various secret areas along the way, it was ultimately a drop in the bucket. Of course, even a drop in the bucket could still accumulate. Therefore, after a long time, he was getting closer and closer to completely consolidating his cultivation base. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was even more envious of his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan. This was because his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, had automatically consolidated her cultivation base not long after becoming a lower ultimate god. This was a result of the innate stage, and he could only envy her. Of course, he vaguely felt that people like his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, were able to do so because of her extraordinary bloodline, or because she had a past life like his wife, Kerr. Otherwise, this was simply unrealistic. After Kerr regained her memories from her past life, there didn't seem to be any bottlenecks in her future cultivation. I just don't know if it's the same for her future cultivation. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was thinking about many things. At the same time, when he thought about his wife, Kerr, he could not help but sigh inwardly. I wonder if Kerr is in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. If she's in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, she'll definitely be worried about me, right? If she's not in the Chaos Realm, that's a good thing. I hope that she's already left the Chaos Realm and the dimensional battlefield and returned to the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land. If that's the case, she'll be safe and it'll be easier for me to find her. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian found a secluded place and began to organize his gains this time. At the same time, he opened another secret realm of 10 people. As for whether he would have a chance to enter it again, he did not have much hope and only thought that it would be up to fate. After all, the average interval between entering any secret realm of 10 people in the past was more than a few months. In the past, Duan Lingtian had only used the treasures that were useful to him in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm and the Chaos Realm. He kept the rest of the treasures. It would have been better if he did not organize them. After organizing them, he realized how much wealth he had plundered in various secret realms. Although most of the treasures were useless to him, they were rare treasures for those below the ultimate god realm. He didn't need it, but his family and friends did. Even if it's useful to me, it's still some medicinal herbs that haven't been refined. I can refine some pills here without worrying about alerting anyone. In the dimensional battlefield and the Chaos Realm, there are all kinds of heaven and earth anomalies that could not be found in the outside world. At the same time, they could also conceal themselves from the heavens and earth. For example, the Divine Pill Tribulation could also be concealed. Only the Millennium Tribulation that every expert had to face, the dimensional battlefield, and even the Chaos Realm could not conceal themselves from the heavens. Therefore, Duan Lingtian could refine divine pills here, even if it was a supreme divine pill, without causing any commotion. He did not need to worry about alerting anyone. However, if there is no pill tribulation, the efficacy of the supreme divine pills will be a little weaker. I'll refine some divine pills that will help me consolidate my cultivation base first. As for the rest of the divine pills that I don't need for now, I'll refine them after I leave this place. Duan Lingtian quickly made up his mind. In the next few months, after he had sorted out all his gains from the dimensional battlefield and the Chaos Realm, he began to refine the divine pills that he could use. Then he consumed the divine pills to cultivate. During this period of time, although there would be people passing by occasionally, nobody would be able to guess that Duan Lingtian was hiding here. This was because the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was about to close. Many people had found a quiet place to rest and cultivate while waiting for the secret territory to open. As for these people, they were basically the stronger ones. Therefore, even if they discovered that someone was cultivating in seclusion nearby, no one dared to rashly provoke the other party. If it was someone weaker than them, it would be fine, as they would only dare to be angry and not say anything. However, if it was someone stronger than them, it would often lead to a fatal disaster, who would want to be disturbed when they were cultivating in seclusion. In fact, now that the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was about to close, there were fewer and fewer people looking for Duan Lingtian. This was because Duan Lingtian had disappeared without a trace. Some people felt that Duan Lingtian might have been killed by someone, and that the person who killed him had not gone to the various military camps to claim the reward. Some people felt that even if Duan Lingtian was not killed now, the possibility of finding Duan Lingtian in the last few months was very low. Therefore, they were not interested. Within a military camp in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, a young man in blue clothes and carrying a plain-looking long sword slowly walked into the camp. Wherever he went, he attracted a lot of attention. It's him. He's that monstrous upper god emperor. You've met him before? I met him in the secret territory with 10 people. The 9 of us joined forces, but we were not a match for his sword. That sword was too scary. It directly crushed their attacks. If he had not shown mercy at the crucial moment, we would have all been dead by his sword. He must be the first on the upper god emperor ranking list. He seems to be the same as Duan Lingtian from the lower dimensions. Someone once saw with their own eyes that his law of destruction doppelganger and law of time doppelganger worked together to kill a medium ultimate god. The handsome young man in blue was as calm as ever as he faced the crowd's discussion. At this time, someone could not help but ask, "Brother, you're from the lower dimensions. Do you belong to any force now?" "I'm from a giant ultimate god family in the land of Cloudwater. If you're interested, I can recommend you to join my family. Brother, with your talent and strength, once you join our family, you'll definitely be favored by the Supreme Elder. With the Supreme Elder's guidance and your talent, it's not impossible for you to become the second Supreme Elder in our family in the future." The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with a determined face. The divine power on his body was deliberately dissipating. He was obviously a higher ultimate god. Humph! At this time, an old man snorted and stepped forward. "What's so good about joining a family force?" "Sir, I'm from a giant ultimate god sect in the land of Mysterious Gang. With your talent, if you join our sect leader will definitely be willing to recommend you to the Supreme Elder in our sect. Who knows, the Supreme Elder might even be willing to accept you as his personal disciple." One by one, the higher ultimate gods in the military camp from various planes of gods stepped forward and invited the young man in blue to join their forces after learning of his identity. "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't plan to join any forces for the time being." The young man in blue did not change his expression in the face of everyone's invitation. At the same time, he calmly rejected everyone's invitation. Although the crowd was not very happy to see this, they did not say much. Such a genius might not be a match for them now, but once he stepped into the ultimate god realm, his strength might be comparable to Duan Lingtian's current strength. It was said that Duan Lingtian's current strength was not weaker than a top-medium ultimate god. One had to know that he was just a lower ultimate god who had not consolidated his cultivation base. A genius with such a foundation would definitely become one of the top upper ultimate gods when he stepped into the upper ultimate god realm. Any one of those upper ultimate gods would be at the top of the food chain. Ordinary upper ultimate gods would not be a match for them, even if there were hundreds or thousands of them. At their level of strength, they could no longer rely on numbers to win. He's going to the bounty area. He's about to leave and he still wants to claim the bounty? Or did he complete some kind of bounty? Soon, the group saw the young man in blue walking toward the bounty area on the side of the military camp. Bounties were usually posted there. There were all kinds of bounty missions. Some were for treasures, some were for other things, and some were for killing someone. Of course, the bounties for killing someone were mostly for Duan Lingtian. He's looking at the bounty for Duan Lingtian. Could it be that he killed Duan Lingtian? Soon, someone noticed that the young man in blue seemed to be particularly interested in the bounty for Duan Lingtian and stopped in front of each bounty for Duan Lingtian. Chapter 43:27. The Pilgrimage Grounds, Lu Family. The Land of River Earl, Chi Family. The Land of Surging Waves, Ice Jade Divine Sect. Feng Qingyang paused in front of the bounty on his disciple, Duan Lingtian. He made a mental note of all the ultimate gods from the various planes of gods who wanted his disciple's life. With his current strength, he would not be able to do anything to these giants. However, life was full of ups and downs. It was hard to say what would happen in the future. Perhaps, in the future, he would have the strength to destroy all these forces on his own. There should be no doubt about who will be the first on the Upper God Emperor ranking board. As for the overall ranking, unless something happens to little Tian, there is a high chance that he will be the first on the overall ranking board. As long as I can enter the top 3 on the overall ranking board, I will be satisfied. Feng Qingyang thought to himself. After that, Feng Qingyang stayed in the military camp for a period of time. He found a corner and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and rested. His surroundings were enveloped by the array disc that he took out. The military camp was not small and could accommodate many people. Moreover, as long as one was willing, one could expand the military camp by spending some divine crystals. For example, Feng Qingyang was currently in a corner of the military camp. He had used divine crystals to open up an area and set up a formation. Then he closed his eyes and cultivated. There was even a formation that blocked one's line of sight within the formation. Therefore, although there were people who were curious about Feng Qingyang, no one was able to see Feng Qingyang's face. They could only watch as the formation around Feng Qingyang stood there for a long time. No one dared to disturb Feng Qingyang. First of all, there was no way to make a move here. Therefore, if they disturbed Feng Qingyang here, other than offending Feng Qingyang, there would be no other result. As for offending Feng Qingyang, it might not be a big deal now, but when Feng Qingyang really grew up in the future, they would definitely be unlucky. They had no enmity with Feng Qingyang, so they naturally did not want to offend a monstrous genius like Feng Qingyang for no reason. At about the same time, in another military camp, there was also the figure of a young girl walking in front of various bounties for Duan Lingtian. These people, these factions, I'll remember them all. When eldest senior sister comes back, I will definitely tell her and ask her to stand up for little junior brother. If big senior sister doesn't come back soon, I'll wait until I'm strong enough to avenge little junior brother. The girl's eyes were filled with killing intent. The surrounding people who saw this only thought that the young girl's killing intent was targeted at Duan Lingtian, and there were even people who couldn't help but console her. Little girl, this Duan Lingtian isn't so easy to kill. Up until now, I've never heard of anyone succeeding. Yeah, I heard that many high-level ultimate gods have deliberately gone out to look for him with the intention of killing him to collect the bounty, but they all returned in vain. Girl, you're just a lower ultimate god. You're no match for Duan Lingtian. Originally, Lang Chunwan was still thinking about how to avenge her little junior brother in the future. Suddenly, a group of people spoke up and comforted her, which made her speechless for a moment. It was to the extent that his original solemn expression was shattered into pieces at this moment. In another military camp, a young man stood calmly on the side under the gazes of many people. He looked out of the military camp and muttered in his heart, "Duan Lingtian, you should still be alive, right? I hope you're not dead. Otherwise, I would have wasted my efforts in saving your life. Last time your senior brother spared my life, so we're even now. If you're not dead, we'll definitely fight again when we meet again in the future." This young man was none other than Ning Yishuan, the prodigy of the Ning clan in the land of punishment. Previously, when he met Duan Lingtian, he was almost killed by Duan Lingtian. It was the supreme expert of the Ning clan who saved him. Later, when he met Duan Lingtian again, he saved Duan Lingtian's life with the power of the supreme expert behind him. Later on, when he met Duan Lingtian's third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, he was almost killed by Yang Yuchen and promised Yang Yuchen to write off the debt of saving Duan Lingtian's life. This time there's no chance for me to get into the overall ranking. It shouldn't be a problem for me to get into the top 3 of the medium ultimate gods. Ning Yishuan's eyes shone with strong confidence when he thought of this. The reason Ning Yishuan was so confident was not only because he was confident in his own strength, but also because he knew many powerful medium ultimate gods had gone to hunt down Duan Lingtian and had neglected to accumulate chaos points. Under such circumstances, it was naturally much easier for him to get into the top 3 of the medium ultimate gods list. Outside the military camp in a desolate area, 2 young men were flying in the air toward the military camp in front of them. Second senior brother, this time, both of us are destined not to get into the medium ultimate gods list. When we meet little junior brother later, we'll have to beat him up, Yang Yuchen said with a smile. Others might not know if Duan Lingtian was dead or alive, but he was very clear about it. This was because he had his little junior brother, Duan Lingtian's soul pearl, in his possession. Moreover, he had obtained it when they parted last time, and the soul energy within it had yet to dissipate. Now he was certain that his little junior brother Duan Lingtian was still alive and well. Of course, we'll beat him up, Hong Yifeng also said with a smile. Although both of us didn't help him much this time, we didn't continue to deliberately accumulate chaos points because of him. This time he's fine, and there's no doubt that he'll be the first on the lower ultimate gods list. He'll even be able to compete for the first place on the overall list. I'm not sure if he'll be first. After all, who knows if there are any hidden peerless geniuses in the god-defying realm. However, there's no doubt that he'll be in the top 3 on the overall list. Yang Yuchen said while shaking his head. I think there's a high chance, Hong Yifeng said with a smile. If little junior brother gets the first place on the overall list, according to that supreme expert, the reward for the first place on the overall list is to be able to take a bath in the divine accumulating spring. At that time, little junior brother can take as much divine accumulating spring as he wants. Even if he said he wouldn't let little junior brother take it, he'll definitely be able to secretly take it while he's taking a bath. That supreme expert can't possibly watch little junior brother take a bath all the time, right? When Hong Yifeng reached the end of his sentence, he had a smug expression on his face as though he was smarter than anyone else. However, when Yang Yuchen heard his second senior brother's words, his face twitched. Second senior brother, according to what you're saying, let little junior brother take his bath water for us to drink? Can't we let little junior brother take some divine accumulating spring before he takes a bath? Yang Yuchen was speechless. Hong Yifeng rolled his eyes at Yang Yuchen. I've already said that the supreme expert might not be willing to let little junior brother take another divine accumulating spring. If it's possible, we'll let him take it first before he takes a bath. But what if it's not possible? Right now, you seem to dislike his bath water. When he really takes the bath water and puts it in front of us, let me drink your share as well. When Hong Yifeng reached the end of his sentence, his eyes lit up. When Yang Yuchen heard this, he was first stunned before he became anxious. Who said, I dislike little junior brother's bath water? That's little junior brother. We're family. Who would dislike his bath water? Second senior brother. Did you hear wrongly earlier? I didn't dislike it. Don't spout nonsense in front of little junior brother. End of chapter. Chapter 40, 328. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know that his third senior brother and second senior brother were already eyeing his bathwater. He was currently focused on consolidating his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god. He always felt that he was one step away from completely consolidating his cultivation base, but he had yet to take the most crucial step. He had completely forgotten about the time while he was cultivating. In his impatience, he had even forgotten that he was about to leave the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory. It wasn't until a pulling force swept over and destroyed the formation he'd set up around him, and then he was pulled and swayed. Only then did he come to his senses. This is time's up. Time's up. The upgraded version of the Chaos Territory was closed. At that moment, Duan Lingtian only felt a strong pulling force assaulting his body. This force gave him a feeling that he could not go against it. Even when he tried to activate the divine power in his body with all his might, he could not move the divine power in his body at all. It was as if there was an unusually strong force suppressing his divine power. This feeling was similar to when he took out the divine power of an immortal in the Chaos Territory. In the planar battlefield, it was possible to use the godly energy of an omnipotent. However, in the Chaos region, it was impossible to use the godly energy of an omnipotent. In fact, in the Chaos region, as long as one used the godly energy of an omnipotent, one would feel as though a powerful force was pressing down on one's body, causing one's godly energy to be unable to move. Even the divine power of an immortal would be condensed into a solid state at that moment and could not be integrated into the body at all. However, when he withdrew the Supreme Expert's divine power with just a thought, the power that suppressed his divine power disappeared. It was like the power of the laws in the Chaos region. If you violated the laws, it would suppress you. If you didn't, it would ignore you. Not only did the Chaos Territory restrict the use of the divine power of an immortal, but it was the same for the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory. As for the reason, Duan Lingtian had heard from someone in the military camp that the Chaos Territory prohibited the use of the divine power of an immortal in order to show fairness. The goal was to give the grassroots a chance to rise. After all, the grassroots generally did not have the backing of an immortal and did not have the divine power of an immortal to squander. Even Duan Lingtian had a limited amount of divine power from an immortal. Therefore, it was a good thing for Duan Lingtian that the realm of chaos forbade him from using the divine power of omnipotent experts. Otherwise, he would have long used up the divine power of the utmost powerhouse. Furthermore, it was very likely that after using up the utmost powerhouse's divine power, he would have died at the hands of an expert who had the utmost powerhouse's divine power because he did not have the utmost powerhouse's divine power to rely on. Especially that time when he faced an opponent that could almost kill him. If the opponent could use the divine power of an omnipotent master while he didn't, he would have died without a doubt. He went out. Once we get out of here, we'll know the results of the ranking list and the overall ranking list. Right now, I only know how many chaos points I've accumulated. I don't know how many chaos points the others have. However, with my chaos points, it shouldn't be difficult for me to rank first on the overall ranking. As for the lower ultimate gods list, that goes without saying. With such thoughts in mind, Duan Lingtian was teleported out of the upgraded chaos realm and into the planar battlefield where the divine offering land and the sanctioned land intersected. Of course, he was not directly sent to the barracks. Therefore, after he got out, Duan Lingtian was still extremely vigilant. After confirming that there was no danger in the surroundings, he breathed a sigh of relief. Right now, people should be sent out one after another. It won't be long before the results of the ranking list and overall ranking list in the upgraded Chaos Realm are displayed in the sky above all the planar battlefield. With that thought, Duan Lingtian suddenly raised his head and looked straight at the sky. At the same time, the people who were sent out of the upgraded Chaos Realm all raised their heads to look at the sky, waiting for the appearance of the upgraded Chaos Realm's ranking list. Many people who did not enter the planar battlefield had also entered the planar battlefield at this time. They wanted to be the first to know the ranking list that would appear after the upgraded Chaos Realm was over. Even the Xia clan of the Divine Offering Land sent some people. The head of the Xia clan, Xia Yu, personally came. This time, he did not participate in the battle for the upper ultimate gods list in the upgraded Chaos Realm, because he felt that he would not be able to catch up with the upper ultimate gods who had entered the planar battlefield earlier if he did not enter the planar battlefield to accumulate battle merits in the beginning, and entered after hearing the news that the upgraded Chaos Realm was about to open. In this way, entering the Chaos Realm would only lead to disappointment. Even the head of the Yun clan, Yun Tingfeng, entered the Chaos Realm and the upgraded Chaos Realm. In fact, he was not optimistic about it and felt that the chances of Yun Tingfeng entering the upper ultimate gods list were slim. If that boy dies, he can only blame it on his bad luck. If he doesn't die, will he be first on the overall ranking list this time? Although Xia Yu did not like his cheap son-in-law whom he had never met from the beginning, when news of his cheap son-in-law came again and again, it made his originally unwavering heart waver. A lower ultimate god who was not even 1,000 years old. He killed lower ultimate gods like killing dogs and was recognized as the #1 lower ultimate god in the god-defying world. Not many middle-level ultimate gods were a match for him. This was before. Now he believed that with Yun Tingfeng's talent, his strength must be even stronger. He might even be able to compete with those top upper ultimate gods. Moreover, he also learned that his cheap son-in-law was no longer just a loose cultivator with no background in his eyes. Yun Tingfeng was not only a genius, but his background was also extraordinary. He was a member of the Myriad Law Academy's inner branch in the Shengang land and was this generation's junior brother. The Myriad Law Academy's inner branch was also full of monsters in this generation. First, it was Huangfu Mengyuan, then Hong Yifeng, and now Duan Lingtian, the #1 upper ultimate god in the god-defying world, the #1 medium ultimate god in the god-defying world, and the #1 lower ultimate god in the god-defying world were all from the Myriad Law Academy's inner branch. It's a pity that the Myriad Law Academy's inner branch and Myriad Law Academy don't have any supreme experts to directly protect them. Otherwise, he would be able to say something. That way, I wouldn't be threatened by Yun Tingfeng with the ancestor's safety. The ancestor is currently on duty there, and his safety is completely in the hands of the Yun family's ancestor. Although the Yun family's ancestor might not listen to Yun Tingfeng's suggestion, he still has to be on guard. Thinking up to here, Xia Yu sighed inwardly. Yun Tingfeng was still too young, and he was still too weak. If he had 4 supreme experts now, he would not have fallen into such a dilemma. He could almost imagine that when Duan Lingtian was really killed by the Yun family because of his cooperation with them, his daughter would definitely hate him for the rest of her life when she learned of this news. From the perspective of a father, he should naturally be happy for his daughter after learning that she had such a talented husband with an extraordinary background who was completely worthy of her. However, from the perspective of the Xia family patriarch, he had no other choice. Behind him was not only his daughter, but also the entire Xia family clan. On one side was his daughter's happiness, and on the other side was the future of the entire Xia family clan. It might even be the downfall of the entire Xia family clan. Although it was said to be a choice, he actually had no choice. From the moment he became the Xia family patriarch, the Xia family was his responsibility. At the same time, Yun Tingfeng, the patriarch of the Yun family, was transported to the nearby military camp. Since someone recognized him, the people nearby all showed him respect. That's the patriarch of the Yun family. The patriarch of the Yun family, the publicly acknowledged strongest person in the Yun family after the supreme experts? That's him. I didn't expect the patriarch of the Yun family to be in the realm battlefield as well. Could it be that he's also participating in the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone's Supreme Gods list? That's most likely the case. At this moment, although Yun Tingfeng was surrounded by a group of people, he completely ignored them. As the patriarch of the Yun family, he was the center of attention no matter where he went in the Divine Offering Land. The scenes he had seen in the Divine Offering Land were much bigger than this. He was long used to it. Currently, Yun Tingfeng was looking up at the sky, waiting for the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone's Supreme Gods list, and the top 3 rankings to appear. There's a high chance that Duan Lingtian has died, right? I hope he's already dead. Otherwise, Xiaoyu might change his mind. In Yun Tingfing's opinion, Xiaoyu had been willing to cooperate with him to deal with Duan Lingtian because he had threatened Xiaoyu with the safety of the Xia family patriarch. However, at that time, Xiaoyu did not know that Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary background. Now that Xiaoyu knew about it, he might have other thoughts. If Duan Lingtian isn't dead and he really dares to change his mind, even if the Xia family patriarch doesn't die, he'll be skinned alive. Yun Tingfeng snorted coldly in his heart. He had already told the Yun family patriarch about this matter. At first, the patriarch was a little hesitant. However, after learning about how monstrous Duan Lingtian was, he listened to Yun Tingfeng's suggestion. As the Yun family patriarch, he naturally did not want a terrifying enemy to appear in the Yun family in the future. If Yun Tingfeng had used the safety of the Xia family patriarch to threaten the patriarch of the Xia family to marry his daughter to his son, the Yun family patriarch might not have helped him. However, this time, the Yun family patriarch had already confirmed that he would help Yun Tingfeng when he used the safety of the Xia family patriarch to threaten Xiaoyu to join forces with him to deal with Duan Lingtian. The Yun family patriarch was also a member of the Yun family. He was the person with the highest seniority in the Yun family. Naturally, he did not want his descendant to be in trouble. It's out. While Yun Tingfeng's mind was still spinning and his gaze had become somewhat absent-minded, he suddenly heard a series of exclamations. His eyes narrowed abruptly. In the next instant, the rankings appeared one after another in the sky. 9 rankings appeared in the sky and formed a circle. And at the center of the circle, there was a list with only 3 lines of words on it. It was the overall ranking. Chapter 40, 329. The overall ranking. At this moment, even though there were 9 lists around them with 10 lines of words on each list, no one was looking at them. Although these 9 lists represented the low-level godly emperors to high-level godly emperors, they could see the 90 most outstanding people in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. However, everyone's attention was on the overall ranking in the middle. The 3 lines of words attracted everyone's attention. After everyone's eyes fell on it, they did not move away for a long time as if they had taken root on it. After a while, the sound of people inhaling cold air could be heard from all over the plains of gods. It's really him. He didn't die. There were so many bounties, but none of them managed to capture him. The more monstrous one is, the harder it is to kill him. This is too scary. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on the first line of the overall ranking. First place, lower divine master of the mysterious gang, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. This name was not unfamiliar to anyone in the planar battlefield. In the past few decades, this name had spread throughout the planar battlefield and even the plains of gods. Let me tell you, I've been using a book-chasing app recently, /me/me/, reading /app, to read books in a cache and read them offline. As far as they knew, they had never heard of such a monstrous existence in the history of the god-defying realm. He had entered the ultimate god realm before the age of 1,000. Moreover, he had no opponents among the lower divine masters as soon as he entered the ultimate god realm. Even among the medium divine masters, only the top ones could suppress him. Of course, what they knew was Duan Lingtian's strength not long after the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was opened. In their opinion, after 30 years of accumulation in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, even if Duan Lingtian's current strength did not improve too much, it must have improved to a certain extent. Perhaps he could even compete with those top medium divine masters. He really is the first. This is too shocking. Duan Lingtian really got the first place. When the crowd came back to their senses, they were in an uproar. Although many people were mentally prepared, when the moment really came, they still couldn't help but be shocked. Not only was this Duan Lingtian still alive, but he had also taken first place in the overall ranking. Getting the first place on the overall ranking list means that he'll get the first place reward. At the same time, the first place on the lower ultimate gods list is undoubtedly his. Taking the first place on the overall ranking list and the first place on the lower ultimate god ranking list is something we're jealous of, but it's nothing to him. Oh my God! Wouldn't he be able to absorb as much as he wanted by soaking in the divine containment spring? On top of that, he could also obtain a Supreme Master's Godhead. A Supreme Expert's Godhead is a priceless treasure. It's said that once you get a Paragon-level Godhood, you'll be able to master the magical laws within it, and you'll be able to travel thousands of miles in a single day. Now, many people were a little jealous. They were jealous of the reward that Duan Lingtian was about to receive. He's really in first place. In a military camp at the intersection of the Xiangang land and the pilgrimage grounds, Yang Yuchen's face was full of smiles. At the same time in the wilderness, Hong Yifeng also had a bright smile on his face. This time, we can ask little junior brother to bring us some bathing water. No, bring back some divine containment spring. In the sky above another mountain range, Lang Chunwan's eyes lit up. Little junior brother is in first place on the overall ranking list. My ranking, after seeing that her little junior brother's name was in first place on the overall ranking list, Lang Chunwan could not help but look at the lower ultimate gods list. With just one glance, her face fell completely. How could this be? This was because Lang Chunwan realized that not only was her name not in the top 3 of the lower ultimate gods list, she was not even in the top 5, top 6, or even top 9. Her name was written on the 10th place, the last place on the list. Did they make a mistake? Lang Chunwan was a little angry, because there was no indication of the chaos points obtained by the individual after each name. Lang Chunwan subconsciously thought that the ultimate experts had made a mistake. Of course, she only had this thought in an instant. She knew very well that the ultimate experts would not make a mistake. Even a group of ultimate experts' descendants would scramble for the upgraded Chaos Realms ranking list reward. Not to mention others. Even those ultimate experts would not make a mistake on the ranking list. Furthermore, under their joint supervision, no one would be able to cheat for personal gain. Otherwise, when her little junior brother Duan Lingtian knew that the upgraded Chaos Realm was about to open, he would not be hunted down by a group of ultimate experts' descendants. It was because those ultimate experts' descendants knew that no one would be able to cheat for personal gain in the upgraded Chaos Realms ranking list that they did so. As long as they killed Duan Lingtian, they would have one less strong competitor. If it's really the young master is still alive. In another planar battlefield in a military camp, 3 women were gathered together. Among them, the woman with delicate features, who was overshadowed by the other 2 beautiful women beside her, looked at the name in the sky, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. At this moment, the other 2 women beside her also revealed flower-like smiles on their faces. The 3 women were Jingru, Baiyao, and Xiaolon. They came out of the upgraded Chaos Realm before it closed. It was because of that they were able to gather together. If they waited for the upgraded Chaos Realm to send them out, they would be separated into 3 different places after they came out, even if they were gathered together inside. They did not enter the upgraded Chaos Realm to explore the upgraded Chaos Realm. They only wanted to go in and find out more about Duan Lingtian. With their current strength, they did not dare to imagine how strong they would be in the past. However, if they were to explore the upgraded Chaos Realm, they would be in trouble in just a few days. They had only decided to enter the realm battlefield after they heard about Duan Lingtian. They wanted to confirm if the Duan Lingtian was the Duan Lingtian they knew. After they went to the upgraded Chaos Realm, they were able to confirm it. The Duan Lingtian was the Duan Lingtian they knew. Moreover, he was safe and sound. It's good that he's fine. whether it was Baiyao or Xiaolon at this moment, both of them revealed a relieved smile on their faces. The huge rock that had been hanging in their hearts had also been lifted. Little Tian. Feng Qingyang stood on top of a dangerous peak as he looked at the sky with a smile on his face. At the same time, he looked down and sighed. Although I'm in the top 3, I didn't manage to squeeze into the second place. Originally, Feng Qingyang thought that if his disciple, Duan Lingtian, was the first place on the overall ranking, he would be able to get into the second place. He did not expect that he would only get into the third place. The person in the second place is actually a medium ultimate god. I wonder if this person's strength is stronger than little Tian's second senior brother in the 10,000 Laws Palace's inner palace? Feng Qingyang was ranked 3rd on the overall ranking. There was a medium ultimate god in front of him who was ranked 2nd on the overall ranking. Master. As for Duan Lingtian, at this moment, when he saw he was ranked 1st on the overall ranking, he was not surprised at all. After all, this was within his expectations. If he was surpassed, perhaps he would truly feel pleasantly surprised. However, he did not expect that there was another familiar person in the top 3 of the overall ranking. It was his master, Feng Qingyang. When he saw the name Feng Qingyang, he knew that it must be his master. There was no one else. He had heard that there was a powerful sword cultivator among the upper god emperors. He guessed that it was his master at that time and confirmed it now. However, I didn't expect that even with master strength he would only be ranked 3rd on the overall ranking. The person in the 2nd place on the overall ranking must be one of the best among the medium ultimate gods. Duan Lingtian looked at the name in the 2nd place and murmured to himself. The person in 2nd place was a medium ultimate god from the floating land, Yu Xianshi. He knew very well that unless one was an extremely strong medium ultimate god, it would be unrealistic to monopolize the secret realm where medium ultimate gods gathered. The fact that he was ranked 2nd on the overall ranking meant that he was very strong. Even among the top medium ultimate gods, he must be one of the best. Perhaps he had encountered a top medium ultimate god in the secret realm, but even if they joined forces with the rest, they were still no match for him. This person's strength. I'm afraid he's above a group of top medium ultimate gods. Maybe he's recognized as the top medium ultimate god in the god-defying realm. Duan Lingtian knew that he was recognized as the top medium ultimate god in the god-defying realm. However, he did not know that his first senior sister, Huangfu Mengyuan, was called the top medium ultimate god in the god-defying realm by the absolute experts. He also did not know that his second senior brother Hong Yifeng was called the top medium ultimate god in the god-defying realm by the absolute experts. He had not entered any military camp before coming out of the upgraded chaos territory. He was mainly worried that someone would know that he had entered a military camp and ambush him near it. After leaving the military camp, although he appeared in different places, he was still near the military camp. As long as there were enough people, it would be difficult for him to escape the pursuit of others. But how should I receive the rewards for the overall ranking and the ranking of the same realm? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of this problem. From the beginning to the end, the absolute experts who announced the opening of the upgraded Chaos Territory and the various ranking rewards of the upgraded Chaos Territory did not seem to have told them how to redeem the rewards. Although they didn't say they shouldn't go back on their words, right? As soon as this thought appeared, Duan Lingtian suppressed it as he felt that he was overthinking. Even absolute experts would want to save face. Moreover, this time there must be some absolute experts, descendants on the ranking list. If the absolute experts who initiated the upgraded Chaos Territory reneged on their words, the other absolute experts would not let it go. Chapter 43:30. Also, didn't I enter the dimensional battlefield as someone from the world of divine offering? Didn't I enter the Chaos Territory or even the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory? Why does the overall ranking list and the lower ultimate god ranking list show that I'm a lower ultimate god from the Xingyin land? This was something Duan Ling Tian did not realize at first. He only regained his senses after a while. He had entered the dimensional battlefield from the world of divine offering. In the dimensional battlefield, the Chaos Territory and the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, he had also participated in the Secret Realm competition as someone from the world of divine offering. The people he met in the Secret Realm were basically from the world of divine offering. There was even one time when half of the people he met in the Secret Realm were from the Shengeng land, but his identity was still from the world of divine offering. However, the overall ranking list and the lower ultimate god ranking list clearly stated that he was a lower ultimate god from the Shengeng land. Is it because it's my first time entering the dimensional battlefield as someone from the Shengeng land? Or is it because everyone knows that I'm from the Myriad Law Palace in the Shengeng land? At this moment, Duan Lingtian had thousands of questions in his heart. Of course, what he cared about the most now was how the ultimate experts would fulfill their promise and give him the ranking list reward. That was the most important thing. Also, third senior brother, is he on the ranking list? After seeing his ranking, Duan Lingtian, who was quite satisfied with his ranking, looked at the medium ultimate god ranking list again, trying to find his third senior brother's name. However, as he searched, he did not see his third senior brother's name. He's not on the ranking list. Third senior brother, this is too bad, isn't it? The first on the medium ultimate god ranking list was the medium ultimate god ranked second on the overall ranking list, Yu Xianshi from the floating land. However, he did not see his third senior brother Yang Yuchen's name in the next 9. When I get out and see third senior brother, I can make fun of him. Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a faint smile. Fourth senior sister, on the other hand, although she came in later, she's ranked 10th on the lower ultimate god ranking list. Moreover, she's only a nomological clone who came in to fight for the ranking list. If it was me, I might be able to improve further. This time I'm afraid that not only will third senior brother be mocked by me, fourth senior sister will definitely not give up this opportunity to mock him. That's not right. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian recalled something. Third senior apprentice brother said that second senior apprentice brother has been in the planar battlefield all this time. He should be participating in this upgraded version of the Chaos Realms rankings. He's actually not on the list. According to third senior brother, the second senior brother whom he had yet to meet was stronger than third senior brother. Logically speaking, the second senior brother should be even stronger now. Moreover, he had been on the planar battlefield for a long time. He didn't lack battle merits, and his foundation was better than third senior brother's. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have failed to enter the top 10. It seems like second senior brother is either unlucky or his strength is only SOZO. This was also the thought that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind at this moment. Of course, he had no intention of looking down on that second senior brother. It was purely a simple thought in his heart. But Ning Yixuan is also very strong. He just became a medium ultimate god not long ago, but he's already ranked 5th. On the medium ultimate gods list, Ning Yixuan's name was ranked 5th. Although he did not enter the top 3, it was actually not bad. After all, Ning Yixuan had just become a medium ultimate god not long ago. While Duan Lingtian was thinking that Ning Yixuan's ranking was not bad, in another part of the divine adjudication battlefield, above a forest, Ning Yixuan was standing unscrupulously in the air. His expression was not very good. I didn't even enter the top 3? Just now, Ning Yixuan's attention was attracted by Duan Lingtian's ranking. First place on the overall list. First place on the lower ultimate gods list. He was not surprised that Duan Lingtian had made it to first place on the lower ultimate gods list. However, he was a little surprised that he had also made it to first place on the overall list. At the same time, he was a little disappointed after looking at the top 3 names on the overall list. He was not included. Originally, when he looked at the overall list, he thought that even if he did not make it to the top 3, he would still have a high chance of making it to the top 3 on the medium ultimate gods list. Of course, there was no hope for first place. This was because the second place on the overall list was also a medium ultimate god. I'm only 5th. I'm so far behind Duan Lingtian. Ning Yishuan's expression gradually became gloomy. After a while, he calmed down a little. However, soon his attention fell on the first place on the medium ultimate gods list and the second place on the overall list. A medium ultimate god from the floating land. Yu Xianshi. I've never heard of this person before. I've heard that there's a giant ultimate god clan in the floating land, the Yu clan. Could this Yu Xianshi be from the Yu clan? Ning Yishuan could not help but think to himself. However, if he's from the Yu clan, it's impossible for him to be unknown. Could he be a hidden genius from the Yu clan? However, with the Yu clan's foundation, is there a need to hide such a genius? The current Ning Yishuan was very confused about this. In fact, Ning Yishuan was not the only one who was confused. Even the descendants of other supreme experts and top experts from various planes of gods were also very confused. This was because they had never heard of this Yu Xianshi before. A genius from the Yu clan? Never heard of him. There's such a person in the Yu clan. However, what was unexpected was that even many people from the Yu clan in the floating land were very confused. Yu Xianshi? Is he from the Yu clan? We don't have such a person in the Yu clan, right? Of course, there were also a few older experts from the Yu clan whose expressions changed drastically. Could it be that child from back then? That child who was abandoned by the Yu clan? The older experts from the Yu clan who thought of that secret changed their expressions one after another. If it was that child, the Yu clan would really be humiliated this time. Even the strongest ancestor behind the Yu family might fly into a rage because of this. After all, that ancestor did not know about that incident back then. While many people were confused about the identity of Yu Xianshi, who was ranked 2nd on the overall list, Duan Lingtian did not feel anything. This was because even if Yu Xianshi was famous, it was normal that he had not heard of him. After all, he really did not know much about the geniuses of the floating land. Currently, he was still confused about how those supreme experts would distribute the rewards for the upgraded version of the Chaos Regions list. Will they wait until they return to the Mystic Handle Land and find me at the Law Palace? Or will they directly find me at the Dimensional Battlefield to receive their rewards? The other rewards are fine. They can be given to me in person at any time. But to take a bath in the divine, corrupting spring, they can't give me the entire divine, corrupting spring, right? I should go to a specific place to take a bath, right? Chapter 40, 331. Duan Lingtian knew very well that it was basically impossible for him to get an entire pool of divine, corporeal spring water. Otherwise, the other party would not have said that the person who ranked first on the overall leaderboard could take a bath in the divine, corporeal spring water. If they were really willing to give it to him, they could have just said that the reward was a pool of divine, corporeal spring water. Why did they have to say that the reward was a bath? Of course, Duan Lingtian still had a headache about how to claim the reward. Next, he naturally hoped to go to the Xia family in the world of divine, offering to see if Kerr had returned to the Xia family. Then, after confirming that Kerr was safe, he would return to the Myriad Arts Academy in the Xiangang land. As for rescuing Kerr, naturally he would have to wait until he claimed the reward this time. The reward this time would be an important turning point in his life. Whether he could use this opportunity to advance further and even become a medium ultimate god depended entirely on this opportunity. It can't be that I'm going to claim the reward in there, right? If that's the case, can I choose when to claim the reward for taking a bath in the divine corporeal spring water? After all, I still have something important to do. For Duan Lingtian, The most important thing now was to go to the world of divine offering to confirm if his wife, Kerr, had returned to the Xia family. If she had not returned, he would wait for the dimensional battlefield to close and see if his wife, Kerr, had returned to the Xia family. If he entered the divine corporeal spring water before that, he did not know how much time he would have to waste. By then, he might miss the best time to rescue his wife. Although the reward of the divine corporeal spring water was good and might allow him to reach the top in a single bound, to him, his wife was more important than anything else. All these years, he had fought so hard to become stronger. Why? Was it not to save his wife? He had always been fighting for this goal. If it's really here and I'm welcomed by that supreme expert, maybe I can ask him for a favor. This way, it won't affect my chances of getting the reward this time, and it won't affect Kerr's safety. Duan Lingtian knew very well that once the planar battlefield closed and the Xia family really threatened Kerr would very likely go to extremes at the critical moment. Now, the Xia family no longer had any bargaining chips that could restrain Kerr. The bargaining chips that could restrain Kerr and his family had all been released by the third master of the Xia family, Xiajia. If it really came to that, with his understanding of Kerr would definitely not compromise. Even if he had to die again, he would not compromise. And this was not what he wanted to see. Let's leave this battlefield first and return to the world of divine remains. After making up his mind, Duan Lingtian prepared to leave the battlefield and return to the world of divine remains. He would go to the Xia family and inquire about Kerr. I wonder if the nearby military camp is far away. What Duan Lingtian needed to do next was naturally to find a military camp and teleport out. Although the Chaos Realm had closed, the planar battlefield was still open, and there was still some time before it closed. Also, if Kerr is still in the planar battlefield, and she knows that I came from the Myriad Law Academy in the Xiangang land, she might go to the Myriad Law Academy to look for me. If there's no news about Kerr in the world of divine remains, I'll return to the Xiangang land and Myriad Law Academy through the planar battlefield. Who knows, I might be able to reunite with Kerr in the Myriad Law Academy. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's heart burned with passion, and he became even more eager to find a military camp nearby. However, not long after he flew out, he suddenly felt the space in front of him tremble. If he was an ordinary person who was proficient in other laws, he might not have been able to react so quickly, but he was proficient in the law of space. Then Duan Lingtian saw the trembling space in front of him suddenly distort and fold, and then a figure walked out of the folded space without tearing it apart. It was as if the matter that had extended from the space had turned into the person in front of him. It was a middle-aged man with an unruly look, a resolute face, and a solemn expression. He walked slowly in the air toward Duan Lingtian. He looked like an ordinary person, but Duan Lingtian felt that this person's existence made him feel somewhat pressured. At this moment, the tree of life in his small world began to tremble, and he was so frightened that he hurriedly sealed the small world in his body. This is an ultimate powerhouse. At this moment, Duan Lingtian confirmed the other party's identity. In the past, even the projection of the Ning family's ultimate powerhouse behind Ning, Yishuan, had not given the tree of life in his small world so much pressure. However, the person in front of him made the tree of life in his small world somewhat restless. At the same time, a gentle voice sounded in his body before he completely sealed the small world in his body. Little Tian? What's going on? Where are you? How did you encounter the ultimate powerhouse's true body? It was the ultimate powerhouse's true body. The voice belonged to the world cleansing divine water. The world cleansing divine water was born next to a divine tree of life in a realm of gods. It was the divine tree of life in his body. The divine tree of life used to belong to another supreme expert who ruled over a realm of gods during that era. He was one of the strongest ultimate powerhouses in the godly defiance realm. For this reason, the world cleansing divine water was much more experienced than the ordinary 5 divine elements. the ultimate powerhouse's true body. Although Duan Lingtian had already guessed the identity of the person in front of him, he was still shocked by the world-cleansing divine water's words. It was the ultimate powerhouse's true body. It was not the projection of his true body, but his true body. Duan Lingtian greets Senior. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He then cupped his hands and bowed respectfully to the person in front of him. It was the ultimate powerhouse's true body. Such an existence could kill Jian Wushuang with just a breath. It was not difficult for Jian Wushuang to guess why the person would appear in front of him. The person must be here to redeem the first place on the Chaos Territories overall list and the lower ultimate god list. Jian Wushuang's heart was filled with bitterness. What he did not want to happen had finally happened. As a result, a wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. At this moment, the middle-aged supreme powerhouse nodded at Duan Lingtian with a calm gaze. When he saw the bitterness on Duan Lingtian's lips, he was stunned for a moment before he said calmly, "I'm sure you've guessed my intention. If that's the case, why do you still feel bitter?" The middle-aged man asked bluntly. He could not understand why Jian Wushuang felt bitter. Senior, Duan Lingtian did not hide the truth as there was no need for him to do so. He might need to ask for a favor from the other party. Of course, Jian Wushuang did not want to do so if he could. Even if the other party was an ultimate powerhouse, he might not need Jian Wushuang's favor. What about in the future? Duan Lingtian did not think that he would stop at the upper ultimate god level. He would definitely become an ultimate powerhouse. I wonder if I can choose when to bathe in the divine corporeal spring? Also, can you give me the other things in advance? The moment Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, he asked 2 consecutive questions. The middle-aged man's face was no longer calm. He frowned slightly and asked, "You still have things to do? Can't you leave?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. The middle-aged man's face flashed with displeasure when he heard Jian Wushuang's answer. Even he was envious of the opportunity to bathe in the divine corporeal spring. However, Jian Wushuang was not enthusiastic at all. Of course, the middle-aged man did not make a decision immediately. He immediately asked the person behind him, "Sir," the middle-aged man explained the situation he was facing to the people behind him. The person behind him quickly responded, "Tell him that he can only enjoy the reward if he baths in the divine corporeal spring now. Otherwise, he'll be disqualified. We gave him such a good opportunity, but he didn't cherish it. Instead, he's dragging his feet." Although the young man's tone did not carry any anger, it was clear that he could not understand Jian Wushuang's decision. After receiving Duan Lingtian's reply, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, "I can give you the other rewards now. However, as for the reward for bathing in the divine corporeal spring, you can come with me and enjoy it. Otherwise, you can give up. The choice is up to you," the middle-aged man said. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard this. The thing that he did not want to see the most had finally happened. After his expression changed greatly, he became uncertain again. In the end, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn as though he had made an important decision. "Senior," Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and said sincerely, "I, Duan Lingtian, rarely ask for help in my life. I wonder if you can do me a favor and do me a favor? This is very important to me. If Senior is willing to help, I, Duan Lingtian, will definitely repay this favor in the future. It's fine if Senior is not willing to help. However, I think I'll have to give up the chance to bathe in the divine corporeal spring." Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. When the middle-aged man heard Duan Lingtian's words, he frowned again. This fellow in front of him actually wanted to give up the chance to bathe in the divine corporeal spring for a favor? Could it be that he didn't know that even if such a precious opportunity was placed in the hands of a group of supreme experts, the group of supreme experts would still fight to the death for it. However, out of curiosity, he still wanted to ask what Duan Lingtian wanted him to help with. He still thought highly of this genius of the younger generation, Duan Lingtian. If it was something that he could help with, it was not impossible for him to help Duan Lingtian and form a good relationship with him. "What do you want me to help with?" the middle-aged man asked. Of course, he could not help with everything. He would only help Duan Lingtian if it was within his capabilities and did not violate the rules of the realm battlefield. When Duan Lingtian heard this, his eyes lit up. If the middle-aged man said this, it meant that there was a chance. Chapter 40, 332. It's still too early to celebrate. Duan Lingtian was overjoyed for a moment before he calmed down. After all, the middle-aged man had not decided whether he was willing to help him. This was related to the two great clans in the world of divine remains, the Xia clan and the Yun clan. Moreover, both clans had omnipotent experts. Although the matter between him and Kerr might not necessarily alarm the omnipotent experts, the middle-aged man in front of him might not be willing to offend two clans with omnipotent experts behind them for his sake. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and said solemnly, "Elder, this is what happened." Duan Lingtian did not intend to hide anything from the omnipotent expert. He told the middle-aged man the story between him and his wife. Of course, he did not mention Yun Qinyan. He only said that the Xia clan looked down on him. He was also worried that the omnipotent expert before him might be on good terms with the omnipotent expert behind the Yun clan and refuse to help him. The reason he asked the omnipotent expert to help him was simple. He wanted to confirm whether Kerr had returned to the Xia clan. After confirming that Kerr had returned to the Xia clan, the omnipotent expert would tell Kerr about his current situation. He wanted to let Kerr know that he had a chance to save her from the abyss of suffering. All in all, the story Duan Lingtian told the omnipotent expert was both true and false. The truth was that he had feelings for his wife, Kerr, and the reason why he had grown so quickly was because he wanted to save his wife, Kerr. In addition, when he separated from Kerr, he said that the Xia clan looked down on him. This time, he hoped that the omnipotent expert would go to the Xia clan and let them know of his existence. He hoped that the Duan Lingtian in the dimensional battlefield would be the husband of the Xia clan's young mistress, Xia Ningxue, in this life. As for the Yun clan, he only said a few words casually. He said that the Xia clan intended to let his wife marry into the Yun clan. As for the Yun family's marriage partner, he didn't say anything. His request was simple. He just had to confirm that his wife, Kerr, had returned to the Xia family. He also had to inform Kerr about his current strength and situation. He also had to inform Kerr that their family and friends were safe and sound. Under such circumstances, he believed that with Kerr's intelligence, she would definitely know how to stall for time and wait for him to openly pick her up from the Xia family home. As for the middle-aged man, after listening to Duan Lingtian's series of words, he was actually a little speechless. At the same time, he felt a little tired. He was a supreme powerhouse, an extremely powerful existence. Yet the other party actually wanted him to run errands? To think that he had thought that this Duan Lingtian had some sort of difficult matter that he needed his help with. He had even thought that if it was too difficult, he would reject Duan Lingtian, but in the end he was only asked to run errands. I wonder, Senior, are you willing to help? Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and said solemnly, "No problem." This time, the middle-aged man did not ask the person behind him because he knew that the person behind him would definitely not stop him from helping Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he had his own selfish motives. Based on the talent and strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed so far, as long as he did not die prematurely, he was destined to rise in the future. In the future, when he became a supreme powerhouse, he would most likely be the strongest among the supreme powerhouses in the God-defying realm. Furthermore, Duan Lingtian had also said that he would repay this favor with gusto in the future. If this kind of errand work could be exchanged for Duan Lingtian's repayment with gusto, it was too worth it. Duan Lingtian is extremely grateful that Senior is willing to help. In the future, I will definitely not let Senior regret this favor. Duan Lingtian quickly expressed his gratitude after receiving confirmation from the supreme powerhouse in front of him. In his opinion, this favor might be a piece of cake in the eyes of the supreme powerhouse in front of him. It was just an errand work. However, it was very important to him because it concerned the safety of his wife, Kerr. Now, can you follow me to the place where the divine corporeal spring is? The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "When you enter the divine corporeal spring, I will go to the Xia family in the world of divine remains to find your wife and tell her what you said to me. If she is not in the Xia family, as long as she is still in the battlefield of the gods' adjudication, as long as you and the Xia family know the name that she might have used, I can help you find her." The middle-aged man said. The last sentence was said because he felt that the favor that Duan Lingtian asked of him was too simple, and he felt a little apologetic. For him, it was not too difficult to find a person in the battlefield of the gods' adjudication, as long as the person did not use a pseudonym that other people close to him did not know. "Thank you, Senior." Duan Lingtian thanked him profusely. At the same time, he felt more at ease and felt that this supreme powerhouse was very reliable. If there was a chance in the future, he would repay him well. Soon after, Duan Lingtian received the other rewards from the middle-aged man and followed him, preparing to leave. He watched as the middle-aged man waved his hand and the scene in front of him changed. Then he realized that his entire body was enveloped by a force and was being carried through the air rapidly. Then there was the sound of the wind. However, the scene in front of him became completely blurry. It was colorful and even a little distorted. Nothing could be seen clearly and nothing could be seen clearly. Is this because he's fast? Or is it because of the space we're traveling through right now? And the scenery between spaces is like this? At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not recognize what was going on. Soon after, the middle-aged man's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears again. "After the span of 3 breaths, another force will descend on you. At that time, there's no need for you to resist. Just go along with it. It will bring you to the place where the divine, corporeal spring is. I'm only responsible for bringing you here. I don't care about what happens after that." The middle-aged man said. When Duan Lingtian heard that, he was mentally prepared. At the same time, he felt that as the number 1 on the overall ranking board, he was given a lot of face. And Supreme Powerhouse had brought him here, and another person was going to bring him to the place where the divine, corporeal spring was. This must be another Supreme Powerhouse, right? I'm just a lower ultimate god, and 2 Supreme Powerhouses are going to bring me here personally. Even though Duan Lingtian had experienced countless storms along the way, at this moment, he still could not help but feel elated in the depths of his heart. 3 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, a force swept over. It gave Duan Lingtian the feeling that it was gentler and more domineering than the middle-aged man's force. Gentler and domineering. The 2 contradictory words merged at this moment. The combination of contradictions gave Duan Lingtian an indescribable feeling. Try your best to absorb the divine corporeal spring for your cultivation. You only have 1 chance. Once you can no longer absorb the divine corporeal spring, you'll be sent out. When another force attacked him and the force from the middle-aged man left, Duan Lingtian heard a kind reminder. Suddenly, a cold snort was heard. Duan Lingtian felt the world spinning around him. He was in a daze, as though he had fallen into a half-asleep state. He felt as though he had entered a dream. In other words, he felt as though he was dreaming at this moment, especially when he heard a faint voice behind him. It made him even more certain that he was dreaming. "Sir, He could vaguely recognize that it was the middle-aged Supreme Powerhouse's voice. Because of that, he felt as though he was dreaming. He must be dreaming. That was a Supreme Powerhouse. What kind of person was qualified for him to address him as Sir. A supreme powerhouse had to address someone else as Sir. This must be a joke. He must be dreaming. Almost at the same time when Duan Lingtian thought he was dreaming, the middle-aged man who received him appeared in an endless void. A small courtyard with a gazebo was suspended in the endless void. It gave off a hollow feeling. At this moment, the middle-aged man landed in the small courtyard in front of the gazebo. He bowed respectfully, not daring to raise his head to look at the young man dressed in white in the gazebo. Why did he suddenly change his mind? The young man in white asked nonchalantly. Upon hearing the young man's question, the middle-aged man quickly told him everything Duan Lingtian had asked him to do. At the same time, he also mentioned the Xia clan and Yun clan in the divine offering land. For the sake of his wife, he went from a low-level mundane realm to a realm of gods in less than 1,000 years, and even entered the ultimate god realm. The young man's eyes gleamed when he heard the middle-aged man's words. I didn't expect him to be such a sentimental young man. I don't quite understand it either. The middle-aged man shook his head. Humph. The young man snorted coldly. I'm afraid you haven't even touched a woman's hand since you were born, right? It's only natural that you don't understand. The middle-aged man's expression froze when he heard the young man's words. He could not help but mutter inwardly, You speak as if you've touched a woman's hand before. What are you muttering in your heart? The young man's words rang out once again, causing the middle-aged man's expression to change greatly. Did the young man see through his thoughts? If that was the case, how powerful was the young man in front of him? Had he improved again? I can't tell what you're thinking. The young man saw the middle-aged man's expression and said nonchalantly, It's just a guess. Now, are you wondering if my strength has improved again? The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat when he heard the young man's words. At the same time, he was confused. Did the young man really improve, or did he just guess what was on his mind? Go ahead. After a while, the young man said nonchalantly, Make a trip to the Xia clan in the divine offering land and the Yun clan in the divine offering land. Find out the ins and outs of this matter. I have a feeling that everything he told you doesn't make sense in some places. Perhaps there's something he didn't tell you. Go and confirm it yourself. Then come back and tell me. I also want to know, after so many years in the godly defiance realm, the first person to step into the ultimate god realm within 1,000 years, what kind of belief supported him all the way to this step? Chapter 40, 333. Duan Lingtian felt like he was in a dream and did not suspect that the dream was fake. Because if this dream was fake, then it would be too frightening. A supreme expert, a high and mighty existence in this world, had to respectfully address another person as Sir. This completely overturned his understanding of the world. Therefore, he concluded that what he heard was a dream. It was fake and could not be real. Soon after, Duan Lingtian fell into a semi-conscious state. Then he felt a cool sensation around him. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered he was already in a cave. At the same time, the force that was suppressing his divine power had completely disappeared. He regained his consciousness. At the same time, he also regained control of his body. However, everything in the cave dwelling was sealed except for a spring located in a corner of the cave dwelling. The scent of the spring water made him feel relaxed and happy. He even felt that the 99 heavenly veins in his body were instantly unblocked. His divine power was rippling in the heavenly veins as if it had a mind of its own. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian did not expect the bottleneck that had been preventing him from stabilizing his cultivation base to the lesser ultimate god stage would be broken at this moment. It was mysteriously broken. Just like that, his cultivation base was completely consolidated without any cultivation. My lower ultimate god cultivation base is completely consolidated just like that. At that moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel that the turbulent divine power in his heavenly veins had begun to calm down. After calming down, the feeling that it gave him was obviously different from before. It had completely stabilized. It was completely different from before, when it was still a little restless. Now he felt like he could move his divine power as easily as if it was his own arm. It was a completely different feeling from before, when he could not fully control it. It's really completely consolidated. I really didn't expect this. Duan Lingtian really did not expect that his cultivation base, which had not been consolidated for a long time in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm in the dimensional battlefield, would instantly be consolidated in this place. Of course, after being stunned for a while, he was overjoyed. After all, this was a good thing. This is the God-corrupting spring? In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he stared at the spring water in the corner of the cave. This seemingly ordinary spring water was no different from a supreme treasure in his eyes. Hearing about it and witnessing it with one's own eyes were two completely different concepts. He had already obtained the divine, corporeal spring earlier. The reward for the first place on the lower ultimate God ranking list was the divine, corporeal spring. However, it was kept in a bottle, and he did not open it, nor did he have time to look at it. Therefore, he had no idea what it was. After he obtained the bottle containing the god's corrupting spring, he was brought here directly by the middle-aged supreme expert. He did not even have the time to open it to take a look. At this moment, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but take out the bottle from his storage ring. When he opened the bottle, he noticed a similar aura escaping from inside. This bottle contained a lot of divine, corporeal spring water. However, in front of the God-corrupting spring, it was insignificant. They were on completely different levels and concepts. This bottle has a hidden space, similar to a storage ring. It feels like it can store a lot of divine, corrupting spring water. With this thought, Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on the God-corrupting spring water not far away. His eyes lit up as he stared at the God-corrupting spring water, thinking of collecting some God-corrupting spring water to fill the bottle. If I were to take a bath, I wouldn't need so much God-corrupting spring water, right? Although the reward for the first place on the lower ultimate God ranking list was considered a lot of God-corrupting spring water, it was insignificant compared to the God-corrupting spring water in the pool. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also felt that even if he were to take a bath, he would not need so much God-corrupting spring water. Collecting some God-corrupting spring water should not affect his bath, right? I wonder if I can collect the God-corrupting spring water inside. If I can, can't I take away the rest of the God-corrupting spring water after my bath? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian felt that it was too unrealistic and impossible. If that was the case, then the reward for the first place on the Chaos Zone's overall ranking list would not be a bath in the God-corrupting spring water, but an entire pool of God-corrupting spring water. Although Duan Lingtian felt that he could not collect the God-corrupting spring water, he could not help but want to try. What if he could? What if the expert behind him did not mind collecting some God-corrupting spring water before he took a bath? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian walked to the side of the God-corrupting spring water. At that moment, he could feel the God-corrupting spring's aura. At that moment, he felt a wave of comfort all over his body. The divine power in his body was slightly boiling, and his progress was much faster than when he used divine elixirs to cultivate. After all, he had not even started cultivating yet. No wonder they say that even a drop of God-corrupting spring water is a treasure. Now, I'm standing in front of a pool of God-corrupting spring water. How many drops of God-corrupting spring water are there in terms of drops? Duan Lingtian stared at the God-corrupting spring water in front of him and could not help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. Of course, Duan Lingtian did not forget his earlier thoughts. He squatted down and took out the bottle, intending to collect the God-corrupting spring water in the God-corrupting spring water. However, just as he was about to make a move, an invisible barrier suddenly rippled like water and blocked Duan Lingtian's movements. Following that, an indifferent voice sounded. Your reward is to take a bath in the God-corrupting spring water. During the bath, you can absorb the God-corrupting spring water without any restrictions. Even if you can absorb all the God-corrupting spring water in the God-corrupting spring water, I have no objections. However, during the bath, you are not allowed to collect a single drop of God-corrupting spring water. Since it's your first offense, and I didn't warn you, I won't hold it against you this time. In the future, if you secretly collect even a drop of God-corrupting spring water, I'll expel you from the God-corrupting spring water and revoke the ultimate expert Godhead reward that originally belonged to you. Although Duan Lingtian had previously received a reward from the middle-aged supreme expert, it was only the reward of being ranked first on the lower ultimate God ranking list. As for the reward of being ranked first on the overall ranking list, he had yet to receive it. He had yet to receive the ultimate expert Godhead as well. According to the middle-aged supreme expert, the ultimate expert Godhead would be given to him after he finished bathing in the God-corrupting spring water. Moreover, the person who gave him the ultimate expert Godhead was someone else. Upon hearing the other party's indifferent words, Duan Lingtian did not dare to doubt the other party's words and hurriedly apologized. Senior, I'm sorry. I didn't know I couldn't collect the God-corrupting spring water here. Humph. If you knew, do you think I wouldn't hold it against you? The voice was heard again. This time it was a cold humph. The voice was not loud, but it made Duan Lingtian's soul tremble slightly at that moment. At that moment, Duan Lingtian realized how powerful the owner of the voice was. He could not see the other party, nor sense the other party's presence. Just a cold humph was enough to make his soul tremble. Was this the power of a supreme expert? Senior, after taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Duan Lingtian asked, Is there a limit to how long I can bathe in the God-corrupting spring water? He wanted to know if there was a time limit to how long he could bathe in the God-corrupting spring water. You want to know about the time limit, right? The voice was heard again. Yes, Duan Lingtian replied. There is no time limit. However, when you've absorbed enough God-corrupting spring water to a state where you can't absorb any more for 10 days and nights, I'll send you out of the God-corrupting spring water. How much you can absorb will depend on your own ability. Also, I know you have a divine tree of life in your little world. It can be considered a part of your body now, so you can absorb the God-corrupting spring water. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he heard the other party's words. After all, he had used the divine tree of life when he attacked Ning Yishuan earlier. It was normal for the other party to know about the divine tree of life. Also, the voice was heard again. The 5 divine elements in your body can also absorb the God-corrupting spring water. I won't impose any restrictions on you. When Duan Lingtian heard the other party's words, he realized he was not the only one who could absorb the God-corrupting spring water. Even the divine elements in his body and the divine tree of life could absorb the God-corrupting spring water as well. Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself, if I absorb all of them, will the God-corrupting spring water not be enough for me to absorb? However, Duan Lingtian soon realized he was overthinking things. When he entered the God-corrupting spring water and opened up his little world to allow the divine tree of life and the divine elements to absorb the God-corrupting spring water, he discovered it was not that easy to absorb the God-corrupting spring water. 1 drop was enough for him to absorb for a long time. In fact, it took him several days to absorb the first drop of God-corrupting spring water. Moreover, he could clearly feel the transformation of his divine energy. It was a very obvious transformation. As for the divine tree of life and the divine elements, although they were also absorbing the God-corrupting spring water, their absorption speed was much slower. Duan Lingtian had a feeling that the God-corrupting spring water was more suitable for him to absorb than the divine tree of life and the divine elements. No wonder the other party is so generous. Duan Lingtian discovered it only took him about a month to absorb more than a dozen drops of God-corrupting spring water. Moreover, his absorption speed was getting faster and faster. At the same time, he discovered it took the divine tree of life and the divine elements a month to absorb 2 drops of God-corrupting spring water. Moreover, their absorption speed was still the same. It did not increase at all. If that's the case, I won't be able to absorb another drop of God-corrupting spring water for 10 days and 10 nights. They won't be able to absorb any more God-corrupting spring water either. However, it's obvious that my absorption speed is getting faster and faster. Could it be that the absorption speed will decrease after a certain point? Chapter 40, 334. Although Duan Lingtian knew that the divine corrupting spring was precious and extraordinary, his understanding of it was still limited. The treatment he was enjoying now, even in the myriad realms outside the realm, could only be enjoyed by the direct descendants of the top powerhouses in the top realms. Moreover, only the direct descendants who were valued by those powerhouses could enjoy such treatment. The divine corrupting spring was very rare even in the myriad realms. It was enough to make the top powerhouses of the myriad realms move out and even fight for it. The divine corrupting spring was actually not very useful to the top powerhouses of the myriad realms. Its greatest use was to allow those who were weak and had not yet stepped into the realm of the omnipotent realm to grow rapidly. For any realm in the myriad realms, the power of the new generation was very important because if there were only so many powerhouses and no more, sooner or later, they would die in the time heavenly tribulation as time passed. The time heavenly tribulation was a kind of heavenly tribulation that would appear after a period of time. In the God-defying realm, the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation was actually a kind of time heavenly tribulation. In the God-defying realm, many people were curious whether a person did not need to face the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation after becoming an omnipotent realm. Of course, many people knew that omnipotent realm experts did not need to face the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation. However, just because omnipotent realm experts did not need to face the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation did not mean that they did not need to face any heavenly tribulation. The time heavenly tribulation that omnipotent realm experts faced was not the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, but the 10,000-year heavenly tribulation. Every 10,000 years, they had to go through a heavenly tribulation test, not only in the God-defying realm, but also in any realm in the myriad realms. The powerhouses had to go through this test. Of course, the current Duan Lingtian definitely did not know this. He did not know what everything he was enjoying now meant. It was not an exaggeration to say that if the omnipotent realm expert who had control of the divine corrupting spring said that no matter who killed Duan Lingtian, he could replace him, the group of omnipotent realm experts in the God-defying realm, as long as they were not alone, basically would not be able to resist killing Duan Lingtian. Continue to cultivate, of course, although Duan Lingtian did not know what all of this meant in the myriad realms. He still knew that this was a very rare opportunity. If he missed it, it would be gone. It was said that even a single drop of divine corrupting spring water was something that many supreme experts could not take out, not to mention others. Just based on this point, he knew how rare and precious this opportunity was. That supreme expert obviously knows everything about me. The divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements are my most important secrets, but he knows them all. It seems that I was exposed when I attacked Neinishwan last time. Although his secrets had been exposed, Duan Lingtian knew that these things were perhaps the most valuable treasures for ordinary people, but to the most powerful beings it was nothing. Therefore, he was not worried about being discovered. Moreover, if the other party really wanted to do something to him, he wouldn't have been able to survive until now. What I need to do now is to absorb as much of the divine accumulating spring water as I can. If I can absorb all of it, I'm afraid I'll be able to enter the upper ultimate God realm. Now that Duan Lingtian had cultivated for a month, he could clearly feel how helpful the divine accumulating spring water was to him. It was also because of this that he somewhat understood why a group of people were so eager to get into the lower ultimate God list, and even the top 3 of the overall list. They were even willing to pay a huge price to offer a reward for his death. If he were those people, he would not want such benefits to be taken away by an outsider. Duan Lingtian, make good use of this opportunity. Duan Lingtian constantly reminded himself in his heart that he could not slack off, and he must properly cherish this opportunity and grab hold of this opportunity. The flow of time in the space where the divine accumulating spring water is located is different from the outside world. 10 days inside is 1 day outside. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to fully immerse himself in cultivation, the voice sounded again and clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian was suddenly pleasantly surprised. His heart, that was originally hanging in the air, was now completely at ease. Originally, although he also cherished this opportunity, he was always worried that he would waste too much time here. Although that supreme expert was willing to help him by going to the Xia clan in the divine offering land to look for Kerr, he was still not completely at ease. In other words, before he saw Kerr, he could not be completely at ease. Now that he knew that the flow of time here was different from the outside world, he immediately felt relieved. The difference in the flow of time was not unfamiliar to him. In fact, when he was still in the mundane plane of the lower secondary plane, he had entered a space where the flow of time was different from the outside world. Of course, at that time he was still very weak. It was also because he was weak that he could enjoy the difference in the flow of time. I'm already a lower ultimate God. Here, I can still enjoy the difference in the flow of time. Moreover, it's a difference of 10 to 1. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled again. Naturally, he knew what this meant. In the past, when he was still in the mundane plane, he had obtained the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, which contained the change in the flow of time. However, later on, he also found out that the reason the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, was that it contained the law of time. Moreover, the effect of the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda's flow of time was only useful for people with low cultivation base. The more powerful a person was, the less they could enjoy the difference in the flow of time inside. Otherwise, could it be that deities who were above the immortals could also cultivate in the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda with different flow of time? If the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda could really do that, then it was not just a top immortal weapon, but a top divine weapon. In other words, it was an existence above the divine weapon. At the very least, Duan Lingtian had not heard of any divine weapon that could allow existences above the divine level to enter and enjoy the difference in the flow of time. He also knew that even among the group of supreme experts in the God-defying realm, not everyone had the means to allow existences above the ultimate God realm to enter a space with a difference in the flow of time, unless it was a supreme expert who was skilled in the law of time. Of course, even such a statement was just some people's guess. In short, it was very difficult to construct a space where an ultimate God could enter and enjoy the difference in the flow of time. And now he had entered such a space. Senior. At this time, Duan Lingtian could no longer maintain his calm. Is this a space inside an artifact, or a space directly constructed by you? Or is this a space constructed by a senior who is skilled in the law of time? Duan Lingtian was really shocked. The stronger one was the higher one's vision. The current Duan Lingtian knew very well that the space he was in was very difficult to construct. Even if a supreme expert who was skilled in the law of time could construct a space that could accommodate a lower ultimate God like him, he was afraid that it would not be possible to achieve a time flow rate that was 10 to 1 compared to the outside world. You don't need to know this. The voice sounded again in an indifferent tone. You only need to know that if you enter the medium ultimate God realm in this place, the time flow rate will change from 10 to 1 to 5. If you enter the upper ultimate God realm, the time flow rate here will change to 2 to 1. That's all you need to know. Cultivate well. This kind of opportunity doesn't come by often. The owner of the voice stopped abruptly and did not speak again. Duan Lingtian did not dwell on this issue. Regardless, this is a good thing for me. Before I enter the medium ultimate God realm, the time flow rate here will be 10 to 1 compared to the outside world. As for the medium ultimate God realm, thinking of this, Duan Lingtian thought of the difficulty of his cultivation after entering the lower ultimate God realm and did not have much hope. Even if the divine corrupting spring is good, it might not be able to support my breakthrough to the medium ultimate God realm, right? Of course, if it can really help me enter the medium ultimate God realm, that would be a great thing. As for the upper ultimate God realm, it was not that Duan Lingtian did not have much hope for the upper ultimate God realm, but he did not have any hope at all. He felt that it was impossible and unrealistic. After all, he had only just consolidated his cultivation base at the lower ultimate God realm. He was too far away from the upper ultimate God realm. There was still a long way to go. Duan Lingtian went to receive his reward for being first on the overall ranking list. At the same time, in the various major battlefield, those who ranked on the same level ranking list also received their corresponding rewards. Unlike Duan Lingtian, from the beginning until the end, there was no supreme powerhouse that appeared during the process of these people obtaining their rewards. Only a wave of energy that made their hearts palpitate extended from the void and delivered the rewards they deserved to them. And they also put it into their own storage rings at the first moment. They all used the self-destruction of their storage rings. That was the only way they could ensure their own safety. Now, there were already many people who regretted using their real names in the planar battlefield. Now, many people know that I took 4th place on the Middle God Emperor ranking. The divine corporeal spring in my hands will definitely be targeted by many people. This time, I'll immediately find a secluded place and consume all the divine corrupting spring when I get out. That way, even if they find me again, I won't be in danger. At this moment, many people had already thought of their escape route. At the same time, Lang Chunwan's Maxim clone, who also ranked 10th on the lower Ultimate God ranking list, also received a small bottle that contained a drop of divine corrupting spring. If it was in the past, even a drop of divine corrupting spring would be enough to make Lang Chunwan ecstatic. But now, she was happy for her little junior brother, who could soak in the divine corrupting spring and obtain a ridiculous amount of divine corrupting spring. At the same time, she was also a little disappointed. Little junior brother, he's stronger than me after all. Although it was only her Maxim clone who had entered, she knew deep in her heart, even if her original body were to enter the lower Ultimate God ranking list, it would be considered good if she could get into the top 3, let alone the first place on the lower Ultimate God ranking list, and the top 3 on the overall ranking list. In the past, she had underestimated the lower Ultimate Gods of the various planes of gods. It was only when the ranking list was revealed that she realized she had been a frog in a well all this time. Chapter 40, 335. I didn't get first place. In the planar battlefield formed by the intersection of the floating land and another realm of gods, a young man frowned slightly after receiving his bountiful reward. With my strength, I wouldn't be afraid even if I were to fight against the best of the best among the upper ultimate gods. I didn't expect to lose to a lower ultimate god, but if his strength is really comparable to a peak medium ultimate god like the rumors say, then my loss is not unjustified. This young man was none other than Yu Xianshi, who ranked second on the upgraded Chaos Zone's general board, a medium ultimate god from the floating land. I wonder if the Yu clan will remember me this time. Humph! What the Yu clan owes me back then. One day, I'll get them back one by one. After receiving his reward, the young man, who was Yu Xianshi, immediately went to the nearby military camp and left the dimensional battlefield through the transportation formation and returned to the floating land. At the same time as Yu Xianshi left the dimensional battlefield, Duan Lingtian's third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, also left the mysterious Sen battlefield through the transportation formation in the military camp and returned to the mysterious gangland. Then he went straight back to the Myriad Law Academy. After returning to the Myriad Law Academy, he went straight to the Internal Palace to confirm that his fourth junior sister was only a Maxim clone that entered the dimensional battlefield. He was finally relieved. If fourth junior sister had really entered the planar battlefield with her true body, then the independent planar battlefield where the Inner Palace disciples resided would most likely have been destroyed. The independent dimension required the token of the Internal Palace's master to support it and an endless supply of divine power. Of course, the amount of divine power required was very little. However, it had to be pure divine power, which was the divine power that flowed out from a person's body. Even an ordinary divine spirit would be able to support the operation of the token. However, it was impossible for them to simply hand the token over to another person, because once they obtained the token, they would be able to control all the formations in the independent dimension, including the powerful defensive divine formation and killing formation. It was said that the formation of the independent dimension of the Internal Palace was personally set up by an ultimate expert. As for the source of power, it was the independent dimension itself. Every time it was consumed, the independent space would become unstable. Because of that, the formation was extremely powerful. It was said that as long as one was not a top-notch high-level ultimate god, one would have a slim chance of surviving if they entered the formation. Fourth junior sister, congratulations. Yang Yuchen congratulated his fourth junior sister, Lang Chunwan. On the other hand, Lang Chunwan looked at Yang Yuchen grumpily. Third senior brother, if you hadn't purposely brought up little junior brother and tricked me into accepting the responsibility of the Inner Palace, I wouldn't have been at the bottom of the upgraded lower ultimate gods list in the Chaos territory. Yang Yuchen felt a little helpless and tired when he heard Lang Chunwan's words. After all, he did not even make it into the top 10 of the medium ultimate gods list. Little junior sister, you can't say that. Yang Yuchen shook his head and said with a smile, think about it, so what if your true body enters? Could he get first place on the lower level ultimate gods list? Could he get first place on the overall list? Do you know that the reason junior brother is able to achieve such good results is because I brought him into the planar battlefield and helped him a lot? If I didn't accompany him into the planar battlefield, he wouldn't have improved so much, and he wouldn't have been able to obtain the number 1 position on the Chaos Realms upgraded ranking list in such a short time. Think about little junior brother's ranking. Do you still think I'm the one who harmed you? If you think you have too little divine corrupting spring, you can wait for little junior brother to come back and ask him for more. Lang Chunwan's eyes lit up when she heard Yang Yuchen's words. Third senior brother, what you said does make sense. Also, at this time Yang Yuchen continued, little junior brother, you should know that bounties have been placed everywhere in the planar battlefield's upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, right? Lang Chunwan's face darkened when Yang Yuchen mentioned this topic. She clenched her fists tightly and said, I know. Third senior brother, wait until I'm stronger or first senior sister comes back. Our internal palace will definitely settle the score with them. How dare they bully little junior brother like that? Lang Chunwan gritted her teeth as she spoke. Yang Yuchen's heart sank when he heard this. Doesn't this little miss know that those who put up the bounty are backed by powerful ultimate gods factions? Even if first senior sister comes back and has the strength to suppress all the upper level ultimate gods, she's nothing in front of an ultimate god expert. Unless first senior sister becomes an ultimate god expert. Since you know about the bounty, I'm sure you know how much danger little junior brother is in, right? Yang Yuchen asked again. Lang Chunwan nodded. She naturally knew how much danger little junior brother was in. It was said that a group of outstanding upper-level ultimate gods were looking for trouble with little junior brother. Fortunately, little junior brother was not found by them. Otherwise, he would have been in deep trouble. Do you know, The reason I'm not on the medium ultimate gods list is that after I found out about little junior brother's bounty, I rushed over immediately whenever I heard about his whereabouts. I wanted to protect little junior brother at the most critical moment. In the process, I was almost killed by Nangong Luyan from the Nangong clan and others. Did you know that? Yang Yuchen's face tensed up as he spoke. What? Lang Chunwan's face changed instantly. Third senior brother, you were almost killed. Yes. Yang Yuchen nodded satisfactorily when he saw Lang Chunwan's expression. Fortunately, second senior brother appeared in the nick of time and saved me. It was also after that second senior brother found out that Duan Lingtian, who was popular in the upgraded version of the chaotic domain name, was our little junior brother. Because of that, second senior brother and I ran to wherever we heard news about little junior brother. Because of that, we gave up the fight for the medium ultimate gods list. At this point, Yang Yuchen sighed. Fourth junior sister. Third senior brother knows that it's also because you're not strong enough. Otherwise, you'd definitely be like me and second senior brother, giving up the fight for the ranking of those of the same cultivation level for little junior brother. Let's not talk about this for now. I just hope that fourth junior sister doesn't think that I lied to you when you took on the burden of the inner palace. As long as you want, you can give up the burden at any time. Unfortunately, I can't leave the inner palace and Myriad Arts Academy at will to protect little junior brother in the future. Yang Yuchen sighed again at the end of his sentence. His essence, energy, and spirit seemed to be a little sluggish at this moment, as if he had aged a few years. No. Lang Chunwan hurriedly shook her head when she heard that. Third senior brother, that's not what I meant. I really didn't know that you did all this. And second senior brother, third senior brother, you'd better go protect Duan Lingtian and bring little junior brother back safely. Just leave the inner palace to me. I didn't give up the same level list to look for little junior brother, like you and second senior brother. It's just as you said, I don't think I have the ability to help little junior brother. I hope you can understand this. Third senior brother. Now, Lang Chunwan felt that she had sinned deeply. When second senior brother and third senior brother gave up the fight for the same level list for little junior brother's safety, she was passionate about the fight for the same level list. Although she did that because she felt that she did not have the ability to help little junior brother, she still felt a little ashamed in front of second senior brother. Little junior sister, it's really not necessary. Just leave the inner palace to me. Yang Yuchen sighed. No, I won't give the inner palace to you, Lang Chunwan said firmly. At the same time, she raised her eyebrows and turned her head slightly to look the void in front of her. Second senior brother, hurry up and persuade second senior brother to stop thinking about regaining control of the inner palace. Since he's handed the inner palace to me, I'll be in charge of the inner palace. Now, I want him to go out and help little junior brother and bring him back safely. Little junior brother now has a precious treasure on him. There must be many people who have their eyes on him. Hong Yifeng's figure appeared in the void in front of them. At first, he was a little confused and did not know what his little junior sister meant. In the next instant, he heard his third junior brother's voice transmission and learned what had just happened. For a moment, he could not help but scold him through voice transmission. You little rascal. You're even scheming with fourth junior sister. Is it right for you to do this? Forget it. If you're really unwilling to take on this burden, I'll take it on again. Fourth junior sister shouldn't take on this burden. Hong Yifeng shook his head at the end of his voice transmission. Then he looked at Lang Chunwan and said with a friendly face, Fourth junior sister, the inner palace has always been under second senior brother's control. Now, let's hand it back to second senior brother. You don't have to take on this burden. Hong Yifeng thought he was being very sincere. However, he was ruthlessly rejected in the next moment. Second senior brother, Weren't you like this before? Is it because you haven't seen little junior brother and don't have any feelings for him, so you don't want to help him? Now, shouldn't you go with third senior brother to look for him and protect him? Go out and look for him, protect him, and don't rush to bring him back. I'll take care of the inner palace. I'll never let our family disappear. Lang Chunwan was so anxious that her eyes were red. Everyone wanted to fight for power with her. Did they want her to look for little junior brother and protect him? She was only a lower ultimate god. When Hong Yifeng saw this, he was completely stunned. Fourth junior sister had been completely led astray by third junior brother, right? What a simple-minded girl. Moreover, she seemed to be hopeless for a moment. He could not help but stare at third junior brother Yang Yuchen, who looked calm as if nothing had happened. Then he began to comfort Lang Chunwan. Junior sister, second senior brother didn't mean it that way. All right, since you're willing to take charge of the inner palace, continue to take charge. Next, I'll go with your third senior brother to look for help and clean up those blind people who want to target our little junior brother around Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Chapter 4336. Duan Lingtian, an inner disciple of the 10,000 Laws Palace. He was not even 1,000 years old, but he was already a lower-level Supreme God and ranked first on the lower-level Supreme God ranking list. This news spread like wildfire after the ranking list was released, and it shook the entire region. Those who were not particularly ill-informed had basically heard of this news. When this news spread, those who knew Duan Lingtian were shocked. Those who didn't know Duan Lingtian were so shocked that they couldn't recover for a long time. Who would have thought that he would actually reach this step? The dimensional battlefield was still open. Within the profound Zen battlefield in a military camp, a beautiful woman and a young woman were standing in a corner. The two women's faces were filled with shock. These two women were none other than Duan Lingtian's mother-in-law, Linghu Renfeng, and his sister-in-law, Linghu Chuin. In the past, when Linghu Renfeng left the realm of chaos with Linghu Chuin, she also left the dimensional battlefield until she heard that Duan Lingtian was being targeted in the upgraded realm of chaos. Because she was worried, she once again brought her daughter into the dimensional battlefield to wait for news. She didn't dare to bring her daughter into the upgraded realm of chaos. Therefore, she could only wait outside for news. After waiting for dozens of years, the result finally came. Her son-in-law, who she had only met once, actually suppressed the geniuses of the various planes and obtained the first place on the ranking list of the upgraded realm of chaos. With the baptism of the divine spring water and the omnipotent divine spark, his future path will definitely be smoother. Although Linghu Renfeng didn't have any feelings for her son-in-law, he was still her daughter's husband. She naturally hoped that he would be better. Moreover, although she didn't have any feelings for her son-in-law, she had a good impression of him. This was because she knew that her son-in-law was able to fight his way from the lower planes to the dimensional battlefield in such a short period of time because of the crisis that her daughter had encountered. It wasn't hard to see that her son-in-law had feelings and a sense of responsibility for her daughter. Let's go. In the future, we will rely on him to save your sister. Linghu Renfeng glanced at her daughter and sighed. With his current achievements and fame, it won't be difficult for him to save your sister from the abyss of hell. Let's return to the profound Handaland and wait for news from our families. Linghu Renfeng was clear in her heart that as long as her son-in-law reunited with her daughter, he would definitely bring people back to the Linghu family in the Xiangang land to see her. Her daughter didn't know about her background. However, his son-in-law already knew. Yes, Linghu Chuin responded. When she left with Linghu Renfeng, there was envy in the depths of her eyes. It was unknown if she was envious of her brother-in-law's current strength, or envious of her sister having such a good husband. At about the same time, in another planar battlefield, 3 beautiful figures vanished into a teleportation formation in the military camp. Princess Xiaolon Xiaojie, if it really is the young master, he's safe and sound now. You can rest assured, the 3 women were none other than Jingru, Biao, and Xiaolon. Even the current Duan Lingtian did not expect there to be so many old friends who were worried about his safety in the various planar battlefields. In the divine offering land, Yun Tingfeng, the patriarch of the Yun family, returned to the Yun residence with an ugly expression. Not only was Duan Lingtian not dead, but he had also taken the first place on the lesser supreme god ranking in the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory. With his talent and such a great opportunity, he would definitely be able to grow rapidly in a short period of time. If Duan Lingtian grew stronger, it would not only be a disaster for the Yun family, but it would also be a disaster for his son, Yun Qinyan. This matter, I'll have to alert the ancestor. Yun Tingfeng did not want to alert the ancestor of the Yun family because of Duan Lingtian. If the ancestor knew about this matter, he would definitely choose to use his son's life to appease Duan Lingtian's anger against the Yun family. In the eyes of the ancestor, the life or death of his son was not important. What was important was the legacy of the Yun family. I can't tell the ancestor the truth after the projection of his doppelganger appears. Otherwise, he won't think of going against Duan Lingtian. Yun Tingfeng quickly came up with an excuse. He then went to the Yun family's ancestral shrine and used the patriarch's token to awaken the projection of the Yun family's ancestor's doppelganger. The projection of the doppelganger could not unleash much strength, but it could transmit everything it saw and heard back to the main body. Ancestor. When the figure of an old man appeared, Yun Tingfeng immediately knelt on the ground. He was usually high and mighty in the Yun family, but at this moment, he was like a devout believer. What's the matter? The old man had the demeanor of an immortal. Only the lower half of his face looked benevolent. However, his sharp eyebrows ruined this benevolence. Although the old man's eyes were calm and it was only a projection of his doppelganger, Yun Tingfeng did not dare to breathe loudly when he looked at him. Ancestor. Yun Tingfeng said in a deep voice, Ancestor, I wonder if you've heard about the upgraded version of the list battle in the Zone of Chaos? Yes. The old man replied indifferently, I've seen the list. I don't think anyone from the Yun family is on it. Could it be that someone has entered one of the lists using an alias? You've awakened me because you want to give him a reward? The old man asked. No. Yun Tingfeng smiled bitterly. Yun Tingfeng smiled bitterly and said, Not a single member of the Yun family made it onto the updated list. Then why did you awaken my doppelganger projection? The old man's tone became much colder at this moment. Ancestor. Yun Tingfeng's expression instantly turned solemn. You must have heard about the person who ranked first on the upgraded version of the list battle in the Zone of Chaos, right? Yes. The old man replied indifferently, He's not even 1,000 years old and has just entered the ultimate god realm. It's said that his strength is comparable to a top intermediate ultimate god. It won't be difficult for this child to become an ultimate god when he grows up in the future. Even though he was an ultimate god, he had heard a lot about the monstrous genius named Duan Lingtian. The first time he had heard of the other party's name was during the last meeting of the utmost powerful beings. Duan Lingtian had almost killed the genius of the Ning family in the land of sanctions, Ning Yishuan. Before that, Ning Yishuan was recognized as the #1 person among the younger generation in the god-defying realm. However, this time he had been defeated by a young man who was not even 1,000 years old. Later, when the upgraded version of the Zone of Chaos was activated, Duan Lingtian's performance made him pay more attention to this rising star of the god-defying realm. In the history of the god-defying realm, there had never been such a monstrous genius. Although he had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian, he was very optimistic about Duan Lingtian. As long as he did not die prematurely in the future, he would definitely become an ultimate god. Chapter 4337. Ancestor. Yun Tingfeng, the patriarch of the Yun family, felt bitter and helpless when he saw his ancestor's reaction. Based on the Yun family's ancestor's tone when he mentioned Duan Lingtian, it was obvious he admired Duan Lingtian and did not harbor any enmity or jealousy toward Duan Lingtian. This was definitely not a good sign. At this moment, the Yun family's ancestor noticed Yun Tingfeng's strange behavior. His expression changed abruptly. "Don't tell me you're looking for me because of him." "Why? Did you offend him?" The Yun family's ancestor, a supreme expert, suddenly changed his expression. If it was in the past, even he would find it unbelievable. After all, Duan Lingtian was not even a supreme expert. He was not even a high-level ultimate god or medium ultimate god. Ancestor. Yun Tingfeng took a deep breath before he recounted the speech he had prepared earlier. He briefly mentioned the enmity between his son, Yun Qingyan, and Duan Lingtian, and emphasized how determined Duan Lingtian was against the Yun family. He even mentioned that Duan Lingtian had killed many members of the Yun family in the outside world. At the same time, he was mentally prepared for this. Those members of the Yun family in the outside world would have to stay in the outside world forever. As for the culprit, it was naturally Duan Lingtian. Ancestor, based on your tone, I can tell you admire him a lot. However, what I want to say is that he's a huge threat to the Yun family. 100 years ago, dozens of members of the Yun family died in his hands. This was before he entered the realm battlefield's chaos zone. Currently, he's like a fish in water in the realm battlefield's chaos zone. He even ranked first on the upgraded chaos zone's overall ranking. I'm afraid it won't be long before he rises to prominence. Yun Tingfeng paused for a moment before he said in a deep voice, "This isn't a good thing for the Yun family. I'm here to tell you about this matter. Although he's only a lower ultimate god now, his strength is comparable to many upper ultimate gods. If such a person grows up, I won't be able to handle it, and neither will the Yun family. I'm afraid only the old ancestor alone can restrain him." Yun Tingfeng said. Originally, he had planned to use his niece to lure him out and then kill him. But now the plan could not keep up with the changes. Although his plan was not necessarily useless, if the other party digested the reward of the upgraded Chaos Realm this time, his strength would definitely increase rapidly. At that time, in the entire Yun family except for him, there would be no one who could stop him. When that time came, would the other party still lie to him? At that time, he could use his niece to threaten the other party, but the other party could use everyone in the Yun family to threaten him. Could he, Yun Tingfeng, protect everyone from the Yun family? It's a pity that I didn't kill him the last time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have left such a disaster behind. Yun Tingfeng sighed in his heart. He felt that it was a pity, but he also knew that it was useless. Back then, he had not made any mistakes. It could only be said that his opponent was too vigilant. If only Yen was half as good as him, I wouldn't have to worry about him all the time. When he thought about how his son was compared to Duan Lingtian, Yun Tingfeng felt exhausted. What? After hearing Yun Tingfeng's words, the Yun family's old ancestor's expression changed again. You mean, Duan Lingtian is now our Yun family's enemy? Yes. Yun Tingfeng nodded. At the same time, he said with a bitter expression on his face, "Moreover, it's the kind that leaves no room for negotiation." Currently, the number of direct descendants of the Yun family who died in his hands has exceeded 50. Among them, there are also a few people from your branch, old ancestor. Yun Tingfeng knew the old ancestor very well. Although he cared about the Yun family, he cared about the few dozen people in his branch the most. However, among those people, there was no outstanding talent in this generation. He even killed people from my branch. As expected, the Yun family's old ancestors' eyes turned cold, and his face was filled with killing intent. His originally fierce and sharp eyebrows seemed to have turned into swords at this moment. Yes, Yun Tingfeng replied respectfully. At the same time, he sent out a message that he had prepared long ago. He ordered the people he had arranged long ago to execute the few people from the Yun family's old ancestors' branch outside the Yun family. Those people had left the Yun family for a long time, and the soul orbs they left in the Yun family had long since expired. There was no need to worry that the people from their branch would know that they had died. As for the old ancestor before him, it was only a clone projection. Yun Tingfeng was not worried that he would discover his message. Good, very good. The Yun family's old ancestor was clearly very angry. After all, there were not many people from his branch left in the Yun family. If one died, there would be one less. Old ancestor. Yun Tingfeng had a respectful expression on his face as he looked at the Yun family's old ancestor with an expectant gaze. I wonder if you have a way to kill Duan Lingtian in the cradle? This time, he obtained the first place on the overall ranking. Can you stop him from obtaining it? Or should I say, can you personally kill him and seize all of his gains? When Yun Tingfeng reached the end of his sentence, the expectant look in his eyes intensified. As soon as he finished speaking, he added, Old ancestor, if you can kill him and seize his gains, even if you give a portion of it to the Yun family, the younger generation of the Yun family will definitely rise to prominence. At this moment, Yun Tingfeng was already thinking that if the old ancestor before him was willing to kill Duan Lingtian and seize Duan Lingtian's gains and share them with the Yun family, he would definitely increase the strength of his son, Yun Qingyan. As for giving it to others, that was impossible. Even if he really wanted to give it to others, he would only give a small portion as a token gesture. He would definitely leave the majority of the gains for his son. Humph. The Yun family's old ancestor snorted coldly. In the upgraded version of the Realm of Chaos, many supreme experts wanted to take his life but were unable to do so. Do you think I can kill him in the Realm of Chaos? If I'm not mistaken, he must have been taken away to receive his reward before he even left the Realm of Chaos. The divine corrupting spring won't be given to him directly. As for the divine corrupting spring, it's in the hands of that person. The Yun family's old ancestor's eyes were filled with dread when he thought about one of the leaders of the supreme experts in the God-define realm. That person was not someone he could afford to offend. Old ancestor, the person you're talking about, could it be one of those few supreme experts? Yun Tingfeng's expression changed when he saw the old ancestor's dread. There were strong and weak supreme experts in the God-defying realm, but there were a few supreme experts who were ranked at the top. They were unshakable by the other supreme experts. If the divine corrupting spring was in the hands of one of those few supreme experts, and that person was the one who gave the reward to Duan Lingtian, the Yun family's old ancestor would not be able to interfere. He was very clear about this. Yes, the Yun family's old ancestor glanced at Yun Tingfeng indifferently. Therefore, it's not realistic for me to stop him from obtaining the reward. Moreover, in the next instant, the Yun family's old ancestor's gaze turned sharp. There are some things that I'm not unaware of. When Duan Lingtian rose to prominence, many supreme powerhouses had tried to find out about his background and past. As for me, I've also learned about his background from other supreme powerhouses. His wife is the reincarnation of the little girl from the Xia family. If I remember correctly, back then, your son wanted to marry that girl as his wife. As for you, you once invited me to attend his wedding. I'll believe everything you've said today for the time being. However, if I find out that all of this is because of your son, he'll definitely die. When the Yun family's old ancestor reached the end of his sentence, his voice was bone-chilling. Yun Tingfeng's expression changed drastically. Before he could react, the Yun family's old ancestor's clone projection had already disappeared without a trace. When Yun Tingfeng regained his senses, His expression was as unsightly as it could be. A moment later, his expression changed. After a long time, his expression returned to normal. At the same time, he let out a long sigh and turned to walk out of the Yun family's ancestral hall. Then he immediately went to look for his son, Yun Qingyan. Father. Yun Qingyan's emotions were not high when he saw his father. This was because he knew everything that had happened in the dimensional battlefield. Duan Lingtian had obtained the reward of first place on the Chaos Zone's overall list of the upgraded version of the dimensional battlefield. He had become the envy of everyone in the God-defying realm. The first place on the lesser ultimate god list would be able to obtain a large amount of divine corrupting spring. The first place on the overall list would even be able to soak in the divine corrupting spring and absorb as much divine corrupting spring as he wished. On top of that, he would also be able to obtain an ultimate god divinity. Naturally, he knew what the ultimate god divinity meant. It was an existence that contained the power of law. As long as one obtained it, one's comprehension of the law would improve tremendously. You know everything? Seeing his son's expression, Yun Tingfeng guessed that he already knew. He couldn't help but sigh. Yes. Yun Qingyan nodded. He seemed to be in low spirits, but there was no sign of despair or hysteria on his face. It was as though he had accepted his fate. At least it seemed that way. Yun Tingfeng said in a low voice, I'll make some arrangements. You can't stay in the Yun clan and the divine offering land anymore. Find a mundane realm in the lower secondary realm where no one can find you and live out the rest of your life in peace. Don't tell anyone about that place, including me. Yun Tingfeng said. Yun Qingyan's expression changed when he heard his father's words. Father, you're asking me to escape? Originally, even though there was some despair in the depths of his heart, and he also felt that it would be very difficult for his father's next plan to succeed. However, he also thought that even if he were to encounter difficulties in the future, that would be a matter for the future. However, his father was asking him to escape. Duan Lingtian was only a lesser ultimate god. At this moment, Yun Qingyan felt as though something was stuck in his chest. At the same time, in his mind, the voice that he had suppressed a long time ago began to speak bewitchingly once more. Chapter 43:38. Father, is there really nothing else we can do? Yun Qingyan was still unwilling to give up. He, Yun Qingyan, was the young master of the Yun family in the world of divine remains. He was the pride of the Yun family. Even in the God Defiance plane, his status was very prominent. More than 99% of the people looked up to him and envied him. But now, with such a status, he was reduced to seeking refuge in a mundane plane. The initiator of all this was a lowly person with a lowly bloodline from a mundane plane. How could he accept this? Now, every time he thought of how he could have killed Duan Lingtian, but because of his cousin Xianing Xue, he did not kill Duan Lingtian and did not even bother to kill Duan Lingtian again. He felt a wave of regret. If he had sent someone to kill Duan Lingtian after dealing with his cousin, Xianing Xue, there would not be such a series of events that happened later. He really didn't expect that a person from the mundane plane, who was like an ant in his eyes in the past, who he could easily crush with a finger, would grow to such a level today. The last time he saw Duan Lingtian, he was almost killed. He regretted not targeting Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, his life would not have been on the line. Later, when news spread that Duan Lingtian was in the Chaos Zone or even the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone, it was too late for regrets. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. However, regret was useless. Duan Lingtian had already grown. It's not necessarily impossible. Yun Tingfeng sighed and said, I'll continue with that plan. However, you can't stay here any longer. It's too dangerous for you to stay. I'll find someone to be your substitute. At that time, if Duan Lingtian shows up, I'll do everything I can to kill him. If he's dead, you can come back. Yun Tingfeng said, "If he's dead, the news will spread throughout the world of divine remains, and even the various world of divine remains. So, you don't have to worry about not receiving any news. As long as you stay in the mundane plane for a few hundred years, you can go to the various world of divine remains to ask for news." Yun Tingfeng said. However, despite Yun Tingfeng's words, Yun Qingyan did not believe them. He knew his father well. If he had the confidence, he would not have sent him away. It was obvious that he was not confident. "Father, I understand. I will leave tomorrow," Yun Qingyan said. "Let's not wait for tomorrow." However, Yun Tingfeng shook his head. "How about today? Today you will leave. Of course, with your current strength, you can't go to the lower realms yet. Next, I'll bring you to another realm of gods through the realm battlefield. Once the planar battlefield is closed and the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the lower realms is reopened, you can go to the lower realms and find a mundane realm that no one knows about to live in seclusion for a while. A few hundred years later, you can come back and ask for more information." Yun Tingfeng had even thought of a way out for his son. He knew that this was the only way out for his son. Based on the attitude of the Yun family's ancestor, it wouldn't be long before he would find his son and denounce him. There was even a high possibility that his son would be killed. In front of that old ancestor, his son's life was as lowly as grass. However, in his eyes, his son's life was extremely important. There was no way he would allow his son to die. As for the fact that the plan would continue, he was merely trying to comfort his son. He knew that even if the plan continued, it would be difficult for him to deal with Duan Lingtian. First, Duan Lingtian's strength would definitely soar after he received the reward of being the first on the Chaos Zone's overall ranking. At that time, even if Duan Lingtian was not as strong as him, it would not be impossible for Duan Lingtian to escape from under his nose. Secondly, there was the Xia clan. Previously, the clan leader of the Xia clan, Xiaoyu, had made it clear that he was willing to help Yun Tingfeng deal with Duan Lingtian. However, what about now? Duan Lingtian was so outstanding. Moreover, he had even obtained the first on the Chaos Zone's overall ranking and obtained a large amount of divine, corrupting springs. Yun Tingfeng did not believe Xiaoyu did not have any thoughts about this. Perhaps Xiaoyu was afraid of Yun Tingfeng's threat and was willing to help him deal with Duan Lingtian. However, who could guarantee that Xiaoyu would not inform Duan Lingtian about this? For this reason, Yun Tingfeng did not think his plan would succeed. Father. On the other hand, Yun Qingyan did not show much emotion when he heard his father's words. His expression was cold as he said, "Let me leave on my own. If I can't even travel to other realms of gods on my own, what's the point of living in this world?" Yun Tingfeng was stunned when he heard Yun Qingyan's words. Then he looked at his son for a while before he nodded and said, "You've grown up. You have your own thoughts. I respect you." For now, he was not worried about his son's safety. Of course, he would still tail them in secret. Only when he saw his son enter the planar battlefield would he feel relieved. "I'll go prepare some things for you. Bring them with you to the realm battlefield." After saying that, Yun Tingfeng left. However, he soon returned and handed a spatial ring to his son, Yun Qingyan. Earlier, Yun Tingfeng had used his authority as the clan leader of the Yun clan to take many things from the Yun clan's treasure vault for his son. Naturally, the Yun clan's elders would hold him accountable for this. However, he couldn't care less about that. "Father, I'll take my leave now." Yun Qingyan left after receiving the spatial ring. After leaving the Yun clan's estate, he entered the realm battlefield. With this, Yun Tingfeng left and returned to the Yun clan. Not long after Yun Tingfeng returned to the Yun clan, Yun Qingyan, who had entered the realm battlefield, chose to return to the divine offering land from a nearby military camp. It did not take long for him to return to the divine offering land. However, he did not plan to return to the Yun clan this time. Instead, after they were teleported out, they found a secluded place nearby and settled down at the foot of an inconspicuous mountain peak that was neither too high nor too low in the forest. At the same time, a blood-red pearl the size of a fist appeared in his hand. It was called a blood-red pearl because it was shrouded in blood energy. Upon closer inspection, one could see the pearl was not blood-red. Instead, it was translucent. Furthermore, one could clearly see that there was a figure lying inside the pearl. It was motionless as if it was dead. There was no movement or sound. It was a handsome and devilish young man. His eyes were closed as he lay there. His upper body was masculine, but something was missing from his lower body. He looked no different from a eunuch in a palace in the mundane realms. Is he still a man? Yun Qin Yen stared at the figure in the pearl with a conflicted expression on his face. The thing in his hand was something he had obtained 2 days ago. If he hadn't experienced it for himself, even he himself wouldn't have believed that such an absurd and bizarre thing could happen. While he was cultivating, he had a dream. Someone had spoken to him in his dream, telling him that he would be granted great power, but he would have to pay a price. He would have to abandon his body. His soul would have to enter another body. Apart from that, there was a risk of being devoured by the soul remnant in the body. In the best-case scenario, he would be affected by the soul remnant, and the person would become him and not him at the same time. Initially, he had thought it was just a ridiculous dream. But when he woke up, he found that there was an extra pearl in front of him, and the voice he heard in his dream kept coming out from the bamboo, saying that it wanted to give him power and told him to break the pearl as soon as possible to release the owner of the voice. Naturally, he did not do that. After all, if he did that, he would no longer be himself. In fact, he would no longer be a man. This was something he could not accept. However, at this moment, he knew this was the only way for him to become stronger. Otherwise, he would have to wait until the spatial tunnel between the lower realms and the realms of gods opened. He would have to find a mundane realm that no one knew about and live there with a different identity. Many years later, he would not be able to withstand the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation and die. He did not want that to happen. I want to kill that Duan Lingtian, even if I can't be with my cousin. That Duan Lingtian won't be able to have my cousin. If I can't have her, I'll destroy her. Yun Qin Yan's eyes were filled with madness at this moment. He raised his hand and merged his divine consciousness with the pearl in his hand. At the same time, he slammed his palm against the pearl. A devastating energy landed on the pearl in just a blink of an eye. Crack! The pearl shattered with a loud sound. Immediately after, a terrifying power that seemed to be unrestrained swept out from the bead. The handsome and bewitching young man who was sleeping without a single piece of clothing suddenly opened his eyes. There were no emotions in his eyes. In fact, there was a vacant look in his eyes. From today onward, you'll be my new body. No matter what the outcome is, I, Yun Qin Yan, will accept it. Yun Qin Yan's body was crushed by the energy from the pearl. It did not take long for his body to disintegrate into dust. However, his soul left his body first and followed his consciousness into the body of the handsome and devilish young man who was still lying there. His soul had occupied the young man's consciousness. The handsome young man rose to his feet and moved his hands mechanically. He lowered his head to look at his body before a sinister smile appeared on his face. I'm still conscious. It was not clear whether the voice belonged to a man or a woman, but it was clear the voice belonged to Yun Qin Yan. However, in the next instant, his expression suddenly changed. Meanwhile, in the consciousness of the body that Yun Qin Yan had occupied, his soul was attacked by more than a dozen soul remnants. His soul was injured, and the soul remnants entered his body through the wound. Eventually, the soul remnants merged with his soul. Have I been revived? No, my memory is different from before. Yun Qin Yan muttered to himself. I'm Bai Feng, and I'm also Yun Qin Yan. From now on, I'll be called Yun Feng. Chapter 40, 339. That's not right. The handsome and devilish young man shook his head. There's an elder in the Yun clan who's also called Yun Feng. I'm not called Yun Feng. From now on, I'll be called Yun Xinfeng. As these words fell, the handsome yet devilish young man nodded his head in satisfaction. Then he looked at his naked body. With just a thought, he attached his divine energy to his body and transformed it into a robe that covered his entire body. He was wearing a bright red robe, which made him look even more demonic. At this moment, the young man who called himself Yun Xinfeng spoke in a gentle and flirtatious tone. It did not sound like a man's voice at all. It sounded more like a feminine woman's voice. It's really strange. Now, I actually don't have any delusions about my cousin. Even if she's willing to marry me, I'm no longer interested in her. Is this the after effect of merging with my new body? However, I don't seem to dislike this after effect at all. However, suddenly, as though he had thought of something, a hint of viciousness flashed in the eyes of the feminine young man. Even if I'm no longer interested in my cousin, that Duan Lingtian can forget about being with my cousin. Humph. A cold snort rang in the air. Unknowingly, the energy in his body was brought into play. In just an instant, a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions and blasted the towering mountains and precipitous ridges into flat ground. Mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. Dust flew everywhere. Mountain and river reversal. In the next instant, when the commotion died down, the feminine young man looked at the scene before him in shock and disbelief. This is my energy. Even if my father were to attack the surroundings with all his might, it wouldn't be as powerful as this, right? However, I'm only using the divine energy around me, and it's already so destructive? That's not right. Suddenly, the feminine young man seemed to have noticed something. He flipped his right hand and looked at his palm. Strands of energy that originated from his body swept out from his palm. Looking at this strange yet familiar power, the man's pupils contracted slightly. This is the supreme divine power. Omnipotent divine power, the power of an omnipotent expert, aside from the chaos zone, could be used anywhere else, including the planar battlefield. Of course, it was only useful against existences below the level of utmost powerful beings. When he was still the first young master of the Yun family, Yun Qinyan, he did not lack such supreme divine power. However, he never imagined that one day he would have such experience. Becoming a supreme expert was the dream of all existences above the divine master level in the God-defying realm, and he was no exception. However, he knew that it was harder than ascending to the heavens for him to become a supreme expert. Every single one of these supreme experts was someone with unparalleled talent. Although his talent was not bad, it was still lacking by quite a bit. He had never imagined that he would one day become an omnipotent. Although he had paid a great price to become an omnipotent, at this moment he felt that it was extremely worth it. Previously, he had never regretted it. Now he felt that it was worth it. Even if he felt that his consciousness was being affected by another consciousness, and that incomplete and complicated memory was still constantly corroding his memories, and he had no way to stop it. However, he did not panic at all. It was normal for him to have to pay a price to obtain such great power all of a sudden. This was a transaction in itself. He had given up his body and used his soul to awaken the body that had been sealed for many years. The soul in the other party's body was no longer complete and was badly damaged. However, his soul would still be eroded and become something that was neither human nor ghost. He had known all this for a long time. However, so what? What he needed was great power, power that could kill the Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's smooth growth had long made him crazy with jealousy. Later on, because of the Duan Lingtian's threat, his father had actually asked him to find a mundane realm to conceal his identity until the 1,000-year tribulation that he could not resist arrived. This was equivalent to asking him to find a place to wait for death. He could not accept this. For this reason, He had chosen to accept the devil's offer. Don't even think about completely eroding the memories in my soul. I must kill the Duan Lingtian. I won't allow him to be with my cousin, Xia Ning Shui. Also my father. No one can touch my father. Not even that old man from the Yun family. Although Yun Tingfeng had not told Yun Qingyan many things, Yun Qingyan was not stupid. However, Yun Qingyan was no fool. Since his father had asked him to leave his hometown and find a mundane realm to wait for death, it meant he must have gone to the supreme expert from the Yun family and had no choice but to make such a decision. If the supreme expert from the Yun family was willing to protect him, his father would not have done this. It was clear the supreme expert from the Yun family had given up on him. In other words, the supreme expert did not know the Yun family had offended the Duan Lingtian because of him. His father was worried the supreme expert would target him after learning the truth, so he sent him away. Now that he thought about it, everything made sense. Yun Qingyan could clearly feel his father's helplessness when he was about to send him away. Don't even think about asking me to forget my father, Yun Qingyan muttered to himself. He knew it was impossible for him to keep most of his memories. Therefore, he could only choose to keep some of them. There were 3 of them. He remembered everything about them. He did not want to forget them because of the impact from the remnant of his soul. A moment later, before many people noticed the commotion and rushed over, the feminine-looking young man suddenly hugged his head with both hands and let out an incomparably sharp roar. Then a terrifying power spread out from his body and spread out. Boom! 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 The land, which had been turned into ruins and had fallen silent, began to tremble once again. This time, the sudden surge of power was wreaking havoc in a wider and wider area. Many villages and towns were affected by it. Countless people died. What a terrifying energy! Heavens! Who's fighting? Isn't this power too terrifying? At that moment, a group of ultimate gods, including a few high-level ultimate gods, noticed the commotion and stopped in their tracks, not daring to go any closer. The feminine-looking young man who was at the center of the explosion had regained his composure. However, his eyes were colder than before. I didn't expect to be reborn in such a way, Yun Qingyan, right? From now on, you and I are one. From now on, I'm Yun Xinfeng. Is this the God-defying realm? The person who sealed me was a powerhouse from the God-defying realm. Is he dead? Otherwise, why would he leave my heavenly jewel outside? I have to leave as soon as possible. The commotion earlier might have alerted the master of this space. The feminine-looking young man raised his hand and a terrifying energy swept out. It tore the space apart as he prepared to leave. Wait, there's something I need to do. I need to go to the Xia clan. Suddenly, the feminine-looking young man seemed to have recalled something. With a flash, he disappeared from where he was and left at lightning speed. Meanwhile, in front of a wooden house on a floating island in the endless void, an old man with the demeanor of a transcendent being was playing chess with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man suddenly frowned. What's wrong? The old man was puzzled when he saw the middle-aged man frowning. Nothing. The middle-aged man shook his head. I must have sensed wrongly. Perhaps the closure of the upgraded Chaos Realm has affected the realm battlefield and caused some commotion in my divine offering land. Let's continue playing chess, the middle-aged man said. The old man shook his head. The old man shook his head and smiled. That little world in your body has turned into a realm of gods and formed a formation with the other 17 realms of gods to protect the safety of the God-defying realm. You must have gained a lot over the years, right? Now that you've absorbed the divine offering land into your body and merged it with your body, do you think your combat strength is comparable to those few people? The old man asked with a smile. Those few people? The middle-aged man was taken aback when he heard the old man's words. Then he shook his head. Those few people are too mysterious. Let's not talk about the other mysterious ones. Even I can't see through the depths of the one who is more commonly seen. If I don't use the divine offering land, I'm afraid I won't even be able to withstand a single blow from him. If I use the divine offering land, I might be able to fight him, but the chances of me defeating him are slim. Moreover, we can't use the divine offering land recklessly. If we use it for too long, it'll weaken the God-defying realm's external barrier. At that time, the outsiders will find an opportunity to infiltrate the God-defying realm. The middle-aged man said, "That's true." The old man sighed, "The responsibility you bear is too great. It's best if you don't touch the divine offering land if you can." It was not difficult to tell that the middle-aged man was the master of the divine offering land, a supreme powerhouse who stood at the top of the God-defying realm in the divine offering land. The Xia clan. Bang! A loud noise rang in the air. The Xia clan's extremely sturdy, protective grand formation trembled for a moment before it cracked and shattered. In the next moment, the entire Xia clan's mansion was affected by a powerful force and turned into ruins in the blink of an eye. If it was not for the backup plan behind the protective grand formation that teleported the people in the Xia clan's mansion out of the Xia clan's mansion in time, it would be difficult for anyone in the Xia clan's mansion to survive. Who dares to attack my Xia clan? An incomparably loud roar reverberated in the air. Then, an incomparably huge face appeared in the sky above the Xia clan's mansion. It glared at the void not far away. There was a hint of fear in the depths of its eyes. Chapter 40, 340. Humph, you're just a projection. Do you think you can stop me? A coquettish voice rang out, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. It reached the ears of the Xia family members nearby, causing them to think that it was a female cultivator who had arrived. Moreover, since the other party could break through the Xia clan's protective formation in an instant, it was obvious that she was not a high-level ultimate god. She must be an ultimate expert. Moreover, based on what the other party had said, it was most likely an ultimate expert who had come in person. When did our Xia clan offend a female ultimate expert? What's going on? Could it be because of the eldest miss? I heard that the eldest miss and the Duanling Tian were husband and wife, but they were separated by the eldest young master of the Yun clan. Could it be that an ultimate expert is here to kidnap the eldest miss and exchange her for the divine corrupting spring with the Duanling Tian? It's possible. Many of the Xia clan members who knew about the relationship between the Duanling Tian and the eldest miss of the Xia clan, Xianing Shui, came to their senses and made such a guess. However, in the next instant, a figure appeared in the distance before their eyes, causing them to be shocked once again. A man? The members of the Xia clan had all thought that the one who had arrived was a female, utmost powerful being. However, they had not expected that the one who had appeared along with the voice was a man. The man was dressed in a long red robe. He was handsome and devilish. The Xia clan members felt that he looked familiar, as though they had seen him somewhere before. Did you notice? This man looks a little like the Yun clan's young master Qin Yan. It's true. Many members of the Xia clan noticed that the red-robed man looked very similar to Yun Qin Yan, the first young master of the Yun clan whom they had met many times. What was going on? What was going on? Was there anyone who looked so similar in this world? Originally, the red-robed man looked nothing like Yun Qin Yan. However, after Yun Qin Yan's soul had merged with the red-robed man's soul, Yun Qin Yan had tried his best to change his appearance before the red-robed man's soul completely merged with the red-robed man's soul. The red-robed man did not care about this and allowed him to do as he pleased. However, although he had changed a little, the changes were limited. Therefore, he only looked like Yun Qin Yan. Could it be the patriarch of the Yun family? Someone guessed. Impossible. In the next moment, someone retorted, the strongest elder of the Yun family would never target our Xia family. Furthermore, our Xia family would never offend him. Furthermore, I've heard that the strongest expert of the Yun family, the old ancestor, would normally appear to others as an old man. That is definitely not the case. I've also heard that the patriarch of the Yun family is a traditional and old-fashioned person. It's impossible for him to appear in such an unconventional manner. If it's not that person from the Yun family, then who is it? I don't know. While the members of the Xiao family were still in shock, the red-clothed feminine young man in the sky opened his mouth once again. So this is your strength. Forget about the fact that this is just a projection of your true self. Even if your true self were here, I, Yun Xinfeng, may not be able to defeat you. Killing these ants of your Xiao family would be as easy as flipping my hand. Yun Xinfeng. The feminine-looking young man opened his mouth and stated his name. Hearing his name, everyone from the Xiao family was at a loss. As the strongest expert of the Xiao family, this was the first time the giant face had heard of this name. Yun Xinfeng? I've never heard of you. The strongest expert of the God-defying realm. I've never heard of you either. Who are you? Who am I? The feminine young man chuckled before he looked at the middle-aged man behind the giant face and said with a smile, Uncle, why don't you tell this person who I am? Uncle. The middle-aged man whom the feminine young man was looking at was none other than the current patriarch of the Xiao family, Xia Yu. At this moment, even Xia Yu, who had thought the feminine young man in front of him looked familiar and somewhat resembled his nephew, Yun Qingyan, did not dare to think that the other party was Yun Qingyan. This was because, although the resemblance was similar, there was a huge difference. When the other party mentioned Yun Xinfeng's name, Xia Yu instinctively wondered if the other party was related to the Yun family or an ancestor of Yun Qingyan's bloodline. Did the Yun family have a hidden supreme expert and an ancestor of Yun Qingyan's and Yun Tingfeng's bloodline? Was the other party here to stand up for Yun Qingyan? However, when the other party addressed him as uncle, all of Xia Yu's thoughts were shattered. All of his guesses were wrong. You're Qingyan. Xia Yu's eyes widened as he stared at the feminine young man in front of him in disbelief. Although the other party looked similar to his nephew, Yun Qingyan, he did not dare to associate the other party with Yun Qingyan. What a joke! Not to mention that they didn't look completely alike. Even their voices were completely different. Their temperament was completely different as well. The feminine young man before him gave him the impression that he was a woman in a man's skin. However, the other party had indeed addressed him as uncle. If the other party was not Yun Qingyan, he could not figure out who the other party was. Oh, it's me, my good uncle. Uncle, I'm here to pick up my cousin. The effeminate young man grinned brilliantly. Uncle, I'm here to pick up my cousin. I know you don't like me. I'm taking my cousin away this time, and I don't intend to force her to be with me. I'm no longer interested in her or any other woman in this world. I'm only bringing her away because I don't want to let that Duan Lingtian take advantage of her. Don't worry, uncle. After I bring my cousin away from the God-reversing realm, I'll look for a better man for her in the outer land. At the very least, he'll be better than the old me. The feminine young man's smile was so bright that even Xia Yu, the clan leader of the Xia clan who was used to seeing storms, could not help but feel a chill run down his spine when he heard it. Qingyan, you. What happened to you? Why are you acting like this? Xia Yu was completely baffled. Based on the other party's words, it was clear that the other party's tone was similar to Yun Qingyan's. However, at the same time, it was not very similar. Perhaps the voice was different and did not contain any emotions. He found it hard to imagine what had happened to his nephew. His strength was comparable to a supreme powerhouse. However, it was as though he had a new body. Even though he didn't know what exactly happened, he knew that his nephew must have paid a heavy price because of this. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If one wanted something, one had to pay a price. However, the feminine young man's expression changed when he heard Xia Yu's question. He snorted coldly and said, "My good uncle, I advise you to quickly hand my cousin over. If you don't hand my cousin over, I'll annihilate the entire Xia clan." The feminine young man's eyes flashed fiercely as he spoke. At the same time, the fierce aura around him began to dissipate. The expressions of the surrounding Xia clan members changed drastically. When they heard the other party was Yun Qinyan, the first young master of the Yun clan, they heaved a sigh of relief. Although they did not know why the other party had suddenly become like this, they did not think the other party would be so ruthless. However, the other party's words sent chills down their spines. Annihilate the Xia clan? In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on the patriarch of the Xia clan, Xia Yu. Xia Yu's expression darkened when he heard Yun Qinyan's words. He did not expect his nephew to be so crazy. However, he couldn't just hand his daughter over just like that. "How dare you!" At this time, the giant face, which was the projection of the Xia clan's strongest patriarch, spoke in a cold voice. "Junior, you are too presumptuous. The Xia clan is not your—" Before the huge face could finish speaking, the feminine young man smashed it into pieces with a single palm strike. Although the projection of the supreme powerhouse's supreme powerhouse was not as strong as his actual body, it was still very powerful. It was comparable to a top-notch high-level ultimate god. However, it could not withstand a single blow from the feminine young man. "Uncle, I don't have much time to waste with you." The feminine youth stared at Xia Yu with a wicked smile on his face. "I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. After 10 breaths of time, if I still can't add my cousin, then all the members of the Xia family present here will be buried with you." There was no hint of emotion in the feminine young man's eyes. That was why Xia Yu did not doubt his words at all. For a moment, Xia Yu's expression turned extremely ugly, he could see it. "Yun Qinyan is serious. Yun Tingfeng." At this critical moment, Xia Yu thought of Yun Qinyan's father, Yun Tingfeng. He hurriedly sent a message to Yun Tingfeng. However, he had underestimated Yun Qinyan, or rather, Yun Xinfeng. Yun Xinfeng destroyed Xia Yu's message with a casual strike. It was impossible for ordinary people to block Xia Yu's message, but Yun Xinfeng, who had the strength of a supreme powerhouse, could. "You have 9 breaths left," Yun Xinfeng said indifferently. He knew he did not have much time left. The supreme powerhouse of the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse, the patriarch of the Xia clan, must be on his way. He might have even called his friends over. Once the patriarch of the Xia clan sensed him and started a fight with him, it would alarm the master of the divine offering land, one of the top supreme powerhouses in the god-defying realm. The patriarch of the Xia clan's strength in the divine offering land could be said to be invincible to Xia Yu. Previously, he had come to the Xia clan because he was certain the patriarch of the Xia clan was not in the divine offering land. Yun Qinyan. Xia Yu's expression was as ugly as it could be. A hint of struggle could be seen in his eyes. Despair could be seen on the faces of the members of the Xia clan. Although many of them hoped that the patriarch of the Xia clan would hand over the eldest young miss in exchange for their lives. However, no one said a word. No one dared to speak, and no one thought they had the right to speak. Chapter 43-41. Xia Yu had sent a message to Yun Tingfeng, the patriarch of the Yun family. He wanted to ask Yun Tingfeng what had happened to Yun Qinyan. How had the Xia family offended the Yun family? However, Yun Qinyan, or rather, Yun Xinfeng, intercepted the message. However, not long before Xia Yu sent the message, Yun Tingfeng, the patriarch of the Yun family, instinctively wanted to take a look at his son's soul pearl to confirm his son's safety. He was shocked when he saw the soul pearl. Although his son's soul pearl didn't shatter, many cracks had appeared on it. It was as if it had cracked open. This scene caused him to be completely at a loss. He had never encountered such a situation before. In fact, He had never heard of such a situation before. What happened to my son? What happened to him? Yun Tingfeng was extremely worried about his son. He had no idea what had happened. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that his son had already merged with another soul and possessed a body with the strength of an ultimate powerhouse. Even now, the Xia family has been reduced to a pile of rubble and has even threatened to destroy the entire Xia family. In the Xia family, you have 5 breaths left. Yun Xinfeng, the owner of the body that Yun Qingyan had merged with another soul, stared at the patriarch of the Xia family, Xiaoyu. His eyes were filled with malice. He had calculated the time correctly. 5 breaths was enough for him to bring Xia Ning Shui out of the divine offering land. As long as he brought her out of the divine offering land, he could travel through the endless void and even travel through the turbulent space until he left the God-defying realm. The original owner of Yun Qingyan's body was not a supreme expert from the God-defying realm. He came from another realm. In the past, he had been sealed by a supreme expert from the God-defying realm and brought back to the God-defying realm until Yun Qingyan rescued him. Of course, by the time Yun Qingyan rescued him, most of his soul had already been destroyed. Only a wisp of his soul was left. Even so, the wisp of his soul was still terrifying due to his strength when he was alive. It easily penetrated Yun Qingyan's soul. Of course, without the other party's permission, Yun Qingyan would not be able to control the other party's body with his soul. This was originally a transaction. Both Yun Qingyan and the other party felt the same way, so they reached an agreement. Yun Qingyan, are you really going to be so heartless? Xiaoyu asked in a deep voice. I, Xiaoyu, have never let you down. Haha, Yun Xinfeng laughed. Xiaoyu, do you really think I'll treat you as my uncle just because I call you uncle? I'm no longer Yun Qingyan. I'm Yun Xinfeng. Now, you have 3 breaths of time left. Following Yun Xinfeng's words, many of the Xia family members could no longer hold themselves back and were in an uproar. Master, why don't we let the eldest miss come out? Patriarch! In the face of life and death, the members of the Xia family were naturally afraid. At the time, Ke, the daughter of the Xia family, Xia Ningshui, who has witnessed all this, also says to Xiaoyu, Father, let me out! Now, Xia Ningshui is in a holy weapon. This holy weapon is the inherited holy weapon of the Xia family. It is not very powerful. It only has a space similar to a storage ring, but it can hold living things. The ancestral shrine of the Xia family is this holy weapon, which has been in the hands of the Xia family head for generations. Ke and Xiajie were originally locked in the ancestral shrine. When the mansion of the Xia family turned into ruins, the Xia family head, Xiaoyu, took the holy weapon away. Naturally, he took them out with him. Although they were inside the artifact, they could clearly see everything that was happening outside. At this time, even Xiajie, who is next to Xia Ningshui, does not say anything. His eyes are red and his fists are tightly clenched. At this time, there is nothing he can do. The opponent is too powerful. Even the projection of the ancestor original body of the Xia family was easily shattered by the opponent. The opponent is an ultimate expert. I'm sorry. In the end, Xiaoyu let his daughter out. At the same time, his heart was trembling, but he had no other choice. He is not only a father, but also the family head of the Xia family. Moreover, if the opponent really wants to kill all of us, it is not difficult for the opponent to find out that his daughter is an holy weapon. Then the result will be the same. Cousin. When Ku-er's figure appeared, Yun Xinfeng's eyes lit up. My dear cousin, you're finally out. Yun Qingyan. After Ke came out, she stared coldly at the evil-looking young man in front of her. However, the young man shook his head and corrected her. Cousin, I am not Yun Qingyan now. I am Yun Xinfeng. Remember my new name. Don't call me by the wrong name in the future. At this time, Kerr realized that the young man in front of her was completely different from the Yunqing Yan of the past. The young man did not look at her with any desire to possess her. There was only coldness in his eyes, as if he had become an emotionless, cold-blooded animal. "Cousin, I know you want to reunite with your husband, but believe me, it is impossible for you to reunite with him. When I bring you out of the God-defying realm, I will find you a husband outside the God-defying realm. At that time, he will be so angry that he will die." "Haha." Yun Xinfeng laughed maniacally. "Cousin, don't even think about killing yourself. If you dare to kill yourself now, I'll annihilate the entire Xiao family." Yun Xinfeng's words cut off Kerr's thoughts of committing suicide. Indeed, she did want to kill herself. Instead of being taken away by the young man, she would rather die. "Cousin, don't resist. If you do, I will annihilate everyone in the Xiao family." After Yun Xinfeng finished speaking, he moved to Kerr's side in a flash. He extended his hand, and a strange energy surged out of his body toward Kerr. His energy was about to enter Kerr's body. Suddenly, a cold voice rang from afar. "How dare someone from the blood world enter the God-defying realm? You're courting death." As this voice rang out, the silhouette of a middle-aged man appeared in front of everyone's eyes and immediately charged towards Yun Xinfeng. Yun Xinfeng's expression changed when he saw the middle-aged man. Damn it! How could a supreme expert come so quickly? He was certain the middle-aged man was not the supreme expert that the old ancestor of the Xiao family had found. The middle-aged man could not have come so quickly. The middle-aged man must have been nearby. Yun Xinfeng could sense the middle-aged man's strength and the middle-aged man's intention to protect his target, Xia Shui. He made up his mind and continued to channel his energy into Xia Shui's body. Then he raised his hand and smashed the void beside him. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.